No.
You can't kill me. He couldn't keep pretending anymore and started rolling and struggling on the ground. When Shinyo tilted her head, looking at him curiously.
Why?
Chun Xiuxiu hesitated, gritting his teeth.
I don't want to die.
Let me go. I can give you gold, jewelry, weapons. Whatever you want, I can trade for it. When Shinyo smiled. You have so many good things? Chun Xiuxiu was happy to hear that. She was just a greedy person. As long as he could stay alive and get some blood, it was fine. A righteous man's revenge takes 10 years, so he just wanted to survive first. But in the next second, he couldn't help but scream in pain. The vines wrapped around him tightened even more, and he could even hear the cracking of his ribs being crushed. Unfortunately, I still think your death is more important to me, she said with a smile, clutching her fist tightly. I have my reasons.
Please,
Please let me go. The sound of the fracture hit his eardrum. Chun Xiuxiu's instinct to survive pushed him to the limit. He desperately tried to think of reasons to stay alive and ways to persuade her to let him go. Pain made his mind race faster, but all he could think of were the screams of those he had hurt and robbed since entering the game, driven by his powerful skills. Suddenly, he realized that during his killings, no matter how much the victims begged for mercy, he wouldn't feel soft. Instead, their humble pleas made him feel even more satisfied. What if, just what if, this woman was like him? Chun Xiuxiu's face turned pale. At this moment, he still didn't regret what he had done. He only regretted underestimating his opponent and not planning ahead. When Shinyo watched his changing expression with a cold gaze, she had seen many people like him. In areas with strong laws, such people are restrained and afraid to act out. But once order collapses, even a little power is enough for them to exploit and oppress those weaker than themselves. They are not driven by hardship or circumstances. They are simply evil. At least in her view, a good person, even if they go astray, would have a line they wouldn't cross. But this guy clearly didn't. When Shinyo didn't want to waste more time on him, she dragged him to the 5th floor, threw him from the balcony onto the roof, and poured a bucket of diesel onto the vines covering him. No, and no, don't. Please, sister, I beg you. I really know I was wrong. I won't do bad things anymore. I swear. I swear. Please let me go. He was terrified. Truly scared. But when Shinyo ignored him, she didn't even bother to look at him again, calmly cutting the vines and striking a match to set them on fire. Don't worry, I'll come to collect your body. You can die peacefully, she said with a smile. Trash. Trash. You won't have a good death. You definitely won't have a good death. The man, now a burning ball of fire, cursed her viciously. When Shinyo shrugged indifferently and turned back downstairs. She wasn't sure if he would have a good death or not, but he was definitely not going to have a good one. Back in room 406, when Shinyo received a look from Shen Xingming that was hard to describe. Wow, Xiaoyu, you're quite sneaky. When Shinyo glanced at her. Shouldn't you praise me for being kind? I was just sending him off in his favorite way. That makes sense. But I thought you would just end things quickly. Doing it this way feels a bit like you're breaking your image. Shen Xingming hesitated and said. Actually, just coming back to save them was enough to break her image. She thought the boss wouldn't really care about them. When Shinyo let out a soft laugh, her eyes showing a mysterious expression. I've never tried to create a certain image. Isn't that something you all forced on me? Hearing this, Shen Xingming's face turned bright red. She hurriedly explained, No.
I didn't mean it that way.
I was just surprised, but also happy. I feel like I understand you a little more now. Maybe, just maybe, Xiaoyu, you see us as friends too. I feel a bit embarrassed. After saying this, Shen Xingming quickly covered her face with her hand. Ugh, what did she just say? Did she make herself look silly? Would they think she's stupid? But she didn't see the expected cold look. Instead, Shen Xingming felt her shoulder gently tapped. She looked up in shock, but when Shinyo had already gone behind her and was talking with Shin Xingyuan, who had just returned. Found the boss. Yes, they hid in the basement. Okay, I'll go check. Shen Xingming felt confused. What does this mean? Did she agree with her idea? Seeing her sister suddenly smiling foolishly, Shen Xingyuan asked seriously, "Sis, did you hit your head?" Shen Xingming immediately frowned and walked over to give her silly brother a slap. "Go away, you don't understand anything. This kid has no idea how tightly she's holding onto that big golden thigh." "Xiao Yu, wait for me," since the boss didn't refuse, it meant she agreed. Shen Xingming firmly believed her theory, and immediately left her confused little brother behind to follow Wenxinyo. Shen Xingyuan was puzzled but also followed. Wenxinyo had already learned the situation from Lin Xingchen. Apparently, just after she left, the two of them forced their way in from the third floor. Lin Xingchen realized the situation was serious and quickly took his sister to hide in the basement. "The reason I didn't reply to Wenxinyo's message is because I was afraid her phone, like Shen Xingming's, might be taken away by bad people. The message was a trap to lure them. I didn't expect them to be so cruel," Lin Xingchen said with a bitter smile. He just came out of the basement and saw the pile of bodies at the door on the surveillance footage. Recognizing the identities of the guests, he felt mixed emotions. Shen Xingming immediately said, "It's not your fault, boss. Those two villains are after everyone's lives." When Xinyo nodded in agreement. "The boss is just a fat sheep, but the others are still worth something." Naturally, the wolves won't let them go. Inside the guest house, besides the three of them and the boss, there are 32 other guests. Even if all of them are locals, killing them all would earn 640 exchange points. They didn't dare to cause trouble in crowded places below the mountain or where players gathered. Instead, they chose a relatively remote inn to act freely. When Xinyo glanced at the system message that just popped up, "You have killed player Chen Xiuxiu LV. 5. Gained 3,183 exchange points. If this person hadn't been to a desolate city like her, where did such a large number of exchange points come from?" The answer was obvious. "What are your plans next?" Lin Haixin, whose face was still a bit pale, asked. When Xinyo looked at the two siblings, "The situation in the Pearl of the Sea country is still stable. I plan to go back." Shen Xingming hesitated and said, "Maybe we should wait until the third stage?" The Pearl of the Sea country is just a building. Whether it can withstand the second or even third earthquake is uncertain. What if the inn can't handle it? These kind of predictions were automatically blocked for the two bosses, so they could speak freely. When Xinyo thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, then let's stay here and see what happens on day 21. Shen Xingming nodded repeatedly, and Shen Xingyuan had no objections. When Xinyo turned to Lin Xingchen, "Boss Lin, we want to stay here a few more days. Is that okay?" Lin Xingchen was eager to agree. "No problem. You can stay as long as you want." With only a few people left, there was no need to save water or electricity. With When Xinyo here, Lin Xingchen felt more at ease sleeping at night. When Xinyo nodded, "Is there an available room on the third floor? We moved to a new spot so that if anyone comes again, we can respond quickly." Lin Haixin said, Yes, I'll go clean up for you." When Xinyo glanced at the time and said to a few people, "I'll handle the bodies outside. Send me the room numbers directly. There are too many bodies to leave them piled up like that, and the smell of burnt flesh is terrible. If we don't deal with it soon, the whole area will be unusable." Shen Xingyuan stepped forward. "Let me help." Shen Xingming was about to raise her hand, but her brother quickly stopped her. "You're injured. Go handle your wound first." When Xinyo looked at her burned arm and said calmly, "Go take care of it," Shen Xingming pouted and, feeling discouraged, followed Lin Haixin upstairs. After this incident, the nearby victims are too scared to come close anymore. Many saw the tragic scene of these guests being burned alive by Chen Xiuxiu and then thrown down. Chen Xiuxiu's screams from the roof were terrifying. They didn't realize that was Chen Xiuxiu. They just thought another unlucky person was involved. The inn was still known as the lair of the arsonist. Because of this, Boss Lin was no longer afraid to leave the doors open, so they wouldn't have to jump around like monkeys. Looking at the tall pile of bodies, when Xinyo asked Shen Xingyuan, "Do you have a storage card?" Shen Xingyuan shook his head. "My sister has a 10-slot one, but it's already full." When Xinyo took out her empty 10-slot storage card and handed it to him, "Put the bodies in here. Take it up and throw them into the volcano. They couldn't dig graves for so many people." When Shinyo had heard of some places practicing sky burials where the dead are thrown into volcanoes. That's all they could do. This claims to be the highest in Y country, at 325 meters above sea level. It's only 40 meters straight to Dukwala Mountain Pass. Most guests choose this place for easy access to the summit the next day. Shen Xingyuan hesitated for a moment before taking the card. This is valuable. Are you sure you want me to hold on to it? When Shinyo replied, even if I let you run with it, where would you go? Shen Xingyuan silently became serious again. I'm going up the mountain. Hearing this, Shen Xingming on the third floor covered her face silently. Her silly brother. Shen Xingyuan left with the bodies. When Shinyo asked the owner to come out and quickly clean the ground to get rid of the smell, she then climbed onto the roof, where Qin Xiuxiu had already been burned into a pile of black charcoal along with the vines. She didn't find it disgusting. She opened the vines and checked him from top to bottom, finding a 15-slot storage card. Inside, there were water, medicine, several handguns, and thousands of bullets. When Shinyo was happy, how many things had he stolen to have such supplies? It's a pity. If she had known earlier, she would have let him leave the safe house before killing him. There might have been more supplies inside. After killing a fat sheep, when Shinyo felt good, she casually threw his body into the nearby forest and went downstairs to prepare a nice lunch. She took a jar of burn ointment from Chun Xiuxiu's stock and brought it to Shen Xingming.
Wow.
Thank you, Xiaoyu. I was worried I wouldn't have this and it would hurt for a long time. Shen Xingming was so touched, she almost cried. When Shinyo ignored her exaggerated reaction and asked, is the boss card the only way to get a storage card? She found it strange. Many players she met had storage cards, almost like everyone had one. Shen Xingming touched her chin. It probably isn't. There are professions like wandering merchants, or maybe NPCs. If you're lucky, you can buy from them. But that's just hearsay. I haven't met any myself. There are also some chosen ones. The beginner gift pack includes a storage card. I got mine from an unlucky guy who tried to steal my food, but my brother counterattacked. She chuckled at this, seeming to have fond memories of it. When Shinyo nodded, that explanation made sense, and there might be more ways to get storage cards than just these. I understand. Thank you. Rest well and recover, she said. Her room was changed from 408 to 308. Shen and her brother occupied 402 and 403, so no matter which room intruders entered, they could respond quickly. Boss Lin had restored water and electricity to their rooms. When Shinyo also charged all the devices she brought back from Haigua Mingzhu, the ice maker in the safe house started working. She planned to fill a 49-gallon drum and some water buckets. Then she installed the water heater and the integrated stove, checking that both worked fine. She felt relieved. The integrated stove had a range hood, 2 electric burners, and a steam oven. With it, she wouldn't have to worry about oil smoke dirtying the house. This range hood is a recirculating type, which greatly reduces the smell when cooking. It is a popular model from Haigua Mingzhu, and that is why Wang Xinyu chose it. After installing it, the room became more crowded, but Wang Xinyu looked satisfied. Since she now has a water heater, she allocated 20 slots in the ice bucket for hot water, which is very important in some situations. She didn't forget her long-desired refrigerator and freezer. She took them out one by one to connect and cool them. Once the temperature was right, she stored them away so she could directly put items needing refrigeration inside later. There was also a video doorbell, but it wasn't very useful for now. It used extra power, so Wang Xinyu temporarily stored it in the miscellaneous box. After organizing everything, it was finally time for a nice dinner to reward herself. Looking at all the tools in the space, Wang Xinyu suddenly felt overwhelmed, like a palace full of beautiful ladies, unsure which one to choose. In the end, she didn't pick anything special. She cooked plenty of rice in the rice cooker, baked a batch of pudding, and made 2 large plates of steamed dishes. With the refrigerator, she could cook large portions whenever she wanted. Leftovers could be stored directly inside, which would keep them fresh much longer. She also set aside an entire freezer for pre-cooked rice and noodles, perfect for days when she didn't need to go outside. Later, she planned to freeze all the food in the fridge and freezer again to slow down spoilage. The collection of tableware and lunchboxes she bought earlier was gradually filling up. Seeing the increasing amount of food in the space, Wingsinyu couldn't help but smile, feeling more and more satisfied inside. As expected, the rain that had paused for a while started again around 7 o'clock. Through the telescope, she could faintly see a group of people moving near the mountain's middle, heading straight for Haigwa Mingju. It was hard to imagine how so many people squeezed into the bathroom stalls, but trying was better than being stuck in the mountains. The temperature dropped noticeably with the rain. Wingsinyu stayed inside the safe house, turning on the heater, listening to music, exercising, reading, and cooking. If it weren't for a few screams piercing through the rain, it would have been a very peaceful night. On the 15th day of the game, there was heavy rain. On the 16th day, it rained again, and the official announced that the base stations were damaged and could not be repaired, resulting in a nationwide internet outage. To ensure they stayed connected, Mr. Lin even gave them walkie-talkies, afraid they would lose contact. On the 17th day of the game, it rained heavily. On the 18th day, it rained again, and the last group of disaster victims without shelter in the mountains headed toward Haigwa Mingju. The team from a few days ago initially returned empty-handed, but later they seemed to have a plan. After setting out again, they never returned, probably having succeeded in breaking through. On the 19th day, it rained heavily again. On the 20th day, it rained continuously, causing water levels to rise wildly. Ghost houses near the foot of the mountain flooded and had to be moved uphill. The people above couldn't help them. In fact, they were also at their wits' end. After so many days, all resources had been used up. As the water kept rising, many realized it was too late to leave. Most of those still on the mountain were likely players, waiting to see what would happen on the 21st day. On the 21st day, early in the morning, the Shin siblings went to Wingsinyu's room. They were dressed in bulky down jackets, drinking warm coconut milk while waiting for the 8 o'clock announcement. Finally, it's here.
Just ended already.
If this rain keeps up, I'll start a mold, Shun Xingming sighed. Shun Xingyuan nodded in agreement. Wingsinyu wasn't doing much better. She had bad luck, no sun in either of the 2 worlds she visited, and now endless rain. She felt like she was getting rheumatism. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, but today's rain was lighter, falling softly. Still, the more peaceful it seemed, the more uneasy everyone felt, as if the sea was holding back a big move. Sure enough, the 8 o'clock forecast did not disappoint. Haigwa's scenery LV1, day 21 of the game. Disaster warning. An underwater volcano eruption will cause strong earthquakes and trigger a tsunami. Players must evacuate within 1 hour. Expected number of tremors, 3. Earthquake countdown, 59:59. This warning was almost identical to the one on day 11, except that earthquake was now strong earthquake. Shun Xingming looked pale after reading it. Earthquakes this big are scarier than deserts or jungles. One wrong move and you're dead. Wingsinyu felt a bit upset after hearing this. Does that mean she was thrown into 2 difficult challenges right from the start? If only we could find a safe spot, Shen Xingyuan suddenly whispered. When Xinyo squinted at him. What safe spot? Shen Xingming paused and said, Oh right, I forgot. Xiaoyu, this is your first time crossing into this kind of world. It's a rumor in the martial world that disaster-type worlds have a completely safe area called a safe spot. If you hide there, you can survive until the end, Shun Xingyuan added, but this place is very hard to find. You need to trigger hidden conditions to qualify for entry. Even if you qualify, it doesn't mean you'll find the right spot. Very few players succeed in finding and entering it, and it's hard to tell if it's real or just a legend. That's why it's called a martial world legend. Shun Xingming looked at his younger brother. It was impressive that this quiet person could say so much. It seemed he was really anxious. Oh, when Xinyo nodded decisively, giving up on this option. She believed that luck was needed even in life-threatening situations, and she was critical of relying on luck. During the second earthquake, when Xinyo decided not to stay inside her house like she did the first time. Although Lin Xingchen was confident his stone house was strong, when Xinyo wouldn't take that risk. The two siblings agreed with her. When there were 10 minutes left, they went downstairs together and pulled the confused brother and sister out of the inn to an open space outside. Sister, what's really going on? Lin Haixin looked at their serious faces and was a bit scared and confused. When Xinyo calmly said, "There's going to be an earthquake. We need to take emergency precautions," Lin Xingchen looked at her in surprise. "How do you know there will be an earthquake?" Shen Xingming forced a smile. "Don't ask, boss. We're not making this up. Anyway, if nothing happens in 10 minutes, we'll go back inside. For now, just enjoy the rain." Lin Xingchen opened his mouth, but then silently swallowed his words. He always believed it was better to trust what could happen rather than what couldn't. Since they were outside, he decided to wait for 10 minutes. He still believed in his house's earthquake resistance. Last time, other houses' walls cracked, but his house was undamaged. 10 minutes passed quickly. In the last 10 seconds, everyone could feel the ground trembling faintly beneath their feet. "Get down and protect your head," when Xinyo whispered, then quickly crouched down to shield her head and neck. The others hurried to follow her lead. A few seconds later, the ground began to shake violently. In the distance, huge waves rose from the sea, crashing and making deafening sounds as they were blown by the wind. The ocean looked like a giant beast, allowing its wild waves to crash higher and higher onto the land. The small buildings that once peaked above the water were completely submerged. The first strong quake lasted for 3 minutes. After that, the earth calmed down again. If not for the towering waves still pounding toward the island, it would seem like nothing had happened. However, the 3 players present did not stand up. They sat down on the ground and held onto the 2 natives who were dizzy and shaken from the tremors. "There might be aftershocks. Let's wait here," they said. After experiencing that, Lin and his sister no longer doubted their guests. They obediently sat down, their faces pale as they waited for the next disaster to come. 1 hour later, after 2 aftershocks passed, everyone finally got up from the ground. It hadn't rained yet, so when Xinyo immediately took out a drone to fly out. She needed to check on the situation at the Pearl of the Sea. On the screen, the once shining tall building stood alone in the churning water. The surrounding buildings had already been submerged. Only this one remained standing. When Xinyo calmly concluded, the safe zone must be at the Pearl of the Sea. Otherwise, it was too strange for such a tall building to survive a quake of this magnitude unscathed. The brother and sister looked at the drone's footage and agreed with her. "So, Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do?" Shen Xingming asked. When Xinyo was clearly the leader among them, everyone's eyes focused on her. She didn't speak immediately. She kept her eyes on the drone screen for a long time before finally raising her head. "We haven't flooded the 25th floor yet. Let's leave now." She then looked at the boss's brother and sister.
Together?
Lin Xingchen looked thoughtful. He didn't want to abandon his hard work, but he knew that with this level of disaster, even his proud safe house might not withstand a third quake. Lin Haixin gently tugged his sleeve and softly advised, "Brother, let's go first. If things return to normal later, we can come back." Even though they had enough water to last a while, they still had to face the earthquake. They couldn't stay underground forever. Going to the Pearl of the Sea might be risky, but in this situation, which part of the island was truly safe? It's better to stay with these few people.
Lin Haixin instinct kito just when Sinjusha Zuwemen.
Lin Xingchen sighed and made a decision. "Please let us go together." When Xianu nodded. "The house looks fine for now. Let's go inside, pack some food, water, and medicine, and leave immediately." The siblings didn't hesitate. Within 2 minutes, each of them carried out a large first aid kit, clearly prepared in advance. When Xianu looked at the half-human-sized hiking bag and thought. Shen Xingmeng couldn't stand it anymore and said, "No, that's too obvious. It's like holding a sign saying, 'I'm rich. Come and steal from me.' Either leave some behind or share the load." Boss Lin blushed. He hadn't thought about this before. He quickly set down the bag and divided everything into 5 parts. Then the group headed toward Haiguamingzhu. The mountain trail was completely damaged now. They could only descend to the middle of the mountain and take the main road. The main road had several cracks from the earthquake, the largest being about 1 meter wide. The group carefully avoided them. It was slippery in the rain, and one wrong step could be dangerous. Moving as a group slowed everyone down. Plus, taking detours, they only covered half the distance by noon. When Xianu looked at the dark clouds and frowned. It's going to rain soon. Hurry up. Everyone looked tired, but they knew it wasn't time to rest. Waiting for heavy rain on the mountain would be dangerous, so they gritted their teeth and kept moving. At 1:40 p.m., light rain started falling, and it seemed to be getting heavier. Fortunately, the last part was downhill, making it easier. After walking in the rain for 40 minutes, the five finally reached the back of Haiguamingju. When Xianyu sensed something was wrong and signaled to stop. Someone is guarding here. Clear out the items in the bags. Just a few cans are enough. Huh? We've carried everything here. Lin Hai Xian felt helpless. It would have been better to leave it at home. When Xianyu took off her backpack and reached inside. Just temporarily store it. As she spoke, her bulging backpack visibly deflated. If possible, when Xianyu didn't want to reveal the player's space ability to the locals. Not hearing about the game setting didn't mean they were blind, but in an emergency, all rules went out the window. Lin Hai Xian, thank you so much. Lin Xingchen quickly covered his sister's mouth to stop her from gasping in surprise and handed his own bag to an Xianyu. They are not fools. Each of these guests is very skilled, able to predict earthquakes. So, it's no surprise if Wenxinyo suddenly pulls out a bomb. All items are stored in Wenxinyo's space. The group carries their empty bags and continues forward. Compared to the day when Wenxinyo sneaked in, the 25th floor is now in a terrible state. A large hole has been blown in the wall, and the 2 toilets on the outside are filled with rainwater. 4 or 5 young men are squatting with iron bars, guarding inside. When they see the group approaching, they stand up as if stretching. To enter the building, one person must pay 1,000 grams of food or drinking water, the leader says. His attitude is surprisingly friendly. Good. It's best to avoid conflict. When Xinyo waves her hand to signal them to follow the rule. Each person takes out the required amount of water or food from their bag. The man gestures for another young man to take it, then pokes their bags with an iron bar. All right, go in now, no trouble. When Xinyo nods and steps aside to let the others go first. Brother Qian, today's good. It's rare to see some honest folks. The leader looks tough. Be careful when you meet him later, don't start a fight. Yeah, he seems like someone who's good at fighting. When Xinyo, who is good at fighting, leads her team through the safe passage moving upward. There aren't many people on the 25th floor now, mostly refugees, transferred from the mountain. The first group from the Sea Pearl country is still below, not yet moved up. From the quiet conversations in the safe passage, it's clear they are desperately rescuing supplies flooded by water. People above the 25th floor as latecomers don't have the right to share those resources and naturally don't go down to help. When Xinyo's goal is around the 50th floor, those floors used to be billiard halls, swimming pools, and other sports facilities. Compared to the bars and restaurants below, they have fewer resources and fewer people. People are still afraid to go too far upward. No one knows if the next earthquake will destroy the building. The lower floors offer more escape chances, but the rising water level forces them to move higher. When they reached the 36th floor, Lin Xingchen couldn't help but say, "Miss Wen, look, there are no more people here. Can we rest for a while?" He looked at his sister, who was so tired her legs were trembling, but she was still trying to hold on. The other 2 guests behind them were also breathing heavily. Only the leader was still calm, not even panting, as if he had just walked on flat ground. Lin Xingchen had no doubt that if he didn't ask to rest now, this person would keep climbing all the way to the 88th floor. When Xinyo glanced at the time and said, "Okay, let's rest here for 20 minutes. Resting too long would cause blood to flow away from the muscles, making them sore, and walking afterward would be even harder." Just as everyone collapsed on the ground like they had been given a big relief, the door to the passage on the 37th floor suddenly opened. When Xinyo quickly drew her sword, and the Shen siblings, who had just sat down, jumped up defensively. But then they heard a young, innocent voice say, "Huh? sister, when Shinyo froze. You are the one from that day. Before she finished, new footsteps rushed over, and someone from behind quickly picked up the child. You naughty little one. I told you to wait for Mom right here, but you didn't listen and ran to such a dangerous place. Didn't I tell you many times there are monsters that might take you? The woman said, her voice trembling with fear. The child, feeling wronged, whispered in a small voice, but I heard sister's voice. I just wanted to take a quick look. The woman stepped closer and looked into the safe passage, seeing when Shinyo, fully armed, just like that day, and she smiled happily.
Ah.
It's you, handsome. You finally came. I was worried something happened to you downstairs. The woman was Jomuyu. When Shinyo nodded at her. It's okay. Thank you for your concern. We're taking a short break, and we'll leave soon. Jomuyu exclaimed. Where are you going? Do you know anyone upstairs? No, there are too many people downstairs. We want to go to a higher floor, then come to our place first, Jomuyu said. We plan to go up 2 days later. You can come with us to the 88th floor. There's an elevator and no checks. Shin Xingming looked at her in surprise. The elevator still works. Jomuyu nodded and said, there is a special internal elevator on the 40th floor. It's magnetic levitation. Once the people upstairs start to leave in the next couple of days, we can go up and find a good spot to wait for the next rescue. This was a happy surprise. When Shinyo's usually tense expression finally relaxed a little. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate your help, Ms. Zhou, she said. Jomuyu smiled and opened the door to let them in. No problem, no problem. A little kindness goes a long way. We can only offer a place. Food and water are quite scarce. Before rescue arrives, we can only survive on some biscuits and canned food each day. When Shinyo shook her head. It's okay. We can handle the water ourselves. Thank you. The baby, who had been quietly watching their conversation, suddenly giggled and reached out to grab when Shinyo's backpack strap. Does big sister want to stay at the baby's house? When Shinyo gently pulled her small hand away. Yes, please take care of me these days. Yay. The baby can share milk with big sister. Big sister won't be hungry. The little girl waved her chubby hands excitedly. Jomuyu almost caught her. On the way to the shop, Jomuyu couldn't help but quietly ask when Shinyo, handsome guy, that might be a bit rude to ask, but I still want to know. Are you more of a handsome guy or a pretty girl? The people behind them couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Shinyo shot them a quick look and silently took off her sunglasses and mask. My name is Wen Shinyo. I'm a girl. Seeing her strong and beautiful face, Jomuyu suddenly blushed. She had mistaken such a pretty girl for a boy. How embarrassing. Sorry, it's okay. I deliberately dressed like this. When Shinyo replied. The topic was too awkward, so both of them quickly changed the subject without further discussion. Only the baby, confused, happily waved her small hand.
See?
Mom is silly. The baby already said big sister is a big sister. Jomuyu sighed helplessly. Yes. The baby is the best. Jomuyu's husband owns a quiet bar, which is well hidden and cozy, an ideal place to hide out. She led them inside to a large private room with floor-to-ceiling windows. This side has better lighting and is sheltered from the wind. The building's power is out now, and the shop only has one generator. We can boil water and cook in the next room with a stove. Although the environment here is not as good as a guest house, it has tables, a bathroom, and a sofa. The conditions are much better than the crowded place downstairs. At least, Wang Xinyu is very satisfied. At this moment, Lin Haixin quietly raises her hand. Ma'am, is the toilet still usable? Jomuyu pauses, silently puts down the child, and then takes out a large bundle of black plastic bags from a nearby drawer.
Well.
The water supply system is also broken. Everyone is just making do with this for now. Okay. Lin Haixin looks complicated as she takes the plastic bags and divides them into 5 parts, handing them out to everyone present. The 3 players here remain quite calm. There are doors everywhere, and they can always find a chance to go back to the safe house to solve problems. Wang Xinyu walks to a corner of the sofa, takes off her raincoat soaked with rain and mud, and slowly drinks a bit of coconut milk from a thermos. The average temperature in the country has dropped below 10 degrees Celsius. Wang Xinyu leads the way. Even with sunglasses and a mask, her face is a little stiff from the cold. She leans on the sofa, ready to rest her eyes for a while. Suddenly, her dress is tugged by a small hand. She opens her eyes and sees a little girl who has sneaked over. The girl mysteriously reveals her hand from behind her back and quickly stuffs something into Wang Xinyu's hand. Big sister, you drink this. It's the baby's favorite milk. The baby is sharing one with you. Wang Xinyu looks and sees a small box of sweet milk for children. She pauses, then laughs, and gently places the little girl's hand back. Thank you, but I can't drink milk. It makes me have stomach problems. She pretends to be serious and rummages in her pocket, finally pulling out a handful of candies and placing them in the other small hand of the girl. You're a good kid. This is your reward. No child can resist the temptation of candies, especially now when most people are struggling just to eat. The girl's eyes immediately light up, and two adorable dimples appear on her chubby face.
But
Mom said I shouldn't take things from others without asking. Wang Xinyu pats her head. Then go ask your mom for permission. If she agrees, you can take it. The girl immediately turns around and happily runs to her mother, who is talking to two older sisters at the door. Mommy, sister gave the baby some candies. She said they are a reward for being a good baby. Can the baby accept them? The women all paused and turned their heads to look at the corner. But someone had already thoughtfully pulled down their hat to hide their face and was pretending to sleep. Shen Xingming and Lin Haixin exchanged glances, both finding it hard to hold back their smiles. Zhou Muyu smiled helplessly. Next time, you should thank your sister properly. She needs to rest now, so don't make noise. The little girl giggled and nodded eagerly.
yes,
The baby will. Then she put the milk back into her small pocket and picked up a piece of candy to give to the person closest to her, Shen Xingming. Big sister, eat candy. The baby counted 7 candies. There are enough for everyone, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, dad, mom, and the baby. The people named all looked at her with warm hearts. What a sweet little angel. Even Shen Xingyuan's eyes softened as he looked at her. Shen Xingming took the little girl's candy, then reached into her bag and handed her a handful of fruit candies. Thank you, good girl. This is a little gift from your big sister. The little girl smiled happily. Thank you, big sister. Seeing this, the others quickly turned around and took out their backpacks. Zhou Muyu was a bit at a loss, wanting to refuse, but Lin Haixin held her back. She loved children. Not having a son or daughter with her husband had always been her regret. Seeing such a well-behaved girl, her maternal love overflowed.
take it.
The baby is so good, she deserves it. A child who willingly shares her candies and confirms with her mother is truly a good kid who deserves the best. Shen Xingming nodded approvingly beside her. Soon, the little girl returned with a bag full of gifts. Lin Haixin gave her some vitamin soft candies, and Shen Xingchen and Shen Xingyuan each gave her a box of coconut milk. Mommy,
Look,
coconut milk. Uncle and brother gave it to me. Zhou Muyu, both amused and touched, picked her up. Did you say thank you properly? She lovingly stroked her daughter's face and then turned to the little girl with a gentle smile, saying, I won't bother you all to rest. I'll take her back to drink some water. I'm just next door in the private room. If you need anything, just come find me. The group politely said goodbye. Watching them walk into the next room, Shen Xingming returned, closed the door, and sighed. Boss Zhou is really kind, but he's a bit too trusting. Lin Hai nodded with some concern. Yes, with no men at home, they let us in so easily. What if there are bad people? Shen Xingming smiled and looked toward Wen Xinyo. Then we should thank the kind-hearted person for his good deed today. Wen Xinyo pretended not to hear and closed her eyes to rest. After a few more words, the others each found a spot on the sofa to relax. They had been walking for nearly 7 hours today and were very tired. After eating a little, they leaned on each other and fell asleep. After about half an hour, her eyes felt less sore. When Xinyo took out a box of pumpkin rice cakes and started eating. She also opened her phone to look at a cookbook. The dishes in this cookbook were very similar to Chinese cuisine, and the cooking methods could be used as references. The recipes were detailed, and there was a special section on pickles, which Wen Xinyo liked very much. She saw a recipe for pickled cucumber with chili, which could use up a lot of cucumbers and keep for a long time. This reminded her of a big client who had bought nearly 1,000 jin of cucumbers from her. She could only hope he would find recipes in other worlds too. In any case, she must not waste her cucumbers. After reading for a while and memorizing a few new recipes, Wen Xinyo decided to go to the safe house to try them out. She gently shook Shen Xingming, who was sleeping crookedly, and told her she was leaving. There was no danger here. From their conversation just now, she could tell that Zhao Qian, Zhou Muyu's husband, was probably an important person inside the Pearl of the Sea country. At least, no one careless would come in at this level. When Xinyo remembered the guards at the door, she thought she heard someone call, "Qianji, Brother Qian?" No matter. She would find out later. As she stepped out, Zhou Muyu also came out of the next room and was surprised to see Wen Xinyo. "Miss Wen, are you going out?" Wen Xinyo nodded. "I'm going for a walk." Zhou Muyu hesitated for a moment. She knew Wen Xinyo was very strong, and maybe mentioning it would make her seem dismissive, but she couldn't help but speak. "Miss Wen, the inside of Mingzhu isn't very safe right now. You understand. During chaos, some people try to cause trouble or take advantage. There are a few people on the 37th floor who came from other floors. They own gyms and boxing clubs. Please be careful and stay safe." To Zhou Muyu's surprise, the other person didn't seem worried at all. Instead, her face even showed a hint of excitement. She rubbed her eyes, and when she looked again, the person had returned to her usual expressionless face. "Thank you, Miss Zhou. I will be careful. I expect to be out for a few hours. If you need anything, you can contact my partner directly," Wen Xinyo said softly. Zhou Muyu nodded repeatedly. Okay. Since the second phase of the disaster began, Wen Xinyo hadn't had a chance to feed and gain energy. She doesn't kill people intentionally, and no one has been reckless enough to come to her for trouble. The little white flower, a nickname for her, stays weak and pitiful, always pressed against her wrist. But now, she finally has a chance. Anyway, she isn't the one provoking trouble. As long as those people don't come to her first, she can't do anything about them. Enforcing the law is also law enforcement. She's just a partner of justice. During special times, protecting the people from harm is everyone's duty. When Xinyo stood by the most noticeable elevator on the entire floor, seemingly carefully observing the sign in front of her, she deliberately took off all the face coverings, put away her knife, even wiped her face with a wet wipe, and tied her hair into a neat ponytail. Just standing there like that was enough to be a beautiful sight. A skilled soldier uses all available resources when needed. A good appearance is also a valuable resource, regardless of gender. When Xinyo usually functions as in her team. Through her scope, she has seen many attractive male colleagues being used as bait, which is quite eye-catching. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the fish smell the bait, the most important thing is not to scare them away. You have to be patient, waiting until they can't resist biting the hook. When Xinyo showed a hint of confusion, then moved to a corner on the other side of the floor. Like in most shopping mall restrooms, which are usually hidden in quiet passages, no one would suspect her motives. She listened to the footsteps behind her and carefully entered the bathroom, staying inside for a while before coming out. When she saw the 4 strong men gathered at the door, she gasped softly in surprise. "You all." When Xinyo felt a bit disappointed. These men looked quite weak and overweight. They probably hadn't eaten well recently. Their dark circles made them look like ghosts. Once shiny and muscular, their bodies now looked limp and fragile, like paper tigers built from protein powder. Their appearance and expressions made their eyes and smiles look even more creepy. "Are you a young lady alone?" "Yeah," she replied weakly. "Why do you sound so tired? Are you hungry? Want to come back with us and chat? We have plenty of food inside, if you're willing." "Okay," Wen Xinyo said with a slight smile, agreeing quickly. Her eyes flickered, and the men's eyes widened in amazement. "I like how obedient you are.
Ah.
Before he finished speaking, one man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and let out a scream. Looking down, he saw a soft, brown vine had somehow appeared in front of him, with a sharp, unseen weapon piercing deep into his heart artery.
You.
The man's face turned pale as he grabbed the vine, trying to pull it out. He looked back to call for help, but saw that the other 3 men's heads were tightly wrapped in vines, and each had a vine stuck in their chests too. No wonder they hadn't made a sound. Help! He finally realized he needed help. But whether anyone would come to save him from this villain's attack was uncertain. When Shinyo didn't want to listen to his noisy pleas, she had already memorized those cliché lines. He received the same treatment as his companions. 5 minutes later, the little white flower turned into a little red flower, happily swaying on her wrist, looking well-fed and satisfied. To prevent them from smelling bad here, when Shinyo kindly threw each of them out the bathroom window into the nearby forest. After finishing her work, when Shinyo clapped her hands and returned outside, planning to find a safe place to set up a hideout. But as she turned the corner, she made eye contact with a man leaning on the railing. Rather than calling him a man, he looked more like a young boy. He was slender, with pretty but slightly childish features, and at first glance, he seemed underage. When Xinu frowned slightly, she didn't realize he was there. This person was different from those useless others. He had talent. But he looked a bit familiar to her. Her brow furrowed deeper as she struggled to recall a name from her memory. Jiang Ke, the calm-looking person's expression instantly relaxed. He walked over to an Xinu and nodded politely. Sure enough, I was right. Sister Xinu, it's really you. When Xinu suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder, speaking hurriedly. Where is Xinai? Have you seen her? Jiang Ke was her sister when Xinai's classmate. After her sister disappeared, Jiang Ke also went silent. When Xinu had hoped she might find some clue and ask this question. But he shook his head and lowered his eyes, whispering, I can't find her. I only arrived 3 months ago. Hearing this, when Xinu's mind, which had been slightly heated, quickly cooled down. She bit her lip and let go of him. She was impulsive. Jiang Ke appearing here meant he was at most level 5. How could he possibly have met when Xinai, who disappeared 11 months ago? But before she could feel disappointed, Jiang Ke immediately reassured her. However, I met Chingguo, he said.
Chengye.
She looked up instantly. Jiang Ke nodded and smiled faintly. When I first arrived in this world, he told me that based on some algorithm, I had a high chance of meeting Sister Xinu. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect. Hearing this, when Xinu's expression softened, and she couldn't help but smile. As expected of him, their whole family was talented. Chung Xin was a genius hacker, always talking about algorithms and probabilities since he was young. He could relate everything to algorithms. Most likely, his skills were connected to this. Otherwise, calculating the chance of her meeting Jiang Ke 11 months ago would be too far-fetched. She looked at him and asked, So? What did he tell you to say to me? Since he reached this conclusion, he wouldn't say it just for that. Jiang Ke hesitated for a moment before replying. He said he would stay at level 2 until the 5th time, letting you clear level 1 once. If you still don't meet at level 2, then it's still just one attempt. The higher the level, the fewer people there are. The chance of meeting increases. Don't waste the opportunity to level up. I understand. When Xinu nodded slightly. That was her plan all along, no hesitation, just rushing upward. The higher she went, the more chances she would have. She believed she could still meet other players who, like Xin Xingming, had skills to connect with different worlds. Jiang Ke smiled and continued. Brother Cheng also said that these sisters probably thought of that too. Just in case, he asked me to let you know, when Xinu patted his thin shoulder. Thank you. You've worked hard. Jiang Ke gave a bitter smile. It's nothing. I just want to keep living and find the one I love. Seeing him like this, when Xinu didn't know what to say. Jiang Ke and when Xinai had been classmates since high school. Later, they went to the same university. But shortly after school started, AI disappeared into the game. He kept coming to ask about her many times. Jiang Ke was an orphan. When Xinai, this little sunshine, was his light. If her light went out, his life would wither away. That's why when Xinu hesitated a long time before finally admitting him. He looked much thinner, exhausted. His mouth was curved, but his eyes lacked any sparkle, and his shoulders were slumped. After 3 seconds of thinking, when Xinu decisively gave up on comforting him. She knew her ability to comfort others was limited. She was afraid of making his already fragile heart worse. So she changed the subject. Are you staying on the 37th floor too? Jiang Ke nodded and pointed to a very fancy bar across the street. I moved in after kicking out those people just now. When Xinu finally remembered that Jiang Ke, this crazy kid, seemed to be very strong. Before, when Xinai tamed him, he wandered the streets every day. She even once beat him up herself. After he was subdued, he obediently called her sister, Xinu. In this game, being able to fight was a good thing. It seemed this miserable state was caused by him bullying himself. When Xinu felt a little more at ease, she nodded again and asked, Have you eaten? Jiang Ke looked at her blankly.
No.
Do you need to eat, sister? He then took a bag of sandwich cookies from his pocket and handed it to her. When Xinu, No, I mean if you haven't eaten, do you want to come to my place and eat something? He hesitated and looked at her. Is that really okay? This made Wenxinyu suddenly remember the first time her beloved brought him home for a meal. The child stood nervously at the door, clutching his clothes and not daring to enter. It was exactly the same as now. She gently patted the boy's thin shoulder. What's there to be afraid of? It's not the first time we're eating together. Just find a door. He looked at Wenxinyu in surprise for a long time, and the tense muscles in his back slowly relaxed. At this moment, Jiang Ke felt he had found a little support in this absurd world. The bar on the 37th floor was very large. Jiang Ke led her around the big dance floor, taking 2 or 3 detours behind the scenes before stopping. Is this a bar or a hotel? Wenxinyu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ke said, They say this bar isn't very official. When people dance at night, they need to change places. The owner changed it like this to make the best use of space. Wenxinyu was speechless. They kept walking to the innermost part. Jiang Ke opened a room and told her, The original owner of the bar stored a lot of food here, but I don't have enough space to store it all. Sister Wenxin, you can take some if you need. Wenxinyu used her flashlight to look inside. There were indeed many emergency supplies, canned food, and drinking water. But she already had enough food. She thought Jiang Ke, who looked malnourished, needed to stock up more. She turned back and asked, Don't you have a savings card? Jiang Ke took out a small black card from his pocket. I have one with 10 slots, but it's full. What's stored in it? Gun, bullets, canned food, compressed biscuits, water, pot, matches, first aid kit, tent, knife, he answered honestly. When Xinyu asked, Does each item take up 1 slot? The boy looked at her blankly.
Yes.
What else would it be? Have you ever thought about putting small things into other containers before putting them in? He was stunned, showing a look of shock as if his worldview had been overturned. When Xinyu rubbed her forehead. This kid was still so naive. No wonder her wicked sister had lured him away with just a few words. Realizing her own foolishness, Jiang Ke pressed his lips together, trying to explain, Actually, I only got this card because of my world. I didn't have time to think much. When Xinyu didn't say anything, only giving him a meaningful look. He remembered the funny meme that Wenxin AI used to love, the one with the expression, all right, I get it. Wenxinyu kindly skipped that topic and went inside the room, placing 5 large metal cans on the floor. Take these. These resource points are hard to find once you see them. Okay. Thank you, Sister Xinyu.
Jiang Ke looked complicated.
He wanted to help his sister, but in the end, she ended up helping him instead. Wenxinyu nodded, pack up and go straight to the other side. She patted his shoulder and then left the storage room. Note: the female lead joined the army through unusual means, which will be explained later, so don't ask how her family background passed the political review. Jiang Ke was too thin, looking like he hadn't eaten a good meal in a long time. Because of his sister, Wenxinyu had started to see him as a half-brother. If something happened to this kid, That little troublemaker might cause more chaos. Anyway, first, let's give the kid a good meal. Wing-Sinyu fried 6 eggs in lard, then used tomatoes as the base to cook 5 packs of instant noodles, adding vegetables and beef, without hesitation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wing-Sinyu quickly opened it for him. Her safe house was very small. Jiang Kei could see everything at a glance from the door. It was so tiny that she could stand at the stove by the door and open it without moving her feet. A big pot of vegetables and meat made Jiang Kei's eyes widen, not to mention the large bowl of soaked instant noodles beside it. Is this the lunch Sister Shinyo invited him to eat? This was during a special period in the game. Even if Wing-Sinyu was generous to him, he couldn't accept this. Sister, I still. Too many excuses. Aren't you cold? Wing-Sinyu didn't give him time to hesitate. She reached out and pulled him inside, closing the door with a bang. Hyun-ke. He didn't dare to say much and stood nervously behind her. Wing-Sinyu casually pointed to the chair at the work table. Sit first. It'll be a while. The boy obediently moved to sit down, staring at his knees, not daring to look around. Noticing his nervousness, Wing-Sinyu asked casually, "What is your profession?" I didn't expect the person being asked to become even more confused and embarrassed, as if they found it hard to speak. When Shinyo quickly said, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. No need to force yourself, it's just a topic." "No. I'm an assassin," he whispered, carefully watching Shinyo's expression, afraid of seeing any disgust on her face. He didn't understand why he had this profession. Most players' jobs are somewhat related to real life. He was just a college student. Why would he have such a role? Shinyo's sister was in the military, so she would probably dislike this kind of identity and might even suspect his real situation. If she told Shinyo. In a split second, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he regretted saying it. When Shinyo only paused briefly before calmly nodding. That's okay. This profession can keep you safe. Jiang Kei almost thought he heard wrong. Aren't you surprised? Why am I this kind of profession? He asked. When Shinyo smiled. After all, he was still a child. She hadn't expected her sister to keep this a secret from him. She thought he knew about their family situation. It seemed she would have to be the one to reveal this secret. She said, "It's a bit surprising, but it makes sense. Didn't you learn a few moves from XINCI? Those moves are assassination techniques, probably for this reason." Jiang Kei's face changed and his worldview shattered. That's not. Isn't that just self-defense skills? And why would gentle, cheerful XINCI be involved in assassination techniques? How could a dessert shop owner know such things? When Shinyo chuckled softly, turned off the stove, and took out a small table and 2 straw cushions from her space, placing them on the ground. Who teaches you how to strangle someone with your neck? XINCI used to be a famous assassin. I thought Shinyo told you. She calmly dropped a huge bomb on him, then carried the soup pot and noodles to the table, placing 2 bowls and chopsticks. Come and eat. Jiang Kei sat down blankly, still trying to process this overload of information. When Shinyo quickly ate a fragrant poached egg, then looked at him. How? I can't accept it? I remember telling you no one in the Win family is normal. Jiang Kei listened with a bitter smile. Who would have thought it meant something so strange? The 5 siblings each have very odd personalities. Jiang Kei once felt lucky that only the Win family might accept his strange temper. After a moment, he hesitated and asked, "Is Brother Shinming just an ordinary boss?" "Yes, a boss." "Well, not exactly a clean businessman involved in shady deals," when Shinyo said calmly as she slurped her noodles. "Brother Xian Chung is a programmer, right?" "Yes, part-time dark web administrator," when Shinyo picked out a piece of beef. "Sister, you're a soldier. I used to be a platoon leader in the artillery unit, originally part of a special forces team," when Shinyo said, placing a jar of pickles on the table. XINAI, a heartless doctor who does surgeries for those in the organization who can't go to the hospital, when Shinyo continued, adding a second bowl of noodles. It seemed like there wasn't enough food, so she thought about cooking a little more later. After 5 minutes, seeing him still staring blankly, when Shinyo tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. "Hurry up and eat, the noodles will get cold soon." Oh. The boy blankly picked up his bowl, mechanically shoving food into his mouth and chewing. Because he was so shocked, even this warm, delicious meal felt tasteless. When Shinyo found his reaction quite interesting, she squinted and added, "You can't tell, can you? I'm actually the purest one in our family." Jiang Kei looked complicated. Indeed. A bit surprising. It seemed the most harmless-looking person was the assassin, and the most cold and ruthless was the Special Forces soldier. This world is really interesting. No, wait. Looking at it now, he's actually the purest and most innocent one. Realizing this, Jiang Kei found himself strangely comforted. So, he wasn't unworthy of Xinai. Xinai wouldn't dislike him just because of this, right? It was as if when Shinyo saw through his thoughts and gave a confident smile. Young children's minds are easy to read, especially when Jiang Kei's thoughts kept circling around Xinai. When Shinyo could tell what he was worried about just by thinking about it. In the end, it all boiled down to a fear of being abandoned. "Okay, I understand," he said. He smiled, and the emptiness in his eyes finally lit up. As long as people have hope, they can keep going. The deeper the desire, the stronger their resilience. "I believe this child will survive until the end," Wang Xinyu thought. Watching him finally realize how delicious this meal is and start quickly scooping food into his mouth, Wang Xinyu smiled and moved some beef from the pot toward him. Then, Wang Xinyu asked Jiang Kei about his progress in the game. He is now at level 4 and has experienced worlds like deserts, extreme cold, and mining areas. Wang Xinyu focused on understanding the rules of the mining area, then shared information about the desolate city and the ranch. The mining area has many rare metals and gems, but the third stage is very dangerous. "Be sure to strengthen the safe house," he said seriously. Jiang Kei nodded seriously. "Okay, I will increase the safe house's defense to over 3,000. Jiang Kei. Wang Xinyu has a small bad habit. Sometimes she can't help teasing her younger siblings. But her real siblings are used to her tricks, so even if they're surprised, they rarely react the way Wang Xinyu hopes, which takes away some of her fun. Now, Jiang Kei fills that gap. Moreover, Jiang Kei's reactions are even more interesting than his siblings, which Wang Xinyu finds very amusing. "My profession is a farmer. Growing vegetables can increase my defense by 1 point for every 2 pounds eaten." Jiang Kei watched his sister finish speaking, waiting for her to say, "See? Isn't that impressive?" It felt more impactful than the skill itself. This game is quite addictive. Even Wang Xinyu has finally gone a little crazy. Jiang Kei cursed the game in his mind twice, but on his face, he pretended to be surprised and impressed. Is there really such a cheat skill? Wang Xinyu was satisfied and casually took out a big pumpkin, placing it nearby. Of course. What do you think? Want some? Yes, I want some. Jiang Kei nodded eagerly. This terrible game is quite absurd. Sometimes it shows city maps, but the chances of getting vegetables are very low. Only when both conditions, having money and space, are met can some vegetables be obtained. Most players can only meet one condition, usually the former, since space is clearly more important than money. After all, vegetables are good when available, but they can't be stored for long. Most players choose to fill their limited space with instant noodles, canned food, water, and other long-lasting supplies. In this game, fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat are luxury items. Only in the first stage of the city map can players enjoy them a little. However, city maps are not easy to find, and the chances depend on luck. For example, Jiang Kei only reached the city in the 4th dimension. Before that, he was in deserts, high-latitude areas, or underground mines. Just surviving is already a big challenge, so thinking about fresh vegetables and fruits is out of the question. Even this dimension isn't ideal. It's an island city with few types of vegetables, and they are expensive. Smart players spend most of their resources on storing water and weapons for protection. They might also stock up on cheap local coconuts. Only when they have enough surplus do they buy some vegetables. Thinking of this, Jiang Kei suddenly remembered something. He looked uncertainly at Wen Shinyo and asked, "Is the player selling winter melons at the market, Sister Shinyo?" When Shinyo nodded and asked back, Why didn't you come? Since he knew about it, there was no reason not to go. Jiang Ke covered his face and let out a long sigh. For the past 2 weeks, I've been working as a bodyguard for local officials on the other side of the island. The pay was guns and plenty of water, but I couldn't leave their estate during my service, when Shinyo sympathetically patted his shoulder. That's not a bad deal. Thinking for a moment, she added, What do you want to eat? I can grow it for you. This statement in the game sounded much more impressive than just swiping my card. At that moment, Jiang Ke felt like he was back 3 years ago, before this game even appeared. Every time XINAI dragged him to the Wen family, no matter if the brother or sister was home, they would ask him, What do you want to eat? Or, What do you need? The Wen family never wasted words. They always showed their feelings through actions. Warm memories from the past suppressed the darkness and sadness in his heart. Jiang Ke gently smiled and slightly pulled at the corner of his mouth.
I
Want apples and tomatoes. I also want a few other vegetables. Jiang Ke knew that telling Wen family's older siblings it's okay or no was the worst response, as they needed clear answers, not vague refusals. But before Wen Shinyo could speak, he quickly added, I will pay the reward. No, I will pay the reward. Because this is a transaction. Even close brothers keep track of accounts, let alone people who are not related by blood. He took advantage of the situation to gain Wen Shinyo's favor, but that didn't mean he could be arrogant. Wen Shinyo smiled slightly and patted his head. Yes, this is a transaction, she said. How many exchange points do you have? Jiang Ke thought for a moment. About 3,000. Wen Shinyo nodded and opened her shop. At a ratio of 30-1, how many exchange points can you give? Jiang Ke immediately said, All of them. I was planning to use them all for defense points. Jiang Ke knew Wen Shinyo was taking care of him. With this ratio, he was exchanging at less than a third of the normal price and getting a lot of fruits and vegetables for free. Defense points are very important for life and death. Even Jiang Ke knew that refusing at this moment would be pointless. His sister was protecting him, and he needed to be sensible. The child was growing up, and Wen Shinyo was very pleased. She flipped through her shop and said, A set of $1,000 bulletproof vest and helmet, 2 alloy axes for 200, 5 bone-cutting knives for 100, 10 fire starters worth 10 points each, and 4 outdoor survival packs for 250. He listed one item, and Jiang Ke obediently clicked to buy each one. Soon, Wen Shinyo's small house was filled with goods. She then transferred most of the items into her space, leaving only 1 survival pack and 2 fire starters. Keep these, she ordered. The items in the shop were expensive for a reason. A first aid kit contained enough water and medicine to last 5 days, along with a simple tent, thermal clothing, raincoat, matches, and a durable long-handled fruit knife. This was also a bug in the shop. No water was included, but those who could afford a first aid kit usually weren't short on water. It was just a backup plan for high-level players. Jiang Ke hesitated, fiddling with his fingers, and after a while, he finally took the items. Wen Shinyo nodded with satisfaction and said, Take out an empty tin can. Jiang Ke did as told. He still had 1 empty can left. Then Wen Shinyo started filling the container with a loud clattering. Tomatoes, lettuce, cabbage, green vegetables, winter melon, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, corn, apples, watermelons, oranges. She kept filling until the jar was full and couldn't hold any more, then stopped. Even as a college student who doesn't pay much attention to weight, he could tell that this big bucket definitely weighed more than 300 pounds. He opened his mouth to say something but finally silently swallowed his words. Maybe it was his imagination, but he felt that Sister Wen Shinyo was happily filling the vegetables, and he thought that talking might affect her mood. Wen Shinyo was indeed quite happy. Opportunities to feed children so openly didn't come often. From another perspective, she was also gaining a new customer. Put it away now. Don't waste it. Wasting 1 kilogram deducts 2 points. Jiang Ke nodded repeatedly. Wen Shinyo happily patted his head again. Speaking of which, this kid seemed to have grown quite a bit. It was harder to reach and touch his head now. That dear girl used to complain that Jiang Ke wouldn't grow taller than 180 centimeters, but now she could rest assured. After dinner, Wang Xinyu told Jiang Ke to go back to his room and rest. She then sent a message to Shen Xingming to ask Zhou Muyu if he could bring someone else back. Since they found him here, Wang Xinyu naturally couldn't just leave him alone. If they couldn't accept it, she would go upstairs with Jiang Ke to see what was going on. But soon, she received a reply saying it was no problem and asking when she would be back. She let out a sigh of relief. Having an elevator was definitely better than climbing stairs, and being with more people was better than coming alone. She had already asked Jiang Ke for his opinion, but it was just a formality. Since they met, the child would definitely go with the adult. She was a bit tired today after walking in the rain for 6 or 7 hours. Even with her defense points, Wang Xinyu quickly took a shower and changed into new clothes. She had to admit, the hot water was really wonderful. On such a cold day, she would have to boil water first if she wanted a bath. After showering, Wang Xinyu took a nap to restore her energy. When she woke up, it was dinner time. She finished planting all the flower petals today and sent a message to Shen Xingming asking if they wanted to come and eat together. This weather was perfect for hot pot. A few hungry people could eat dozens of pounds of vegetables, and right now, Wang Xinyu really needed someone to help her consume them. Now, as the game enters its third stage, resources are scarce, and survival is difficult. It's not possible to openly share everything like before the disaster. Internal management is the safest way. When Xinyo considered waiting until she reached the 88th floor to share information with Lin Xingchen and the others, the locals. Before that, she wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ke's voice came through. "Sister Xinyo, I'm here." When Xinyo opened the door and let him in, she pointed to a large dish of food on the small round table. "Cut it up and take it to your room." Her room was too small. It was fine for 2 people, but 4 people plus a lot of food couldn't fit. Jiang Ke's safe house had been expanded to 16 square meters, and when Xinyo used it as a dining room, the children were very obedient. They did whatever she asked. After cutting the food, Jiang Ke was sent to the door to guide the siblings. "Wow, this smells so good." Shen Xingming always announced her presence before she appeared. When Xinyo heard her exclaim even before her footsteps turned the corner, "We're here, Xiao Yu." Following the strongest smell, Shen Xingming could find Wen Xinyo's location without Jiang Ke leading her. When Xinyo nodded and pointed to a new basket of cut vegetables nearby. "Take it to the opposite side." They had thought they'd only be able to eat compressed biscuits and canned food these days, but it turned out the boss still knew how to enjoy life. While enjoying herself, she didn't forget to bring them along. Long live the boss, she happily thought, bouncing around helping Wen Xinyo, then was fed a piece of beef by the cheerful boss. Shen Xingming suddenly regretted only hoarding instant noodles and canned food. She had thought hot pot base was useless, and even if she starved, she wouldn't eat it raw. But, wow, it smells so good. Shen Xingyuan silently watched her sister's useless behavior and sent 300k 80 bullets to Wen Xinyo's mailbox. That was their meal allowance for today. The vegetables were prepared, and Wen Xinyo sliced a few plates of beef. Although vegetables were important, they couldn't only eat greens. She provided vegetables and meat, and anyone wanting instant noodles had to pay out of pocket. Jiang Ke turned on the heater, and the 4 of them sat around Wen Xinyo's small round table. The tiny table could only hold a hot pot, with meat and vegetables piled beside them. All of them had long legs and had to sit cross-legged. The posture was a bit uncomfortable, but the warm atmosphere and delicious hot pot made up for the small discomforts. "By the way, is Xiao Jiang Xiaoyu's cousin?" Shen Xingming asked while showing off the dishes. When Xinyo didn't even lift her eyelids. "My sister's husband." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ke almost choked on his food, his pale and handsome face turning bright red. Shen Xingyuan silently handed him a bottle of water. Shen Xingming squinted with a meaningful look and hummed softly, then glanced at her unmotivated younger brother. "Why didn't you find me a sister-in-law?" Innocently caught off guard, Shen Xingyuan rarely fought back. "Do I already have a brother-in-law?" Shun Mu Danhua Xingming. "Forget it, let's change the subject. How old is Xiao Zheng this year?" Cough. 10-19, when Xinyo glanced over. "Isn't he 18? I remember he's 2 months younger than XINAI. Jiang K. QAQ, 19 sounds a bit more mature. Shen Xingming's eyes drifted off. Some people get a partner right after turning legal age, while others are almost 26 and still haven't kissed a boy. When Shinyo ruthlessly added, he was already with my sister when he was in high school, Jiang K wished he could bury his face in his bowl. Ugh, don't say it. Shen Xingming was about to cry. What kind of situation is this? She shouldn't have spoken up. From today, she would become a woman who doesn't like to talk. She kept eating and eating and eating. Shen Xingyuan silently patted his sister's shoulder. Sis, don't mind. The older sister firmly pushed his hand away. Having been in a relationship is something to be proud of. Shen Xingyuan smiled slightly. Her fists clenched tighter. Forget it. Let's skip this sad topic. Boss Zhou's husband, Zhao Qian, is back. He's the guy who made us pay tolls on the 25th floor. When Shinyo nodded. I guessed that. You could guess that too? Cough. Anyway, he said we can go upstairs the day after tomorrow at the latest. He's one of the 2 forces in the building, so we'll definitely get up there. Shen Xingming said. 2 forces? When Shinyo looked at her. Yes, he said. He manages local residents and some tourists. The other group is the tour group leader and the disaster victims who came in recent days. So, it's the native residents and the players' factions, Shen Xingyuan added. Wang Xinyu touched her chin and asked, are players in this world so civilized? Based on the troublemakers she had encountered, it seemed unlikely they would miss a chance to take advantage of a situation. Those disaster victims were real exchange points. Shen Xingming smiled and explained, because the stairs above level 66 are completely blocked after retreating to the upper floors. To reach the top floor, you can only use the internal magnetic levitation elevator, which only Zhao Qian and 2 other locals have permission to open. The leader of the players reached a friendly agreement with the locals. Once all the locals had moved, they would grant access below level 85. At this moment, Jiang K frowned and said, did Zhang Jing really agree to this? That kind of petty person. Wang Xinyu looked at him and asked, Zhang Jing? Jiang K explained, he's the organizer of the players. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably him. During the first disaster 11 days ago, he had already started forming factions inside the building. His original partner was a strong fire-type skill user. After he got into a fight with a big shot, Zhang Jing came to me, asking for help to control the players. I refused, and he kept scheming against me. I couldn't hold back and fought him before coming to this level. Shen Xingming's mouth twitched. Fire-type skills wouldn't be. Jiang K thought for a moment and said, I think his name was Chun Xiuxiu. His skills are quite powerful. As he finished speaking, he saw the expressions of Shen's siblings and the calm face of Wang Xinyu. A bold and reasonable guess suddenly formed. Could that big shot be Sister Xinu? Wang Xinyu swallowed a tender piece of beef and replied softly, I don't remember the names of people I've fought. Jiang K's mouth twitched. As expected of you. Although she said that, the answer was already very clear. Wang Xinyu quickly changed the subject and asked, what is Zhang Jing's ability? Jiang K shook his head.
He keeps it very secret.
It's probably a skill with obvious weaknesses, but I guess it's related to leadership or mental powers. Otherwise, with his character and abilities, he wouldn't attract so many high-level players to work with him. Wang Xinyu looked down for a moment and asked, do you think they will honestly follow the agreement?
Hyunke chuckled softly.
Players are the most untrustworthy in the game. But since there are many level 1 newcomers, everyone is cautious. Without someone inciting the organization, they usually won't cause trouble on their own. When Xinu nodded slightly and looked at the brother and sister. If you were Zhang Jing, what plans would you have? Shen Xingyuan thought for a moment and said, I might change my mind at the last minute during the native transfer. After all, the area above the 85th floor is definitely safer than below. When Xinu then looked at Shinmeng, she stroked her chin and pondered for a moment. If he's like that fire-starting troublemaker, someone who doesn't care about the natives, it's possible he might launch a surprise attack on the last 3 floors after the natives have finished moving. Right now, the natives are spread out too much. Any move he makes could be countered by the numerically superior natives. But above the 85th floor, it's different. As long as there are players with relevant skills, he could carry out a large-scale attack. Jiang Ke looked serious and nodded. That's not impossible. That guy is a crazy. His people are well armed. Yes, that was when Xinu's first thought just now. Chun Xiu could burn down the entire In's natives without any hesitation, so imagine what he could do to a gathering of natives representing countless exchange points. Those aren't really people, just resources that keep them alive and help them make a lot of money. They're no better than pigs or dogs, maybe even worse. Because this is just a game. No matter what they do, it's all for survival. They're not at fault. But is that really true? Is it really just about survival? Then why did Chun Xiu not spare the players? Why do some people keep tracking and surrounding her? Wanting to stay alive is just a cover for desire. When Xinu gently tapped her chopsticks on the table and said softly, "We can't let this person become the leader of the players. In the third phase, we must eliminate all dangerous factors." If it weren't for Chun Xiu, when Xinu wouldn't care about their faction struggles. But since she has learned from past mistakes, she can't let this ticking time bomb develop secretly. Shun Xingmeng's face changed slightly. "Xiaoyu, do you mean?" When Xinu smiled slightly. "Take him out and replace him with someone obedient." Jiang Ke hesitated for a moment and said, "I know a female player named Zhuang Han. She's smarter than him. If her team wasn't wiped out by Zhang Jing, I think she could do it." When Xinu casually nodded. "Then let her do it." Jiang Ke looked a bit hesitant. But how? After Chun Xiu died, Zhang Jing would be terrified and usually hide in the most secret places, although finding him wouldn't be difficult. The problem lies with the people around him. His team works well together, making it hard to break through. "Find his location and I will handle the rest," she said, glancing at Jiang Ke and Shen Xingyuan. One is an assassin, the other a ninja, both suitable for working in the shadows. Both of you are good at reconnaissance. Xiao Ke, check on Zhuang Han. Xingyuan, find Zhang Jing's hideout. They nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Shen Xingming, who was full of hope. "You stay behind to handle logistics." "Oh," she sighed, shoulders drooping. When Xinyo understood her feelings. Shen Xingming is strong in battle, and players who have survived this long are not easy to deal with. She could use her, but not now. She patted her shoulder. "They might encounter danger on the way, so you need to support them quickly." Shen Xingming smiled. "I understand. I will follow orders." "But, Xiaoyu, where are you going?" When Xinyo replied, "I'll go downstairs to find them directly. I'll handle both tasks. If I can meet Zhang Jing, Xingyuan will come down to help me. If he's too scared to come out, we'll attack from inside and outside." She needed to see those people in person to judge their relationship with Zhang Jing. Team dynamics are very important for the outcome. No one objected. When Xinyo is their leader, and they trust her to make the best decision. "When will we start?" Jiang Ke asked. "Tonight," when Xinyo said. "We must resolve this before we go upstairs the day after tomorrow. Tonight we gather information, then decide our next move." Shen Xingming said, "Then we can go back to Qingba to find Zhao Qian. He probably deals with Zhang Jing the most." When Xinyo nodded. They quickly finished the remaining dishes, ate well, cleaned up, and headed back to Qingba. As they left the corridor, a thunderstorm roared overhead. The rain outside the glass window was so heavy it was impossible to see anything, not even hear clearly. With this amount of rain, at least 2 or 3 floors could flood in a day. It's only been 21 days, and the rain might get even worse. Halfway there, a cold wind mixed with rain suddenly surrounded them. The moisture from all directions made umbrellas useless. In just a short walk, they all got soaked. Their noise attracted the people inside, and several men with tools came out of the passage. "Brother Zhao, it's us." Shen Xingming quickly waved her hand. Zhao Qian saw them and signaled his men to lower their weapons. He immediately recognized Wen Xinyo. Her presence left a strong impression on him. He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, Zhao Qian." Wen Xinyo, she gently shook his hand and then quickly let go. Zhao Qian didn't mind and smiled, saying, "My wife told me about you. Thank you very much for your help earlier. With me here, I will make sure everyone reaches the top floor." When Xinyo smiled slightly. "It's just a small favor. No need for formalities, Mr. Zhao." Let's discuss what to do next. Zhao Qian understood that someone like Wen Xinyo wouldn't speak without purpose. He immediately stepped aside to clear a path. Please, Miss Wen. So, you want to get rid of Zhang Jing? Zhao Qian took a puff of his cigarette, frowning slightly. To ensure safety, this is a necessary step, Wen Xinyo said. I understand. What I mean is, Zhang Jing isn't easy to deal with. If it were that simple, I would have acted already, he said softly, tapping ash from his cigarette. Wen Xinyo smiled slightly. That's why we need your help, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qian looked at her for a moment, then chuckled quietly. All right, what do I need to do? Removing Zhang Jing would benefit him greatly, even helping all the remaining Wei country people inside Mingzhu. He could see Zhang Jing's ambition, but right now, he could only oppose him and not break the balance to gain an advantage. He even realized that Zhang Jing was stronger than them. Zhang Jing was just waiting for the right moment, a chance to wipe them all out. Zhao Qian didn't know why Zhang Jing was doing this, but he knew that if he let him continue, the consequences would be more than he could bear. As long as there was a way to stop him, Zhao Qian was willing to try. Right now, Wen Xinyo was the fire extinguisher in this situation. Do you know the personnel around Zhang Jing? Wen Xinyo asked. Probably. There are 4 men and 1 woman stationed there. There was also another person, but he left a few days ago and hasn't come back. He might be dead, Zhao Qian replied. It was undoubtedly Chen Xiuxiu. Zhang Jing's people are all good fighters, but the real problem is that they have guns, he said seriously. In fact, it seems that everyone in his group has one. I don't know where they got them. Our country bans guns, and customs wouldn't let them in. That means his abilities might be far beyond what we've seen. Wen Xinyo frowned slightly. About how many armed people have you seen? At least 20 or 30, he replied. Those with guns were probably experienced players, and skilled ones at that. Was Zhang Jing really that capable? Wen Xinyo began to take the matter more seriously. Can you arrange a meeting with him now? She asked Zhao Qian. He shook his head. Ever since his group grew larger, he stopped meeting me in person. Now he sends someone named Peng Jiaxiang to handle things. How many floors are they occupying? The 28th floor. It used to be a shooting range, so he probably feels safer there. Wen Xinyo's lips twitched slightly. All this for a level 1 mission? Still, some people were just overly cautious. It was understandable. The information was enough. She hadn't expected to get much more from Zhao Qian anyway. The existence of players itself was already an anomaly. This was a struggle for survival among players. As long as the locals didn't interfere, that was already a great help. No, actually, this concerned everyone's lives. Wen Xinyo didn't hesitate to think of Zhang Jing in the worst possible way. If he was truly a madman and a schemer, as Jiang Ke had said, then he wouldn't treat anyone as an ally. He would do anything to step on others to climb higher. In short, eliminating him was the safest option. After thinking for a while, Wen Xinyo said, I'll take action first. If needed, I hope you can provide some manpower, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qian shook her hand. I can send at least 15 strong men, and I'll have people keep an eye on the 28th floor. Wen Xinyo nodded. I need a map of the mall's layout. A floor plan will do.
Can you get one?
Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then looked back at a young man behind him. Is Hao in here? Zhou Yong replied. Yes, I'll go get him, and turned to leave the room. Zhao Qian then turned back to her and said, Su Haowen, the chief engineer of this building, knows the structure inside out. He is a smart person. Besides, his connections from running a bar are not exactly clean. He has seen a lot, and he can probably guess what Wang Xinyu really needs. Wang Xinyu likes reliable teammates like this. Some tasks are very difficult to do alone. Having a good teammate makes everything easier. About 20 minutes later, Zhou Yong returned with a thin, middle-aged man. Wang Xinyu nodded to him. Su Haowen sat nervously next to Zhao Qian, opposite her. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Su Haowen said, surprised and flustered. On the way here, Zhou Yong told him a big shot wanted to see him, and he was a bit worried. He didn't expect the big shot to be such a young, beautiful girl. Su Haowen felt very nervous. Although he was the chief engineer of this building, as a businessman, he didn't have much power. He wasn't on the list to leave early. He had the privilege to stay in the upper floors, but the lower hotel floors didn't have much water or food, so he had to move down eventually. Luckily, Zhao Qian was an old acquaintance and looked after his family a little. Otherwise, with his weak body, he wouldn't be able to get enough food from the hungry, wolf-like survivors to feed his family. So, even though he was scared now, since Zhao Qian asked for his help, he would definitely do his best. Wang Xinyu spoke directly. I want to kill Zhang Jing. Give me the pipe layout for floors 27 to 30 and the shop floor plans. As soon as she finished, not only Zhao Qian but even her teammates looked at her in shock. Hey, is it okay to tell an ordinary person this? What if they get scared? Sure enough, Su Haowen froze when he heard this, but he didn't show fear. Instead, he unconsciously rubbed his hands. In fact, during these 10 days of disaster, death had become common for survivors. As long as they didn't have to kill themselves, it was just death. What's the difference? Can you really kill Zhang Jing? He looked like he was a little hopeful. Wang Xinyu answered without hesitation, I will make sure he dies thoroughly. Good. Don't worry, no one knows this building better than I do. Su Haowen eagerly rubbed his hands and took the pen and paper handed to him by Zhou Yong, then began to draw quickly. Shen Xingming couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, how much does that Zhang guy annoy everyone? Zhao Qian chuckled softly with a cold tone. He likes to let his subordinates do whatever they want in the building. Haowen's mother was tripped and fell, breaking her leg when she was going downstairs. Shen Xingming was angry. That's so mean. Bullying the elderly is really unforgivable. Su Haowen paused his drawing and smiled bitterly. In disasters, ordinary people's lives are the least valuable. Rescue efforts are far away, and some people take the chance to cause trouble. It's just bad luck for us. No one responded, and everyone fell silent. What he said was true. This is the reality. But is reality always right? Do the weak deserve to be exploited? In the face of disaster, it's hard to judge. But if you believe in the law of the jungle, you should always be prepared to go from predator to prey. When Xinyu stared at the gradually improving plan drawn by Su Haowen, it was a plan to serve Zhang Jing's meat on a plate. When Xinyu decided to act tonight. A few minutes earlier, Zhao Qian's subordinate reported that the water level had risen to the 23rd floor. All the victims were running upward, and Zhang Jing's people were already preparing to leave. When will they leave? She asked. The subordinate said, It looks like at the latest tomorrow morning. That means there's no time to carry out many plans. When Xinyu took the plans Su Haowen had drawn and immediately started assigning tasks. Xiao Ke and Xingming, go find Zhuang Han. If she's still alive, bring her back. When Xinyu didn't plan to lead this group herself. She was aiming for the 88th floor, and unless the water directly reached above the 85th floor, she saw no reason to give up better conditions. So, Zhuang Han should stay alive. Okay. The two didn't delay and immediately grabbed their gear and left. Send a few people to follow them. Zhao Qian ordered back. Later, we will go down the main air duct to the 28th floor restroom branch. It leads directly above the gun shooting gallery. Be careful not to be detected. Once you find Zhang Jing's location, kill him if possible. If not, find a way to force him out. Throwing a bomb is also an option. She pointed to the location of the gun shooting gallery on the map and told Shen Xingyuan. In buildings like shopping malls, businesses are not allowed to modify the pipe structures on their own. So, as long as you have the building's layout, you don't need to worry about getting lost. The key to success is simply not being noticed. Alright, don't worry. I have experience, Shen Xingyuan said. When Xinyu nodded. The shooting range has only one entrance, facing the only safe passage in this building. I will hide in the vent above the safe passage. As soon as he appears, he's done for. Her tone was calm and unwavering. Such confident words from her made people believe her easily. No one doubted whether she could do it. Just hearing her plan, everyone seemed to already see Zhang Jing's body. Shen Xingyuan pursed his lips. He realized his role this time was very important. If he was exposed or failed to force Zhang Jing out, it would all be pointless. He rarely felt nervous. Although this wasn't a life-or-death mission, It was the first time since entering the game that he felt a heavy sense of responsibility. When Shinyo noticed his mood, as a team leader, she naturally patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry. Send me a message anytime if there's a problem. This is just the safest plan A. If necessary, I can go in directly with plan B and take him out. Shen Xingyu and I don't feel very reassured." He whispered, "If we're doing this, I will do my best. I will complete the mission." When Shinyo nodded with relief, the young man was determined. He had the potential to be a soldier. "All right, get ready and let's go. Try to make a big scene to buy time for Jiang Ke and the others. If Zhuang Han is still alive, Zhang Jing will definitely have people watching her. Let's try to lure all of them away." "Okay, I'll do my best." They didn't have much to prepare. The ninjas' weapons were hidden on their bodies, and when Shinyo had already assembled her prized K-80, stored in her space for easy access. To avoid making noise in the pipes, they bought a large bundle of muffling cotton and wrapped it around their limbs and heads. After all, they weren't insects. Crawling in tight spaces was bound to cause some accidental noise. Zhao Qian led his team to the 37th floor restroom, ready to support them at any time. "I'll have someone watch the upper and lower floors. If needed, just a whistle." When Shinyo nodded in response, and she and Shen Xingyuan skillfully crawled onto the ceiling, one after the other. You have to admit, these pipes in the building that haven't been cleaned in hundreds of years are really disgusting. Cockroaches are so fat they look like they might burst. Even Shen Xingyuan, who was leading with a miner's lamp, couldn't help but swear. When Shinyo stayed calm and carefully squished each big bug crawling on the mirror surface. If it weren't so gross-looking, this process would actually be pretty relaxing. After that, sounds like pop and snap kept echoing in the narrow pipes. Shen Xingyuan, at the front, was almost overwhelmed. Why is this sister still playing with cockroaches? Shen Xingyuan got goosebumps all over and started crawling faster in the pipe, as if boosted by a speed buff. When Shinyo looked confused, but had to give up her relaxing game to keep up with him. After about 5 minutes of crawling, they reached the vertical shaft of the main pipe. Shen Xingyuan took out the charcoal when Shinyo had given him earlier. He marked each floor with a number on the pipe to avoid getting lost. Going down was much faster than crawling through the pipes. In less than a minute, they successfully slipped into a branch pipe on the 28th floor. From here, when Shinyo took the lead. Before entering the branch pipe, they had to make a big turn. When Shinyo sensed something was wrong, she signaled for everyone to stop. Shen Xingyuan looked ahead with confusion, then saw her suddenly reach into her pocket and pull out a big live rat. Yes, a live one. When Shinyo held the rat's mouth and tied a small infrared camera she was given onto its head. Then she wrapped a thin vine around its leg, carefully released it, and started watching on a monitor. The whole process was smooth and natural, making Shen Xingyuan doubt everything he knew. How is this sister more like a ninja than him? She was a professional at this before she even started the game. If she has this skill, why does she need him? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just take out Zhang Jing in one shot? Of course, when Shinyo knew he would think that, but since she wanted to definitely take down Zhang Jing's head, she couldn't give him any chance to escape. She had to leave a way out both inside and outside to ensure his death, unless he had some space-type ability that could teleport him anywhere with others. But when Shinyo thought that was very unlikely, someone with such powers, unless it was his wife, wouldn't be following him around. Even if it really exists, just change your strategy. Trying different methods is always the way to find a solution. Anyway, he is definitely going to die. The camera feed quickly transmitted back, and sure enough, there was a red infrared machine gun standing steadily around the corner. When Shinyo smiled, this person is very cautious. No wonder he has survived so long and become the boss. But I will accept this gun. This is a model when Shinyo is familiar with. It doesn't kill just any living thing it sees. It only attacks creatures of a certain size. Mice are outside its attack range to save energy. When Shinyo observed the screen, then let the mouse go. After retrieving the camera, she drained the mouse's energy. She thought, having seen many mutated mice in deserted cities, Even normal mice now look quite cute, and she feels a bit reluctant to harm them. This also reminds her that if she can't kill to get energy later, catching mice with the crowd could be a good alternative. The pipe was very dark, and since it was too far away, Shinyo could only rely on memory and feeling to control the vines and find the switch for the sensor gun. After a while, she heard a crisp snap echoing in the pipe, and she knew she had succeeded. To be safe, she carefully used vines to remove the gun from the bracket. She wrapped the barrel with vines, then took it down. After confirming it was secure, she covered the barrel with a cap. Since it was inconvenient to move here, she reminded Xinxing Yuan to check the private message. Player Shinyo LV2, your path has 2 big turns ahead, and you might encounter traps like this again. Remember the switch location. You need to force it twice to truly turn it off. Shinyo handed the gun to him, so he could feel it himself. Then she bought 5 smoke bombs with 50 points from the shop, and sent them along with miniature cameras through the trading panel. Player Shinyo LV2, the sensor range of this gun is about 5 to 7 meters. After confirming the position, throw a smoke bomb. It will disable the sensor for about 10 seconds. With your speed, you should be able to handle it easily. Player Shinyo LV2, if you encounter other problems you can't solve, private message me first. Don't rush in blindly. Safety first. For some reason, Xinxing Yuan suddenly felt the word motherly from Shinyo, which was completely out of place with her usual demeanor. The player, Xinxing Yuan, at level 4, said, "Okay, I will be careful." After giving the necessary instructions, the two parted ways. Shinyo took the left path, while Xinxing Yuan took the right. Compared to Xinxing Yuan's side, Shinyo's route was smooth and clear. Zhang Jing, no matter how afraid of death he was or how much money he had, wouldn't fill the entire corridor with laser guns. These things are expensive in the mall, costing 800 points each, and placing a few around himself was enough. As expected, Shinyo easily reached the safe passage above the 28th floor. She could clearly see the situation on the other side through the exhaust fan. She took out her pre-assembled K-80 and carefully adjusted the blades to avoid blocking the shot. Then she crouched down and looked through the scope to observe the opposite side. But unlike her expectation of a large group, there were very few people downstairs. Only 3 men, each carrying an AK, stood at the entrance of the shooting range, guarding the door. The entire 28th floor was empty, with only some faint light inside the shooting range. Shinyo checked the time, 21:35. She had agreed with Xinxing Yuan to wait for an hour. If she didn't receive news of his success or see any movement by 22:30, she would activate Plan B. There was no news from Jiang Ke and Shen Xingming either. The building was crowded and chaotic, making it hard to find a target. So, all she could do now was wait patiently. Lying on a high point for hours waiting for a target was common. Shinyo was very patient, as long as the prey took the bait. Time passed second by second. With only a few minutes left until the scheduled time, and still no movement from the other side, Shinyo was ready to rush in and rescue. Just as she aimed at one of the guards, preparing to shoot, a loud explosion came from inside the shooting range. The booming sound of the blast, men's curses, women's screams, and then a rush of footsteps followed. A few guards had just rushed inside, but were quickly pushed back out. Several dusty, disheveled men hurriedly led a thin man out of the shooting range. At a glance, Shinyo recognized Zhang Jing through the scope. He looked even weaker and more unkempt than the photos Zhao Qian had shown her, covered in dust, with his face too blurry to see clearly. Among that group, he was the only one who was extremely thin and lacked any muscle, an easy target. Xianyu knew she couldn't afford to hesitate. Without hesitation, she aimed at Zhang Jing's temple and fired before anyone around him could realize where the red was coming from. You have killed player Zhang Jing LV5, earning 8,973 exchange points. The man supporting Zhang Jing's body suddenly sank like a soft, deflated dough. Ambush. Open the ventilation. One of the men holding Zhang Jing's corpse, with a furious expression, shouted in the direction of Xianyu. But he soon realized that not many of his followers listened. The once fierce subordinates collapsed at the moment Zhang Jing fell silent, all kneeling on the ground, covering their heads and crying out in despair. The person giving orders was Peng Jiaqiang. When Xinu recognized him, she didn't bother with the fallen men on the ground. Her red aiming point quickly shifted onto him. Peng Jiaqiang's face turned pale instantly. Ignoring his fallen comrades, he threw Zhang Jing's body over his shoulder as a shield and turned to run. When Xinu sneered, it's hard to say whether to praise his cleverness or condemn his treachery. But if he thought that would let him escape from a sharpshooter, he was wrong. Her target would never leave her range alive. Plus, carrying a person on his back not only slowed his escape, but also blocked his view, making it impossible to fight back. In this open-floor building, that was like sending himself straight into the crosshairs. She aimed at his arm holding the body and shot directly at his elbow joint. The man let out a scream as the person on his back fell heavily to the ground. He lost his cover and his arm was useless, unfortunately, not his dominant hand. Despite still trying to stay low and hide, his height made it impossible not to peek out at times. When Xinu seized this moment and decisively pulled the trigger, the person in her scope, like the previous target, fell silent. The mission was complete. You have killed player Peng Jiaqiang LV5, earning 4,865 exchange points. She curled her lips and glanced at the small clock beside her. 3 minutes for 2 targets, not bad. At this moment, she opened the chat panel again, and a message from Shen Xingyuan popped up. Player Shen Xingyuan LV4. How did it go? Did you succeed? Player Wen Xinyo LV2, Zhang Jing and Peng Jiaqiang are both dead. Where are you now? Player Shen Xingyuan LV4. That's good. I'm still at the shooting range. I got shot in the stomach and can't move right now. Player Wen Xinyo LV2. Okay, don't move around. Keep the wound steady. I'm coming now. Gunshot wounds can't be delayed. Wen Xinyo immediately put away her gear, slapped open the exhaust fan, and jumped down through the ventilation duct. Meanwhile, those who had been groaning on the ground gradually regained their senses, their faces showing pain and confusion. But when they saw Wen Xinyo approaching coldly, they had to quickly pick up their weapons to fight back. Wen Xinyo raised her hand to signal stop and spoke directly. Step forward if you're willing to accept Zhang Jing as the boss. If anyone stepped forward, she would shoot them. However, perhaps because Wen Xinyo's presence was too strong, or maybe no one was truly willing, no one stepped forward. Everyone present was a player, and their faces showed confusion, fear, and some obvious anger. One female player's expression was especially intense. She kicked a nearby trash can hard. That Zhang Jing. This outburst seemed to open the floodgates of everyone's memories, and their faces twisted with different emotions. Then came a string of curses. What have I been doing all these days? Letting myself be a little brother guarding the toilet for him. Where is Zhang Jing? Where did that go? And Peng Jiaqiang. Find those two. Find them. My fists are already itching to fight. There were more than 20 people present, and they started arguing like popcorn popping, making Wen Xinyo's head ache. They blocked the entrance to the shooting range, so she couldn't get in. Wen Xinyo's face turned cold. She took out her Browning and fired 3 shots at the ceiling. Everyone shut up. Everyone was surprised, and all eyes focused on this fully armed person. This person is tall and slender, dressed in tight black clothing that highlights her graceful figure. Although her face is mostly covered, her delicate bones show she is a woman. Anyone who talks nonsense again will go back to clean the toilets for Zhang Jing. She quickly turned her hand and shot again at Zhang Jing's body nearby, hitting him accurately in the back of the head. Everyone present saw this clearly and was stunned. Zhang Jing is dead? Looking a little further, the other person lying on the ground was not Peng Jiaqiang. Who else could it be? Dead? Everyone is dead? The hot-headed players finally calmed down a bit. Yes, if Zhang Jing wasn't dead, how could they be back to normal? So, was this woman the one who killed them? If so, she is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain in this world. Some players swallowed hard and quietly reached for their guns. But a sharp, cold gaze pierced through the helmet directly at him. Her gun barrel instantly aimed through the crowd at his head. I told you no talking. Stay quiet. Her cold voice was serious, with no hint of joking. No one dared to think they might be the one shot in the head. For now, everyone stayed quiet. When Shinyo snorted coldly and looked over everyone's faces. There were even a few familiar faces, people who had bought winter melons at her stall. Who has the highest status near Zhongjing? She asked coldly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes instinctively focused on the female player who had started shouting and kicking trash cans earlier. She was tall, with bright, bold features, tied-up neat ponytail, and two small guns tucked at her waist, with a pair of daggers behind her. Without a doubt, she was an excellent fighter.
Hey, why are you all looking at me?
Do you think I want this? The female player was furious from being stared at. It was as if she had a close relationship with that scoundrel. What a disgusting thought. So gross. When Shinyo had no patience for her venting and walked straight over to her. What do you want? The female player was startled and quickly reached for her gun, stepping back. Keep these people under control. No running around. When I come out and explain everything, if anyone tries to escape, I will kill everyone. When Shinyo finished coldly and then quickly walked into the shooting range. The players looked at her departing figure in surprise, still watching the female player. Senior Sister Xian, what's going on? Do we really have to wait quietly? That woman is so scary. If we don't run, isn't that waiting for death? Yeah. Zhuang Xian angrily grabbed her hair, then turned and sat on a trash can that she had kicked into a big hole. She just remembered your faces. The building is so small. Where do you think you can run to? She can kill Zhang Jing and Peng Jiaxiang in an instant. Killing you guys is just a matter of pulling a trigger. Stay calm and stay put. Everyone silently shut their mouths and quietly sat down around them. Only a few people gathered around Zhuang Xian, looking worried. Senior Sister Xian, what about Sister Han? I'm already contacting my dad. Isn't that enough? Zhuang Xian now looked like a lion in a rage, pressing so the virtual panel that it seemed like she wanted to make sparks fly from the virtual keyboard. They exchanged glances, knowing she was upset, and no one spoke anymore. Each of them opened their panels to contact their teammates. While flipping through messages, Zhuang Xian's peripheral vision caught a male player sneaking close to Zhang Jing's body, clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. She clicked her tongue and aimed her gun at that side. The man screamed in fright and quickly backed away, not daring to move. Stop trying to steal others' prey. Don't you fear losing your life if you get caught? When Shinyo quickly located Shinxing Yuan in a VIP room at the corner of the shooting range using the positioning system. This was the first time when Shinyo saw this handsome, quiet young man in such a state of disarray. He was slumped in the corner, face closed, looking unconscious or dead. When Shinyo thought he had fainted from blood loss and hurriedly took out a first aid kit to rush over. You've arrived. But he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, making when Shinyo realized that his eyelids were swollen unnaturally. Did your eye get hurt? Yeah. I got hit by a heat wave. I can't open it now. She moved his blood-soaked hand aside and carefully tore open his protective suit to reveal the wound. The wound was quite large, still bubbling with blood, and she had to quickly remove the bullet casing. He should have been wearing a bulletproof vest. His defense value wasn't high enough to block bullets. When Shinyo felt a bit annoyed. She shouldn't have given up on that to reduce her load. How much health do you have left now? She took a cooling patch and placed it on his eye, then changed to a new medical kit. She used tweezers and disinfected them with alcohol. Shun Xingyuan shook his head. I don't know. I can't see, but it's probably below 50%, and it's still going down. Okay, don't worry. It will be fine.
No necesite.
Hang in there. I'll remove the shell casing, or your healing skill won't work, when Shinyo calmly comforted him, holding his cold hand tightly. Feeling the warmth at his fingertips, the man's arm tensed slightly without him noticing. He responded softly. When Shinyo didn't notice his unusual reaction, there was no time to waste. She pressed around the wound to estimate the bullet's depth, then quickly used the tweezers. She had done many similar emergency treatments before, so her hands were steady. In less than 2 minutes, she successfully removed the bullet. Fortunately, He was hit directly, not by shrapnel, or the situation would have been more complicated. As soon as the bullet was removed, when Xinyo used vines to pierce into Shen Xingyuan's main artery and activated passionate rebirth. Her skill had been upgraded to level 5, allowing her to restore 50% of his health plus 5 points of temporary defense, which meant he could be saved as long as he was still breathing. Soon, Shen Xingyuan's wound visibly healed, and other scars disappeared. Throughout the process, he didn't cry out or make a sound, only tensing his jaw slightly when the bullet was pulled out. When Xinyo looked at him with admiration, such a person has a strong will. The skill activation was quick, taking only a few seconds. The healing process took less than 3 minutes. Shen Xingyuan tore off the cooling patch, and his eyes were fully restored. "Thank you," he said softly, when Xinyo gently patted his shoulder. "It's okay. You've worked hard. If there's nothing else, let's go find your sister." The man nodded, glanced at his health bar now at 95%, and saw the defense points, 5 points as a one-time boost. His mood was complicated. He silently looked at the woman rummaging through the cabinet. She had taken off her helmet and was calmly and seriously inspecting the contents inside. She was as bright as the full moon. Her image appeared so clearly in his mind for the first time. But quickly, Shen Xingyuan told himself not to think about unnecessary things. She is a good teammate and someone trustworthy, nothing more. He quietly stood up and walked to another corner of the room, which had been turned into ruins. "There are their supplies here," he said, opening a deformed cabinet that had been blown apart, then turned to Xinyo. Xinyo was happy to find some crossbows and medical boxes in the cabinet, but she wasn't very interested in the pile of instant noodles and snacks nearby. "Keep those for yourself. I don't need them." She stored all useful items from the cabinet into her space and waved at him. "Finish packing and come out." Shen Xingyuan nodded without hesitation. He knew she didn't lack these things. Xinyo returned to the corridor on the 28th floor and immediately counted the people. Good. No one had come to cause trouble. As soon as she appeared, she drew everyone's attention again. Fear, amazement, caution, all kinds of emotions arose because of her. But she only looked at the female player sitting on a trash can, surrounded by a few people. Xinyo approached her and extended her hand. Xinyo, Zhuang Xian raised an eyebrow and shook her hand. Zhuang Xian. Both wore gloves, so there was no worry about revealing information. "Is your last name Zhuang too?" Xinyo frowned.
"Zhuang since my."
"Any problem with that?" Xinyo asked directly. "Who is Zhuang Han to you?" This made Zhuang Xian uneasy, and a few nearby players also became alert. "Why do you ask that?" Her reaction suggested they had some connection. She glanced at the message box. There was no news from Xin Xingmeng or Jiang Ke. "My people went to find her. I dealt with Zhang Jing. The players need a new leader," Xinyo said calmly. Zhuang Xian looked at her in surprise. "You want my sister?" "Jiang Ke said your sister is respected and talented," she replied. Zhuang Xian was even more shocked. "You know Jiang Ke. That guy was not easy to deal with." Xinyo remained calm. "My brother-in-law, Zhuang Xian." Wow. By this point, the tense atmosphere had eased quite a bit, but caution was still there. Zhuang Xini still looked at her with suspicion. "Why choose my sister? You killed Zhang Jing. Why not just be the boss yourself? Also, players might not want to be led. Many are lone wolves." Xinyo was indifferent. "I don't want to bother. Zhang Jing was trouble, so he had to be killed. Those who don't listen don't deserve to be in the higher ranks. To stay alive, you have to behave. Don't have bad thoughts about the natives. Only then can most people survive until the end." Zhuang Xini was amused. "How do you guarantee everyone will survive until the end?" Xinyo corrected her. "Most people. No one can guarantee everyone will live. And it's not me who guarantees it, but those who decide if you can go upstairs." Zhuang Xini touched her chin and looked around at the players who were quietly listening. "Did you hear that? Are they listening or not?" A group of people quickly nodded like chicks pecking grains. They had originally been brought in by Zhang Jing, who promised they could go upstairs easily. Now, they knew they would eventually drown if they stayed, so it was better to follow the big boss. Zhuang Xini looked away. About Zhang Jing, when Xinyo interrupted. We can talk about that later. First, go find your sister. I like straightforward people. Zhuang Xini smiled. Okay, let's go. She just messaged me. She's on the 25th floor. When Xinyo nodded and turned to signal Shen Xingyuan to come over. Follow me. When we reach the coordinates, I'll catch up later. Remember to tell your sister. Got it, he nodded. She then looked at the other players and pointed at a seemingly reliable male player. What's her name? What level are you? Suddenly called out by the boss, the man immediately got up from the ground and stood straight. Shui Zhaophone level 4. Good. Add me as a friend. After I get the message from these people, send it to me. Then go to the 37th floor and find Zhao Qian. Say, I just recruited him. Follow his instructions afterward, she directed. After that, she added, my name is Wen Xinyo. Just as she finished speaking, someone on the other side exclaimed, Wen Xinyo? Wen Xinyo looked over and saw a young man who looked quite young. Are you the martial god? Wen Xinyo rubbed her forehead. She was not very pleased with this nickname, but if it could give her a little more intimidation, she was okay with it. So, she helplessly nodded and said, since you know me, you should know my skills. Please help Brother Shui maintain order. The young man excitedly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, big boss, I will listen to you. Then he quickly ran over, nervously rubbing his hands as he looked at Wen Xinyo. Sister Wu Shen, my name is Duan Muyan. I'm level 2. We are from the same world. You're my idol. Can I shake your hand? Wen Xinyo. What kind of thing is this? But under everyone's watchful eyes, facing such sincere admiration, Wen Xinyo had no choice but to shake his hand. No matter how old she was not good at handling this kind of situation. It would be great if her older siblings were here. All right, go back to work. The young fan, now successful, and his idle friend, happily returned to the crowd, then surrounded by others, becoming an information hub. When Xinyo covered her face, ignoring their gazes, and quickly walked to Zhang Jing's body. She dragged him over to Peng Jiaxiang, trying to stay away from the crowd. She didn't want to stay, but these two guys were definitely easy targets. Their combined points were more than hers, so she wouldn't let them go. Zhang Jing had 2 15-slot storage cards. One contained food, water, medicine, and survival gear. The other was filled with weapons and bullets. His physique was not suitable for large weapons. Besides a few laser guns, the rest were small pistols and short guns, revolvers, Berettas, Glocks, 92s, and Desert Eagles. It was obvious they were all stolen from others, who would normally buy so many different types of guns. The only advantage was that these models used the same bullets, or it would be hard to load during combat. When Xinyo accepted everything without hesitation, planning to sort it out later when she returned. She didn't look closely at the rest, as they were just the usual supplies everyone carried. As a professional searcher, when Xinyo checked every corner of his body. Only after confirming there was nothing left did she remove his bulletproof vest. Next was Peng Jiaxiang. This person is quite poor, with only a 10-slot storage card. Inside, besides a gun, knife, and bullets occupying 3 slots, there are some instant foods, coconut products, and seafood. The medicines and clothes just fill 1 box. It seems this person didn't do well in the previous world. Maybe because they somehow got involved with Zhang Jing in this world, they now have a bit of money and managed to bring in some supplies locally. When Xinyo feels a bit disappointed. She thought this person was playing a strategic game to control others, but it turns out they are just a bodyguard. Still, having something is better than nothing. At least, he contributed several thousand exchange points to her. When Xinyo opens her profile to check her information. Player name, When Xinyo player level. 2 skill points, 24,438 health, 30/30th defense, 7,385 mental power. 8. Compared to the absurdly high defense, the other stats look a bit weak. When Xinyo looks at her overflowing skill points, she adds her zeroed-out counterattack value to 5 and all other stats to 10. She doesn't lack weapons, food, or medicine. The best use of her exchange points is to increase her stats to avoid being an easy target for enemies. In the game, increasing strength, attack, and agility makes a noticeable difference. After passing through 2 worlds, when Shinyo feels her condition is much better than her peak in real life. Now that her agility is at 10, she immediately feels lighter and faster, with a significant improvement in all aspects. As a newcomer, her current stats are quite good. It's not easy for ordinary people to save up exchange points. Even when Shinyo herself earned these points by fighting monsters and defeating enemy leaders. Her updated stats are as follows. Player name, when Shinyo player level, 2 skill points, 3,738 health, 30-30 defense, 7,385 mental power. 10. She doesn't plan to spend her remaining points for now, keeping them for daily expenses. After gathering supplies, when Shinyo leaves without delay and heads toward the coordinates sent by Shinxing Yuan, she takes the escalator down and quickly finds the others. No wonder Shin Xingming and Jiang Ke couldn't find anyone for a long time. They were hiding in the corner of the warehouse on the 25th floor. Zhang Jing has been sending people to watch me. I really can't do anything about it, Zhuang Han said weakly with a smile. To Wen Xinyo's surprise, Zhuang Han didn't look like her sister, nor did she have the commanding presence of Zhuang Xian. She appeared to be a gentle, ordinary woman, but her friendly and calm way of speaking made people naturally trust her. When Shinyo glanced at Zhuang Han's bandaged abdomen and then at Zhuang Xian, who looked anxious, "Did you tell her your idea?" Before Zhuang Xian could answer, Zhuang Han said, "She already knows. It was right before you arrived." When Shinyo nodded, "All right, so what is your idea?" Zhuang Han pressed her pale lips together and looked down, thinking for a moment. I'm not sure if I have the ability." When Shinyo crouched down in front of her, looking into her eyes, "As long as you are willing, you have the ability. Answer me. Are you willing to do this?" Zhuang Han looked into those clear, cold eyes. She was so calm, like a windless night on the sea, seeming to have a calming magic. Since being hurt by Peng Jiaqing and having her sister taken away by Zhang Jing, Zhuang Han had fallen into a nearly suffocating panic. On the surface, she still had to stay calm and comfort her teammates, but only she knew that the fear of drowning was almost crushing her every night. Should she really form this team? Is she really fit to be the leader? She couldn't even protect her sister. Does she really have the right to lead others in this deadly end of the world? At this moment, under the gaze of these eyes, and in the eager worry of her sister and teammates, that web of fear seemed to be broken. It was as if dozens of hands lifted her from the bottom of the water, and suddenly she could breathe again. Zhuang Han felt her throat go dry, and her voice sounded like it was squeezed out from the bottom of a pot. "I am willing. I hope everyone can get through this crisis safely, and I hope we can all pass the level together." Big sister. Zhuang Xian's eyes felt sore, and she tightly held her sister's hand. "Captain, Han Jia, don't worry. I will follow you. Yes. If anyone dares to oppose, we'll fight. We're definitely passing this level. ID number." The team members responded one after another, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a little passionate. When Shinyo also smiled slightly. "Yes, this is the spirit. This is just a game." They don't know where the game came from, nor do they understand what will happen to humanity. Killing each other might make them feel temporarily better, but what about in the end? If only one person wins and the whole world is left with just them, what is the meaning of victory standing on the corpses of many? The game must be completed, but everyone's goal isn't just to win. They are all trying to find a way home. If only one person is alive, that isn't truly living. Include the desire to live in the plan, tie up those who are reckless and hand them over to me. Keep your strength, unite the players, and try to let as many people as possible survive, she said calmly. Zhuang Han nodded through the pain. "I understand. The people under my command are quite obedient." When Shinyo looked at her wound again, "Hand it over, I'll help treat it." Zhuang Han hesitated for a moment, then extended her arm. Zhuang Xian looked at her in surprise. "Are you a nurse?" From all appearances, she seemed more like a fighter. When Shinyo didn't look at her, she rolled up Zhuang Han's sleeve and inserted vines into her vein. An additional skill. Before they could marvel, She continued, "There are only two conditions to stay alive. Don't hurt the natives, and don't cause trouble within the team. Be obedient. I'll find a way to get Zhao Qian to let you go to the highest floors." When Xinyo considers herself good at wordplay, she believes that every piece of information given by the system or the natives will be useful. Zhao Qian wouldn't emphasize isolating players below the 85th floor without reason. From another perspective, only floors above 85 are safe. Even more extreme, maybe only the 88th floor is truly safe to pass. The decision on whether players can go upstairs is in the hands of 3 natives, including Zhao Qian. Getting the natives to let them up and ensuring they won't harm anyone is the minimum requirement. Zhang Jing has already narrowed this path. To regain their trust, they need to show sincerity. At the very least, they shouldn't use people's lives as resources to be farmed. Really? You actually have a way? Zhuang Xian looked at her excitedly. They aren't fools, and most players present have already gone through several rounds of the game. Of course, they can guess that the 85th floor isn't the safest. However, the people under Zhang Jing often kill a few natives to gain points. These tourists have long been notorious. Because Zhang Jing's people are more numerous and better armed, they managed to reach a peace agreement. Otherwise, players probably couldn't even reach the 66th floor. Now, when Xinyo says she has a way to take everyone to the top floor, she must be very excited. Zhuang Han also looks at Wen Xinyo with focus. Her abdominal wound has healed about 80%, and her health, which was originally at 30%, has recovered to 80%. This makes her even more confident in Wen Xinyo's skills. And that extra one-time shield. Suddenly, Zhuang Han remembers the large pile of winter melons in her storage card. Could it be? She involuntarily re-examines the woman in front of her. She was just attracted by that outstanding face, but now she notices that her tall and strong body is not much different from the masked vendor. Miss Wenyu. She wants to speak, but when Xinyo raises her hand to stop her. There must be a way. If all else fails, we can break through the building and survive. But for now, we should do what we can. Zhuang Han swallows her words and nods firmly. Yes, you're right. When Xinyo supports her arm and helps her up, Zhuang Xian quickly comes over to take her. Do you need any help? She asks.
Zets, Zhuang Xin.
Besides us, there's a small, strong team that has gathered most of the foreign players in this world. If they cooperate, this will be almost settled. Shen Xingming peeks from behind. Is that the tall, strong golden-haired guy? Zhuang Xian presses her lips. Yes, his name is Andrew. When Xinyo turns to look at her. Have you met him? Shen Xingming grins. On the 23rd floor, with a bunch of colorful hair. I couldn't help but look twice. He's sitting in the middle, so I guess he's the boss. When Xinyo asks the 2 sisters again, have you tried negotiating with him? The sisters exchange a look, showing some embarrassment. At this moment, a girl nearby whispers, we don't speak foreign languages and they don't speak Chinese. The shopping mall translator is too expensive, so we can't communicate. When Xinyo, this reason is quite frustrating. She turns to the only college student present and asks, how is your English? Jiang Ke muttered softly, feeling unsure. I only took the foreign language exam. What about you guys? She asked the Shen siblings. Shen Xingming scratched her head. Hi, my name is Han Mimi, Shen Xingyuan replied. I'm fine, thank you, and you? When Xinyo looked on silently. Seeing her obvious frustration, Shen Xingming struggled to explain. I'm not a bad student. I even won a national award in college. I passed the CET 6. When Xinyo gave her a look that said, what are you talking about? She forced a smile. Well, everyone just speaks in silent gestures anyway, and since they had graduated 3 or 4 years ago, they could barely speak or understand the language initially. After years of working in society and not practicing, they were now completely clueless. Besides for professional needs, who still learns a foreign language after graduation. Zhuang Xian also tried to defend her team. Actually, it's not that we can't speak at all. The main problem is Andrew. He's from F country, and his accent is really hard to understand. It's like Northeasterners listening to Southern dialects. Her team members behind her nodded repeatedly. When Xinyo frowned, How many people are in the team? Not a single one can speak normally, Zhuang Han replied. Not many, fewer than 10. There were 2 from each country, but Andrew thought they were annoying and kicked them out. Now, the remaining members are probably from F, R, D, and I countries. When Xinyo was already tired of hearing this, can these people even be reliable? Zhuang Han quickly said, if you think they can't, you don't have to bother with them. But I believe Andrew isn't unreasonable. He helped us before, so I thought we could bring them into the team. Helped you? Yeah, but not exactly. He probably just didn't like Zhang Jing. When Zhang Jing was giving me a hard time, he stepped in. He also had 2 subordinates controlled by Zhang Jing, and those 2 ended up dead. When Xinyo was surprised, he can even control foreigners, Zhuang Xian sneered. Don't judge him by his appearance. He speaks foreign languages quite well. His skill is mental manipulation, similar to a half-hearted mind control, but it's very useful in this game. Zhuang Han saw her confusion and explained his activation condition is probably when he touches someone physically. He must say what that person deeply desires and make a promise. The more the person cares about what is said, the stronger the control. She glanced at Zhuang Xian, who looked upset. My sister was caught in a trap when she went to negotiate with him. He promised to protect our team, especially to keep me safe and help us pass the level. Zhuang Xian snorted coldly. He specifically targets players' control. What players want most are either family or passing the level. Everyone gets caught this way. When Xinyo asked, doesn't such a powerful skill have limits? She had just seen 23 people affected. How could this skill be so effective? Zhuang Han shook her head with a smile. Of course it has limits. Mental skills are very draining, and his level isn't high. He needs to repeat brainwashing every day with a controlled person, or his team wouldn't be so small. Zhuang Xian suddenly thought of something funny and snorted. Did you see how he looked? Like a dying chicken. That's the cost of overusing him. That guy is afraid of death. Chen Xiuxiu, his good friend, went out to pick a fight and died. He'd rather hide in the shooting range and be drained than go out. When she said this, many people couldn't help but laugh. The shadow hanging over everyone finally lifted as he was completely gone. When Xinyo also smiled, she thought, I made the right choice to respect him. This poisonous skill is perfect for building a private army. If this guy is allowed to develop secretly, he'll definitely become a troublemaker in the future. Go find Andrew, she said. Zhuang Han was surprised. Can you communicate with him? When Xinyo hesitated. I know some F language. Basic communication isn't a problem. Before retiring, when Xinyo went on a peacekeeping mission, working with F country troops, she learned a bit over half a year. Everyone silently gave her a thumbs up. Sometimes, the big boss has to step in. I'll lead the way, Shen Xingmeng volunteered. So, a group of over 20 people set out excitedly, attracting many looks along the way. The country of the sea mainly consists of people with black hair and black eyes from Asia. Several blonde, blue-eyed people from Oceania, led by Andrew, stood out clearly. They didn't try to block the way. Instead, they confidently gathered in the middle like local bullies. When Xinyo noticed this group from the upper floor, Andrew was sitting in the most noticeable spot among the crowd. He was turned away from the escalator, seemingly eating. When Xinyo squinted and looked at that tall figure, he seemed a bit familiar. The people noticed they had become the target and immediately stood up. One held a bowl, and another had a gun ready in defense. Someone in the team shouted loudly in Y language, "Not enemies. Don't shoot." This finally caught Andrew's attention. The man slowly turned around, his sharp blue eyes sweeping over everyone, finally stopping on Wen Xinyo, the leader. He froze. Wen Xinyo, seeing his face clearly, also froze. Then one person looked excited, and another showed a twisted expression. Andrew excitedly threw away the half-empty can, jumped up, spread his arms, and walked toward Wen Xinyo. Wen Xinyo immediately drew her sword and coldly scolded in F language, "Don't come any closer, Pascal." Her father's name sounded so familiar. Turns out, he was one of her old teammates from a mission. After seeing her skills, he kept coming to challenge her. If he was just an ordinary practice partner, Wen Xinyo wouldn't care. But this guy was crazy. He didn't value his own life and even wanted to take hers. He relied on his strength, and the F military valued him, ignoring military discipline. Finally, when Shinyo protested seriously to her superiors and F country had to transfer him away. Unexpectedly, someone she had almost forgotten in real life would meet her here. Hearing her words, this tall man, as big as a bear, showed a pitiful, hurt expression and made a heart-in-hand gesture.
Oh.
When you hurt my feelings so much. You should know, I've been thinking of you day and night these past few years. When Shinyo almost gagged when she heard that. Andrew was one of the few people who could make her feel strong emotions. She was so annoyed with him. Zhuang Han, watching from behind and sensing something was wrong, quickly stepped forward and asked, Miss Wen, what's going on? Jiang Kei and Shin siblings, being the ones who know her best, could see that when Shinyo disliked this foreigner, even if they didn't know the full story. What kind of good person could make when Shinyo feel such disgust? A few people gathered around her, weapons ready and on alert. Seeing this, the team members behind them, though confused, also took out their guns. They couldn't lose in momentum. When Shinyo took a deep breath, her cold gaze fixed on Andrew. This guy is a troublemaker. I want to kill him. Zhuang Han and Zhuang Xian looked surprised when they heard this. They saw the high-powered rifles on the other side and exchanged glances. Zhuang Xian thought for a moment and quietly asked, So, should we fight? Anyway, she owed her a life, so helping to fight was the right thing to do. But she knew this fight might get out of control. When Shinyo understood this too, so she took another deep breath, suppressed her restless feelings, and was the first to put down her knife. Pascal, I came to discuss how to pass the level with you. I'm not interested in fighting. Yeah, passing the level. Passing the level. The man seemed to pick a random phrase and repeated it, his eyes always fixed on Shinyo. She knew this crazy person wasn't listening to her at all. When Shinyo quickly lost patience and coldly said to Zhuang Han, He's crazy. He doesn't understand human words. Let's go. Jiang Kei looked at her in surprise, then carefully examined the crazy-looking foreigner again. This was the first time he heard such harsh words from Shinyo about someone. Who exactly was this person? Zhuang Han also sensed something was wrong. Andrew's behavior was completely different from what she had seen before. He looked like a wolf watching prey, with green light flickering in his eyes. No one liked this disgusting aggression. All right, we're leaving, Zhuang Han said. Zhuang Xian immediately made a retreat gesture. Seeing her want to leave, Andrew became anxious. He stepped forward to chase after her, but when Shinyo quickly drew an AK and aimed it at his forehead. Try taking another step closer. Andrew squinted and slowly raised his hands.
Oh.
Don't get excited. We can talk nicely. What did you say? About passing the level. Yes, passing the level. We'll discuss how to pass it together. Do you have any ideas? You're a very good leader, and I'm willing to listen. Behind him, his followers looked at each other uncertainly, unsure of what this guy was planning. When Shinyo sneered and said, Why should I trust you? Pascal, you never tell the truth. Andrew looked a bit annoyed and said, Olala. I'm sorry if I left that impression. As a player, I just want to finish the game smoothly. Plus, look, I have so many followers. He turned to glance at the 8 or 9 people behind him. When Shinyo looked at them and asked, Do you understand what I'm saying? The group hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All of us have lived in or grown up in Country F, said one woman with an Asian face, speaking fluent F language.
No wonder.
She said Andrew's poor Y language wouldn't make sense to someone who doesn't speak his native language. Since they understood, she could only hope they were smart. When Shinyo kept her gun ready and clearly explained their plan, Andrew watched her and finally smiled, saying, I think this is a good plan. I'm willing to cooperate. He then looked at his team and asked, Does anyone have any objections? Normal players all want to finish the game. The main reason they follow Andrew is because he's strong enough, and staying with him gives them a better chance to survive. So, they all nodded and put down their weapons willingly. Andrew smiled at Shinyo and said, See, we're very sincere. When Shinyo sneered and ignored him. She turned to Zhuang Han and said, You add him as a friend. Zhuang Han nodded and stepped forward to send a friend request. But Andrew didn't look at her. His eyes stayed fixed on Wenxinyo.
No.
When I only trust you. I want to add you as a friend. Hearing this, Wenxinyo felt a chill and regretted her rash decision. Zhuang Han is the team leader. Adding me won't help. I only deal with players who disobey. She rarely sounded so sarcastic, but she couldn't wake up those pretending to sleep. Oh, I will add her too. I can help when deal with the trash, and I don't understand what she's saying anyway, he said innocently. Although Andrew is tall and strong, he has a charming face that can confuse people. Normally, no one would guess he is crazy. But Wenxinyo doesn't buy that. She doesn't like Western looks and just wants to punch him if she sees his face. I hope you handle yourself first, Pascal, she says calmly as she opens the application screen. Now is not the time to make him lose control. When Andrew is not angry, he doesn't care about ordinary people. He thinks fighting weaklings is boring and a waste of time. But if he loses his temper, he becomes uncontrollable. He doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't know his skills yet, so it's better not to provoke him. Andrew seems not to hear her. He happily adds her as a friend. It's late now. Only their group has flashlights. Around them, there is only endless rain and darkness. Wenxinyo doesn't want to stay in an unfamiliar place any longer.
Too much has happened today.
She needs rest. She turns to Zhuang Xian and says, "Send me the list of these foreigners later. Try not to stay on the same floor as Andrew." Zhuang Xian nods seriously. Although she doesn't expect much, Wenxinyo still asks, "Do you know what his skills or job are?" Zhuang Xian shakes her head. "Not really. Probably strength-based. He's incredibly strong and has powerful attacks. When he fights, his gun is just for show. He's just the same in real life." Wenxinyo isn't surprised. She pats her shoulder. "Keep an eye out tomorrow. See if you can find those two E-country people he chased away. Okay, I'll send someone to look for them tomorrow." She doesn't have high hopes, but she prepares for the worst, just in case. Wenxinyo waves to Jiang Ke and the others. "Let's go back to the 37th floor. Where are you going?" Andrew follows her like a big dog when he sees her leaving. Wenxinyo is furious. "Go home and sleep. Don't come too close or I'll shoot you." Andrew looks at her with a lingering smile. "All right, I hope you have a good night and I hope we see each other again tomorrow." Wenxinyo keeps a cold face and doesn't reply. She turns and walks quickly up the escalator. Jiang Ke and the others follow closely. Up to the 28th floor, Shen Xingming finally relaxed the breath she had been holding and nervously looked at Wenxinyo. "Xinyo, who is that guy? Why do you seem so afraid of him? And what's with that weird look in his eyes, like he's a pervert?" Wenxinyo coldly glanced at her. "I'm not afraid. I'm disgusted." Then she briefly explained how he had been chasing her and biting her. As for the recent conversation, she didn't want to think about those disgusting words. All she could think about now was how to get rid of him. Suddenly, Shen Xingyuan spoke up. "Do you want me to help you kill him?" Jiang Ke looked at him strangely, then quickly said, "Xinyo, I can do it too." Wenxinyo didn't expect him to say that, but she still chuckled softly and shook her head. "No, a dog that bites me should be dealt with by me personally." Her bright eyes shone clearly in the night, and her plan was already forming in her mind. Shen Xingming asked, "What do you plan to do? Do you need us to help?" "I haven't decided yet, but probably not. The more people there are, the more alert he will be. I will find a way to handle him before the day after tomorrow when I go upstairs," Wenxinyo whispered. She couldn't let Andrew go upstairs, or he would have a way to threaten her. He was different from Wenxinyo. He joined the army for excitement, but she wasn't. She couldn't risk the lives of a large group of people just to prevent him from losing his mind. And even if she wanted to in a crowded place, it wouldn't be convenient for her to act. A spacious mall was much better suited as a battlefield than a narrow hotel corridor, especially since she was now more defensive than offensive and needed a place where she could maximize her attack. She had to lure him to a less crowded area. She pondered this, but soon thought she might be overthinking. As long as she said she was willing to fight him, that guy would definitely come running eagerly. Andrew wasn't Zhang Jing. He wasn't afraid of death. Thinking this way made things seem easier. She became absorbed in her thoughts, saying nothing on the way. The others behind her saw this and didn't dare to speak up. Since she said they didn't need to get involved, all they could do was not cause trouble. Jiang Ke looked at her back and suddenly understood why when Shinyo said that the hardest and most tiring part of the Wen family was when Shinyo herself. He didn't understand before. He thought the person who was most exhausted was the physically unwell but responsible Minge, but now perhaps he understood. When they returned to the 37th floor, it was already past 1 a.m. The night was very dark, with only occasional flashes of lightning and thunder providing brief light. The four of them quietly went back to the quiet bar and found Zhao Qian still sitting at the counter, smoking and waiting for them. "You're back," his voice sounded relieved. "Yeah, everything went smoothly. How did the group upstairs do?" When Shinyo stepped forward, holding a flashlight upside down on the bar, and sat next to him. After a long night of work, they finally had a chance to sit down. Shen Xingming collapsed onto a nearby sofa, not caring that it was dusty. "It's okay. Most people are probably a bit scared of your reputation. There are two stubborn ones who didn't agree, but Shui Zhaofeng and I handled them. They're inside," Zhao Qian said. "Good. Where are they?" Zhao Qian pointed with his chin toward the bar across the room, where they had been earlier. "There are many rooms over there, so I put them in one of those." When Shinyo nodded, Zhao Qian was reliable. She then briefly explained what had happened that night. There shouldn't be any more trouble with the visitors. If anyone causes trouble, just hand them over to me or their team leader. I'll introduce you tomorrow. Zhao Qian responded softly. "All right. After the national evacuation is complete the day after tomorrow, we will give you the access to the 85th floor, as promised." When Shinyo nodded, not rushing to ask for higher floors. Everything should be done step by step, otherwise it might backfire. "Let's leave it at that for today. Thanks for waiting for us so long. Get some rest early," she said. As she stood up, she suddenly remembered something. "Find a few more rooms for us. Small ones are fine." They were exhausted and needed to go back to the safe house for a good sleep. They couldn't recover properly sleeping in a large shared bed in this state. Zhao Qian looked at the others who nodded in agreement and put out his cigarette. "Okay, but all the large rooms are already taken. The remaining are small, and they haven't been cleaned since the earthquake. They might be a bit dirty." Shen Xingming quickly said, "We don't mind. As long as there's a door." Zhao Qian nodded and waved his hand. "All right, follow me." He went to the door, locked it, and led them through the other side of the bar. The large and small rooms were not on the same corridor. At the deepest part, there was a hallway connecting them. Zhao Qian pointed to a few doors across the hall, then yawned and left the corridor. The others didn't have the energy to talk much. They simply said goodnight and hurried back to their safe houses. When Shinyo had spent half the night crawling through a dirty pipe, and her clothes were now so filthy she couldn't look at herself. The first thing she did when she entered was wash her hair and take a shower. After cleaning up, she felt refreshed all over. Afterward, she heated a cup of coconut milk, sat on the bed, and opened her message app. She decisively ignored Andrew's disgusting chatter and only briefly glanced at the player list sent by Zhuang Han, Zhuang Xian, and Shui Zhaofeng. Including Andrew's team, there are currently 52 players in total. When Shinyo wasn't sure how many players are in each world, or if the number changes each time. Not every world is like the deserted city, where players and natives look very different. Here, she can't tell who is a player just by appearance. But probably not many, because even with natives included, there aren't many living people left in the Pearl of the Sea Nation. She carefully looked at Shui Zhaofeng's message. She wasn't mistaken, Shui Zhaofeng is capable. His report shows he's organized, whether it's team intelligence, status, basic combat power, or handling troublemakers. When Shinyo appreciates his approach. After 2 days of observation, as long as he has no bad intentions, she can consider using him. Though her body was very tired, when Shinyo still managed to drag out her planting pots and sowed all the petals she collected today into winter melons and pumpkins. For large, heavy crops like these, storing them directly in her storage card is easier than putting them in her space. Since she got the space, when Shinyo developed her own system of organizing and storing things, maximizing every corner. Once she finished, she collapsed into her bed and fell into a deep sleep. It's the 22nd day of the game. Even though she went to bed late the night before, the third stage of the desolate city had pretty much wrecked her biological clock. Waking up early was no longer a problem. She steamed some buns and ate them with pickles and canned food for breakfast, sitting at her workbench, writing and eating at the same time. 1. Deal with troublemakers among the survivors, including players and natives. 2. Get rid of Andrew. Additionally, today she planned to have the leaders of 2 groups meet. To pass the last few days smoothly, they needed to reach some kind of understanding. They share a common goal: to stay alive. As long as they agree on this, there is nothing more to discuss. Andrew's death was very necessary for her. His presence was like a ticking time bomb. If she didn't deal with him, she would always feel uneasy inside. When Shinyo thought of 5 or 6 plans to fight, but in the end, she decided to focus on a quick attack, aiming for a fast victory. From what she observed, most players' professions and skills are closely related to real-life jobs or are derived from them. Although she didn't know Andrew's exact profession or skills, based on information from Zhuang Xian and her understanding of this crazy fighter, he was probably like a berserker, focused on strength. As elite members of special forces, everyone was a versatile fighter, but each had their own focus. Their fighting styles varied based on personal habits. When Shinyo fought very fiercely, but she preferred a defensive style. She liked to play it safe, which also influenced her game skills. Andrew was an attack fanatic. His fighting style was all about intense assaults, leaving opponents no chance to counterattack, only to defend. At first, when Shinyo suffered many losses, she thought she shouldn't escalate the conflict because she was the team leader and needed to keep her dignity. Later, she saw that the enemy was deliberately throwing the fight. She couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly lost her temper, beating the fool up until his nose was broken. Unexpectedly, this guy became addicted to being beaten and kept coming back for more every day. His main goal was that it didn't matter if he couldn't win, just being beaten less each day was progress. Beating her more was a victory. He was crazy, completely crazy. At that time, she even thought that if her superiors didn't transfer this madman away, she would find a way to accidentally hurt a teammate on the battlefield, even if it meant getting punished. She had her gun ready, but the next day, the guy disappeared. If she had known they would meet here, she might as well have just punched him to death back then. In short, when Shinyo didn't believe the other could break through her defenses, but who knew if he had skills like infinite attack power or other ways to break her guard? Who could guarantee she was the only one with such skills? Andrew liked to prolong battles and enjoy the thrill of fighting. She had to end it quickly and catch him off guard to take his life. She mentally ran through a few battle simulations, leaning back in her chair and massaging her forehead. The sound of knocking woke Shin Xingming, and her voice came through. Xiaoyu, Boss Xiao said the other 2 decision-makers from the indigenous group have arrived. Are you up yet? She snapped back to her senses, glanced at the time, and was surprised that it was already 8:30 after thinking for a while. Quickly, she got up, put on her coat, and opened the door. The 3 people, fully armed, were already waiting outside. Let's go, she said, putting on her gloves and leading the way. Shin Xingming followed beside her, speaking softly. The village sisters and Andrew are here too. The rain is getting heavier. Last night, the water reached the 28th floor, and now it's almost at the 29th. They came up to discuss how to move people, when Shinyo frowned. So fast. In just one night, the water where they passed last night was completely flooded. At this rate, reaching the 37th floor will happen by tomorrow. Based on how the game behaves, as Shin Xingming described, the water level will only rise faster in the next 25 days. They need to quickly arrange for Andrew to have Zhao Qian organize a retreat. 3 indigenous people have the authority to control the elevator in the Sea Country Pearl Building. They are representatives of different generations: Du Qingling, Gao Jiancheng, and Zhao Qian. Du Qingling is a graceful lady. Gao Jiancheng is a tall, strong middle-aged man. As for Wen Xinyo, who helped solve the major problem with Zhang Jing, the attitude of these 3 was quite friendly. Plus, Before Zhang Jing took control of Zhuang Xian, the sisters often helped in the building, and Andrew hadn't caused trouble. For a moment, the atmosphere at this table was strangely harmonious. It would be perfect if Andrew's intense gaze on her could be removed. As long as there are no more disturbances, we have no objection to tourists going upstairs, said Du Qingling, the most respected among the decision-makers. In the end, facing the armed tourists, the indigenous people who had nothing but their lives to eat were powerless. Being able to coexist peacefully was the best outcome. As long as you can manage the tourist groups well, after the residents retreat tomorrow, Zhao Qian will arrange for you to go upstairs, Gao Jianqing added. When Xinyo nodded, then couldn't help asking, "How do you confirm the identity of the residents?" "We can't guarantee that some tourists won't try to sneak in," Zhao Qian chuckled softly and explained. "The Pearl of the Sea Nation has a regular discount event where local residents get 15% off. Many shops on the island also offer special discounts for residents, so locals usually carry ID when they go out. Before we arrange for them to go upstairs, we carefully check their resident status. If they can't prove it themselves or through family members, we treat them as outsiders." When Xinyo was surprised, this game planner was quite thoughtful. "All right, as long as you can handle it, to avoid conflicts later. The water level is still rising, so I hope we can evacuate quickly," she said. Du Qingling took a small sip of hot tea. Her slow, calm way of speaking was quite soothing. "We've already arranged for them to move upward. Once the authority opens at 8 a.m. tomorrow, we can go upstairs directly. The high-ranking officials are very careful to prevent common people from competing for survival space. Even though they knew yesterday that everyone had already evacuated during the rain, they still delayed opening the access for 2 more days. It's a harsh and very realistic situation." When Xinyo thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have statistics on how many residents are still alive?" Gao Jianqing sighed sadly. "We manage them in groups and report daily. So far, there are fewer than 1,500 people left. Extreme cold and hunger are more dangerous than floods. People in Countrywide, who have rarely experienced winter, find it hard to endure. Tens of thousands of people are now reduced to this small number. It's heartbreaking, and more people are likely to die soon." When Xinyo looked down and pondered for a while, then said, "Escaping the flood alone isn't enough. To save more people, we need to make strategic plans. This is also to prevent chaos later, as fighting over resources could break out in the final moments. Including today, they only have about 7 days to survive. The only chance to gather everyone and make a plan is now." When Xinyo spoke with a commanding presence that made everyone listen quietly, waiting for her to continue. "Besides food, the biggest need right now is warmth. Floors above the 66th are hotels, so don't waste such good resources. Blankets, towels, bathrobes, and wooden furniture can all be used for warmth. Leaders should mobilize their teams to gather these items and get everyone moving." Zhao Qian nodded excitedly. "Yes, I also think the same way. The top floor is reserved for the presidential suite, and there are very few beds available. So many people can't be accommodated." Gao Jianqing frowned and said, "But everyone is cold and hungry now. They all want to get to the top floor quickly, where there are generators and heating. They might not want to follow orders." Zhuang Xian sneered nearby. "That doesn't matter. We'll keep those for ourselves. There are less than 200 tourists in total, so we don't mind each person using 10 blankets." Her words sounded sarcastic, and Zhuang Han quickly nudged her with his elbow. Du Qingling looked at her meaningfully, but nodded in agreement. "We'll find a way to organize everyone." When Xinyo looked at Zhuang Han and immediately nodded, "It's fun to organize the tourists today. I will explain everything." When Xinyo ignored Andrew because he couldn't understand anyway, then continued, "Second, about the contagious disease." She observed the expressions of some locals and saw they looked uncomfortable. "Yesterday, I noticed that there are corpses near the hallways and fences. Plus, with the lack of clothes, food, and clean water, many people are showing symptoms of illness. These people need to be isolated. We can't let them join the main group, or everyone will be in danger." Gao Jianqing's face turned pale, and he kept rubbing his hands. "But many of them are elderly and children. If we isolate them, how will they survive?" When Xinyo looked at him with a slight, mocking smile. "So, Do you want everyone to hold hands and walk together? Gao Jianqing fell silent. She continued, I'm not saying we should ignore their lives. For now, the infection is manageable. We can set aside a section of the floor for them. Family members can bring blankets, food, and water. Whether they survive depends on luck. Her words were cold, but everyone understood that this was necessary. In a crisis, there's no way to protect everyone. Du Qingling, as the decision-maker, approved this plan and accepted Wen Xinyo's proposal for shared quarantine of residents and tourists. One last point, she said slowly. If the water level rises above the 84th floor, you must move all tourists to the top floor. No way. Gao Jianqing stood up angrily. You have guns. If you go up there, people will panic. Du Qingling and Zhao Qian didn't speak but looked visibly upset. For them now, this request is already too much, especially since they don't believe the water will rise that high. When Xinu chuckled softly, her cold gaze sweeping over them calmly. This is not really a matter of negotiation. As you can see, the tourists each carry weapons. If we try to force our way through, a single barrier won't stop them, but the situation isn't at its worst yet. Both sides can still show respect, and we promise that until we have to take emergency action, we won't enter residents' territory or threaten their safety. She spoke slowly, glancing at Shen Xingmeng, who was desperately trying to hide her smile, then continued. However, you shouldn't think we're threatening you. In fact, we are just representatives chosen by the tourists and can't control their actions. Our leadership depends on ensuring their safety. Only then can they guarantee your safety. She stretched out the last sentence, her tone meaningful. What do you all think? Several native leaders looked grim. What do you mean by what do you think and not threatening? They've already been pressured directly. Du Qingling held her water cup tightly, staring at Wen Xinu, and said seriously, why should we trust you? How can you guarantee your promises are true? When Xinu gave a formal, slight smile. If there is no trust, then any proof is just a show. I said this is an announcement, not a negotiation. If you accept it, we can live peacefully together. Otherwise, we will use all means to protect our lives. Although when Xinu didn't need to cause trouble with the natives for other players, since she already had the right to go upstairs. But she still believed that victory for one person wasn't true victory. She wasn't a very emotional person, but after many years in the military, some principles of loyalty had been deeply ingrained in her soul like iron rules. She wouldn't recklessly save others, wouldn't show kindness beyond her ability, and certainly wouldn't risk her life for someone else's. To her, heroes and fools are the same. She is neither. She would only act when she could do what was within her power to help most people survive. Moreover, she wasn't driven by selfish motives. Allowing more people to survive was also part of her plan. The three of them remained silent, waiting for the oldest, Du Qingling, to make a decision. When Xinyo checked her alarm clock, it was almost 9 o'clock. The meeting needed to be quick, as the people around her had many tasks to do today. Finally, Du Qingling spoke. All right, I agree, but with two conditions. When Xinyo gestured politely, please. First, you cannot carry guns in front of residents unless necessary. When Xinyo glanced at Zhuang Han, who nodded immediately, I will manage that. Du Qingling nodded slightly. Second, if there is an uncontrollable violent incident inside us, you must help. When Xinyo still smiled, one of our tasks today is to handle all troublemakers who don't follow orders, but we will use more force. If you can accept that, we can work together. She looked surprised and hesitated. Are you going to kill people? In special times, using violence to keep order is necessary. Of course, we only target those who threaten others' safety. For minor conflicts, we don't have the energy to deal with them, when Xinyo said calmly. A few locals looked at each other. In the end, Du Qingling sighed and agreed to compromise. I understand. Let's do as you say. When she said that, Wen Xinyo felt her team members breathe a sigh of relief. Only players knew how exaggerated her threats had been. Since the game set this condition, it wasn't easy to break through it forcibly. Fortunately, her risky move worked. Then, I wish us a good cooperation. Let's not waste time and go back to manage our groups. When Xinyo stood up first, and everyone shook hands in turn. After seeing off the locals, She briefly explained some matters to the Zhuang sisters before letting them leave. They were busier than she was. Shen Xingming couldn't sit still and wanted to help, so when Xinyo simply sent Jiang Ke along to learn and meet people, it wasn't a bad idea. As for when Xinyo herself, after seeing everyone off, she headed down another corridor and unsurprisingly saw Andrew leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "You're not listening again. What's the point of coming along?" she mocked mercilessly. The other person nonchalantly shrugged and continued to grin widely at her. "Of course, it's because I want to see you, dear one. When XINU. For someone truly shameless, no matter what is said, it only feels like hitting cotton, useless and powerless. Honestly, if this crazy person didn't always aim directly at her vital points during fights, when XINU might even suspect he secretly liked her. She decisively gave up on pointless and silly conversations and got straight to the point. "Pascal, do you want to have a real duel with me?" She curled her lips and stared directly into his deep blue eyes, not missing any flicker of emotion. This man is really easy to understand. Just hearing this, he immediately straightened up and looked at her with bright eyes. "If it were someone else, I would doubt for a long time, but if it's you, Win, I think I would agree immediately." When XINU almost couldn't hold back a twitching smile. "A fight where lives are at stake. Either you die, or I live. Do you dare?" His smile grew wider, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and madness. When XINU saw his fingers uncontrollably rubbing.
"When?"
"Now? Can we start right away?" His aggressive look seemed even more crazy and excited than she remembered. What had he experienced in this game? "Are you really not afraid of death?" she asked strangely. "Oh." Andrew exaggeratedly shrugged and smiled brightly. "Dear one, you know, in front of you, I've never put my life first. Not before and now. Even less so." When XINU's brow twitched. "What does even less so now mean?" Seeing his smile, in a flash, when XINU reached a conclusion, this guy has a card up his sleeve. But what is it? What kind of card could make him so confident that he's not afraid of death? Could he even come back to life? Her eyes darkened slightly, but since she had already spoken, this battle was unavoidable. Even if he could come back to life, since she could kill him once, she could kill him a second, third time, until he could no longer survive. A game can't have unlimited respawns. That's just too absurd. Everything has a price. Tonight at 9 o'clock, in the top floor flooded by water, one person will use a flashlight for lighting. She took out her alarm clock to check the time and said coldly, she needs to find a pocket watch, or else every time she checks the time, she has to take out that big electronic clock, which is both inconvenient and lowers her style. "No problem." Andrew snapped his fingers, agreeing quickly and decisively. "Looking forward to meeting you tonight, beautiful lady." After saying this, he gracefully gave her a gentleman's bow, then happily whistled as he left the bar. When Xinyo watched his back, suppressing the urge to shoot him in the head with an AK, took a deep breath and followed him out. Xue Xiaofeng was waiting at the door. When she came out, he relaxed and gave her a simple smile. "Boss." Actually, when Xinyo and Xue Xiaofeng are from different generations, so it feels strange for someone who should be called uncle to be addressed with a respectful title. But in a survival world where the strong eat the weak, age becomes the least important factor in status. Those with strength are the true kings. So, when Xinyo didn't find it awkward and nodded in response. "Are you really afraid of Andrew?" she asked, noticing his worried expression, which clearly wasn't caused by her. Xue Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment but still nodded. "He's a monster. I saw him personally crush a foreigner's head with his bare hands, just one punch." When Xinyo nodded nonchalantly. "Andrew is a powerhouse in reality, and with skill boosts in the game, his strength is even more terrifying. Also, human heads are quite fragile. If hit in the right spot with enough force, they can easily explode like a watermelon." She skipped this topic and asked, "How are those two now?" She was referring to the two players who tried to rebel last night and were locked up. "Just checked. They're pretty obedient now. 3 people are watching at the door," Xue Xiaofeng said. Originally, Zhang Jing's main team had 4 men and 1 woman. 1. Peng Jiaxiang and Chen Xiuxiu are dead. Zhuang Xian was kidnapped, and the remaining two are these two. According to Xue Zhaofeng, these two serve as bodyguards and caregivers, protecting Zhang Jing closely, and have earned quite a bit of profit from both players and locals. This means that among the 5 main fighters, only Zhuang Xian is under mental control, which is really unfortunate. No wonder they wanted to run away, especially since when Xian Yu almost wiped out their group. One of the guards is Duan Mu Yen. When he saw Xian Yu, his eyes lit up instantly. Marshal.
No, boss.
You're here. Hello, boss. The other two are young men around 25. When they saw Xian Yu, they showed respect. Xian Yu nodded and looked at the door behind them. The group quickly made way for her. Duan Mu Yen tried to be helpful and was about to open the door for her. But Xian Yu suddenly raised an eyebrow and stopped his arm. She signaled them to put away their weapons and step back. Then she grabbed the door handle and gently pushed the door open. Someone was behind the door. Xian Yu quickly judged the situation. She stepped back fast, kicked the door hard, making it swing open halfway with a loud bang and a scream. At the same time, 2 thick vines on her wrist grew rapidly and shot into the room like arrows through the gap. A heavy object fell with a thud, and another scream sounded more desperate. Xian Yu accurately pierced the feet of these 2 people, hitting their arteries. Then a dozen bullets wildly shot at the door and nearby walls from the right. She released 2 more vines to drain their blood and make them unable to move, then slowly pushed the door open and dragged the half-dead people out. The men following her looked pale. If she had been a little careless, or if it hadn't been Xian Yu, they would have been killed by these 2. Xian Yu tied their hands and feet tightly with vines, then looked back at Xue Zhaofeng. I remember you said they hid a lot of resources? Xue Zhaofeng hesitated for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Yes, especially Qin Zilin. Zhang Jing gave him a 20-slot storage card. Most of the food and water supplies they looted from the mall are in his possession. Lu Jie has many weapons and medicines. Qin Zilin is the skinny guy hiding behind the door, planning to ambush. The big guy with the gun is Lu Jie. Xian Yu nodded and kicked Qin Zilin, who was half dead after being drained of blood. Bring out your safe house. A gang like Zhang Jing's, which relies on profit and violence, members are unlikely to be loyal. This guy is probably hiding something inside the house. Right now, when food and water are scarce, she wants to squeeze the last bit of value from them. But this guy pretends to be dead, closing his eyes and not moving. Lu Jie sees this and also closes his eyes, pretending along. Not only Xinyo, but the others are speechless. Is pretending to be dead really going to solve anything? Xinyo gives them one last chance. If you want to die peacefully, just listen and cooperate. Qin Zilin keeps his lips pressed and says nothing. Xinyo sighs. She doesn't want to waste time on this unless she has to. She squats down and finds his right hand. With a sharp sound, she twists his thumb joint cruelly. Qin Zilin screams loudly, feeling the pain in his fingers and joints, unable to defend himself. Behind him, a young man can't help but make a strange noise, getting goosebumps. Xinyo looks coldly at the man in pain, then grabs his index finger. Do you know how many joints and bones are in a hand? She asks calmly. Qin Zilin looks at her in fear. Yes, you should know, since you're a caregiver and maybe have some medical knowledge, she murmurs softly. Each hand has 27 bones and 19 joints. That means just these 2 hands, I could break you 38 times, crush you 54 times, and finally pierce your fascia with the finest vines. If you can withstand all that, I respect you as a brave man. I won't need this safe house anymore. I'll just kill you. How about that? Her words make not only the person involved but also her subordinates behind her tremble with fear. They silently put their hands in their sleeves. Xue Zhaofeng wipes his sweat, thankful he's not the one caught in this situation. Lu Jie, standing nearby, breaks out in sweat and dares not pretend anymore. He glares with wide eyes and trembles as he speaks to his companion. Old Qin, just give in to her. You're already doomed. At least let it be quick and painless. Seeing the woman's cold, emotionless eyes, Jean Zealine knows his slim hope of survival is gone. This woman doesn't waste words. If she says she'll do this, she really will. He compromised and chose to die more comfortably. You drag me to the door. When Shinyo smiled slightly, grabbing his collar and throwing him to the door on his left. Then she kicked Lu Jia to the opposite door. Let's do it. The two of them, feeling hopeless, pushed open the door. After confirming everything was fine, when Shinyo waved for Xue Zhaofeng and the others to come in. Take everything useful. It was like a raid by invaders. The men worked for over half an hour, moving everything, including the bed, which was taken away. They looted everything, piling supplies in a long corridor. Boss, it's all cleared out. Duan Mu Yen wiped his sweat and came to report, eyes shining. Wow, who would have thought that two small safe houses could hide so many supplies, like a mountain? Compared to them, ordinary players with no money and little space, relying only on some leftover cookies in their bags, these people were like local tyrants. When Shinyo glanced at them, nodded, and quickly drained the life from the two exhausted people. She was a person who kept her promises. When she said kill, she meant kill. You have killed player Jean Zealine LV4, earning 716 exchange points. You have killed player Lu Jia LV5, earning 1518 exchange points, when Shinyo took the storage cards from them, one with 20 slots, one with 10. As Xue Zhaofeng said, Jean Zealine's card mostly contained water, cloves, and medicine, with only 2 protective 98s. Lu Jia's card had weapons and water equally divided. Jean Zealine was quite the enjoyer. His card even had 99 boxes of seafood, not afraid of gout. When Shinyo took the seafood and weapons, then selected some medicines she didn't have. She handed Jean Zealine's card to Xue Zhaofeng. Put everything in, check it, and when the team is ready, use it as emergency supplies. Return the card to me before the game ends. Xue Zhaofeng looked at the supplies inside, feeling the card was almost too hot to handle. He looked at Wen Shinyo in shock. Why do I have to do this? When Shinyo looked at him strangely. Zhuang Han and Zhuang Xian are busy with other things. Can you help out? Xue Zhaofeng was both amused and helpless. That's not what she meant. But he was very moved by her trust, even though he knew it was because she could easily crush him. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely handle this. When Xian nodded and glanced at the time, it was almost 10:30. She pointed to the 3 people, Duan Mu Yen and others. Keep them here to help. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. If you see any troublemakers, tie them up and bring them to me. The group nodded obediently, watching her leave with respectful eyes until her figure disappeared completely. Xue Zhaofeng sighed in relief, then looked back at the young men still staring blankly. He gave each of them a firm slap. Stop staring. Finish your work quickly and come help. Okay. Meanwhile, when Xian hurried back to the safe house, planting all 13 newly obtained flower petals into winter melons. Then she quickly went downstairs to meet Shen Xingmeng. Her task was to catch the villains who were committing crimes inside the building. The rule was they had harmed others directly or indirectly in a serious way. All of them would become nourishment for the little white flower. This kind of vigilante act was a noble, but when Xian wasn't here to fight evil and promote good. Since they could take others' lives without guilt just to stay alive, she believed she could also take theirs to survive. In a world where morality is broken, talking about morality is itself immoral. Even if one day she is killed by someone claiming to be justice, she wouldn't have anything to say. At its core, everything is just the survival of the fittest. Xiao Yu. Over here. Shen Xingmeng waved at her from afar. Behind her, about 50 men were with ropes. These people, who usually act powerful and arrogant, were now crouched in the corner, too afraid to move with guns pointed at their heads. This was Shen Xingmeng's first time leading a team, and she was so proud, she almost floated. Seeing her, everyone acted like they were reporting to a leader. Xiao Yu, look. We caught 32 people. We sorted them from left to right based on their crimes. We followed the community tip-off route. These guys can't hide. They're all troublemakers. Her face full of pride. When Xian couldn't help but pretend not to see. Yes, very good. You have the qualities of a village official. Shen Xingming chuckled. Honestly, I almost became a village official myself back in the day. When Xian flipped through the charges she had written for these people and casually responded, "Why didn't you go then?" At this moment, Shen Xingyuan quietly spoke beside her, because during her internship, she went to the bathroom late at night and fell into a manure pit. She's too ashamed to go back after graduation. When Xinyo. Shen Xingming forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No one will notice if you don't speak. When Xinyo comforted him, "It's okay. At least that place will always remember your story." Shen Xingming started crying. "Xiao Yu, it's okay if you're not good at comforting people. It feels like you're teasing me." When Xinyo sighed and closed her mouth in frustration. She was genuinely trying to comfort him. "Forget it, time to work." Holding her small notebook of accusations, she walked over to a man on the far left. Gao Tianyu, bullying the elderly, hitting children, assaulting women, stealing water and medicine, pushing 3 elders down the stairs causing their deaths, 2 pregnant women leading to miscarriages, gathering a crowd to beat people, causing several to become disabled. When Xinyo read each charge aloud, then finally looked at him. This man was wearing glasses and looked like an ordinary worker at first glance, with a hint of a small boss's aura, but he was actually a complete scumbag. 10 days to commit so many crimes. You're quite talented, when Xinyo said calmly, but with heavy sarcasm. She glanced at the team members present, then casually pointed to a female team member who looked steady and was holding a Browning pistol. "Come here." The female team member hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped forward. When Xinyo nodded, "What's your name?" "Chu Wenxi, level 3. Have you used this gun before?" Chu Wenxi was unsure of her intention but nodded firmly. "Yes, of course." When Xinyo pointed at the man's groin, "Aim here, focus, don't hit the thigh's main artery." Chu Wenxi. Gao Tianyu. Everyone. Seeing her not moving for a while, when Xinyo raised an eyebrow.
"What?"
"I can't do it." Then she took out an identical Browning pistol and aimed it at the man's leg. "I'll just demonstrate once. Watch carefully." Gao Tianyu's face turned pale as he saw her serious expression. His head nearly exploded in panic, and he shouted, "Don't you dare. If you even try to touch me, I'll tell you, my dad works at the United Nations. If you dare to touch me." Ah, bang. No one cared about his shouting. Those insignificant words were nothing compared to the screams after the gunshot. The area around the thighs and groin is very fragile, and a deadly spot on the body. When Xinyo moved to a better position, shooting from the side and above to hit accurately. Normally, hitting and causing bleeding wouldn't be fatal, but if she accidentally injured other parts because of a small target, she would have to drain him of blood before he died from blood loss. Since it looked like he wouldn't die immediately, when Xinyo decided to let him suffer a little longer. She turned to look at Chu Wenxi, who looked constipated. "Do you understand?" His serious face made it seem like she was teaching a lesson. Got it, got it." Chu Wenxi forced a smile.
He dared not say he didn't understand.
But he couldn't help but secretly glance at the cold face of the boss. The boss's move was incredibly cool. Next, when Xinyo ordered Chu Wenxi to shoot 10 chickens in a row. Most of the men on the left side were perverts, constantly cursing and complaining. But when Xinyo only wanted to confiscate their tools and didn't care about their whining. A few small and weak ones were dealt with on the spot after the shooting. These people were normal men, weighing between 130 and 150 jin, each providing 6 to 8 petals. After dealing with the first 15 people, when Xinyo ran 5 trips to the safe house to plant vegetables. It was hard work, but she felt happy. This public execution was not just about cleaning pests. They caused a commotion on the 32nd floor, and every floor above was crowded with people watching. The people chosen were notorious villains among players and locals. Every time one was killed, applause and cheers louder than thunder filled the building. In such tense times, punishing evil with violence was a way to stabilize people's hearts. Whenever ordinary people saw villains being executed, they would cheer. When Xinyo's actions could improve her reputation among some players and locals. She had killed 15, and 17 remained. She checked the time, It was almost 1 p.m., and she had spent a lot of time here. Are any of these players? She asked Shen Xingming as she looked back. Shen Xingming flipped through a small notebook of accusations and pointed to 3 people. That one, this one, and that one. Chu Wenxi silently raised his gun and approached one of them. The man looked furious and terrified. I'm not a criminal. I haven't touched a woman. Don't hurt my private parts. The other 2 also hurriedly shouted. Me neither. I haven't either. I only killed a few natives and stole some food, the last bearded man shouted just as a loud curse came from upstairs. He's lying. I saw him take a little girl into the stairwell. That guy is just a creepy pervert. I saw it too. That kid is only 4 or 5 years old. The big man's face turned pale instantly, and he wanted to defend himself. But Chu Wenxi didn't give him a chance. With disgust on his face, he shot him on the spot. You're killing him. TSK, noisy. This guy was big and loud even when shot, not worried about bursting a blood vessel. When Xinyo waved her hand, signaling a male team member who looked very sympathetic and pained to go and cover his mouth. If he's so energetic, let him suffer a bit more before he dies. Then she walked over to another male player. The man glared at her angrily and cursed. Do you think you're so righteous now? Think you're so powerful because you're in charge? Everyone is just trying to survive. The natives exist to give players points, and the system allows players to fight each other. Why are you acting like some high judge? What are you pretending to be, you little? Shen Xingming couldn't stand others insulting when Xinyo and rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit him. But when Xinyo raised her hand to stop her, looking at the player with a strange expression. Who told you I'm here to judge for justice? The male player sneered mockingly. Then what are you doing? Just for show? To play around? When Xinyo smiled slightly. Maybe. As you said, everyone is just trying to survive. I kill you all just to survive better myself. Our logic is the same. The male player was momentarily stunned, then angrily shouted, What the heck are you spouting here? However, when Xinyo had run out of patience with him, she slapped him hard, leaving him dazed, and quickly sent him off to feed the little white flower. She wasn't interested in acting as a judge. Judging was the job of the king of. Her only task was to send them to see the king of. After dealing with all the players here and preventing them from escaping using their skills, when Xinyo decided to stop for now, she said to Shen Xingming, Arrange for people to take turns watching, and the rest can rest and eat. Shen Xingming nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Then she looked at the remaining team members and said, Anyone without storage cards or with insufficient water, go find Shuejiao foam and get supplies based on the number of people. One team member looked surprised. Boss still provides food? When Xinyo recognized him, he was one of Zhang Jing's former subordinates and also a subordinate of Zhuang Xian. She explained, It's stuff we got from Zhang Jing's men. As long as it lasts until the end of the game, it should be fine. The amount was enough for all players to eat well every day. When she said this, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Several players, whose cheeks were already sunken from hunger, even silently wiped away tears. Long live the boss. Thank you, boss. Long live Sister Wen. In this stingy and frustrating game, having a steady food supply in the 3rd stage was the greatest happiness for ordinary players without storage space. When Xinyo didn't stop them from shouting, she glanced at the crowd gathering upstairs, patted Shen Xingming on the shoulder, and then left. She hoped the commotion would reach those players who refused to step forward. It was better for them to come forward voluntarily than to waste time hunting each one down. More than 7 hours had passed since their last meal. When Xinyo was starving, she went back to her room and cooked a pot of seafood instant noodles using the seafood she had scavenged from Qin Zilin. When she was stockpiling supplies, she didn't have seafood, only dried goods. Firstly, because it was expensive. Secondly, because eating too much seafood was unhealthy. Thirdly, because it took up space. But now that it was freely available, she certainly didn't mind. Moreover, Qin Zilin's stored seafood was already frozen, so it could last a long time and be eaten slowly. King were a specialty of Y country. Each one was meaty, fatty, and full of fresh flavor. when Shinyo alone could boast about having 5 or 6 of them. Eating seafood, Wangxinyu prefers steaming because it best preserves the fresh flavor and juices. Only after that does she add spices for stir-frying. Qin Zilin has stockpiled hundreds of king, along with various fish, shrimp, shellfish, sea cucumbers, and seaweed. Wangxinyu will need to eat these leftovers for a very long time. She steamed more than 10 and gave 2 to each of the main team members, Shen Xingming and Zhuang Han. Eating seafood every day can become boring, but occasionally having a good meal to improve the diet is very relaxing. After lunch, it was already 2:30 p.m. She needed to rest a bit to prepare for tonight's battle. She thought about telling a few friends about her fight with Andrew, just in case she got hurt or he tried to run away. Even if they couldn't stop him, they could escape in time to avoid injury. Everyone quickly responded, saying it was impossible to run. They would stay nearby tonight and help her if needed. Wangxinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. They still didn't fully understand Andrew's destructive power. But never mind. She closed the chat window, a slight smile on her lips. Fighting alone felt very different from knowing there was backup behind her. These people were strong, and not fools who would rush to die. If they could help deliver a final, that would be good. She opened the shop and spent 70 points to buy a huge searchlight, which she stored in her space. It was already gray and gloomy during the day, and at night it was pitch black. Good lighting was necessary. Getting ready for the fight, Wangxinyu snuggled into her warm quilt and closed her eyes peacefully. Wangxinyu forced herself to sleep for 4 hours. She didn't sleep much last night and probably wouldn't sleep well tonight either. She needed to rest as much as possible now. When she woke up, it was exactly 6:30. She got up to cook and eat. Tonight, she needed a lot of energy, so she fried a lot of beef and roasted a piece of cheese hidden by Zhang Jing, pouring it over. She enjoyed a cheesy beef rice bowl and a lot of vegetables. Her teammates sent her many messages. She glanced at them briefly and replied to a few important ones. The water had already reached the 32nd floor. The residents had moved to above the 50th floor. Currently, 1,412 people were still alive. Currently, 153 players have organized into teams, and Zhang Han estimates that no more than 30 of them are hidden among the natives. In the face of disaster, players without special skills have about the same chance of survival as the natives. Based on the experience of some veteran players, each player's chance of survival in a given world is roughly between 20% and 10%. This world seems simple, with no chasing or fleeing, but the death and injury rate is higher than in the survival game worlds. Natural disasters are always more frightening than human-made ones. When Shinyo asked some key managers to control the scene and help the natives if needed, then closed the chat window. She also needed to prepare for the battle at 9 o'clock. With the current flooding speed, their battlefield tonight should be on the 33rd or 34th floor. When Shinyo opened the shop again and browsed through items, trying to find more things that could increase their chances of winning. First, she spent 64 points to buy a pair of alloy finger guns. As she kept browsing, she found the poison section at the end of the medicine area. Her eyes lit up instantly as she clicked on it. She was attracted to the deadly poison called blood-sealing poison, which costs 10 grams for 1,000 exchange points. Honestly, this price is a bit high. Even with a discount, it still costs 800 points. But as a poison, 10 grams can last a long time. Moreover, its description is very clear. Inject into the blood vessel, death in 3 seconds, which is quite sinister. When Shinyo immediately placed an order and received a small white porcelain bottle with the words, blood-sealing poison, written in cinnabar. She rolled up her sleeve and touched the small white flower. Can you handle this poison? I want to put it on the tip of a hard vine. The small white flower nodded and stood up. When Shinyo opened the lid and placed it in front of the flower, it pressed its flower center against the bottle's opening, then gently touched the tip of a sharp, hard vine. The vine tip scraped out a small amount of brown liquid. After 10 seconds, nothing changed, and the vine slowly curled into an shape. Okay, that's good. When Shinyo smiled and stroked the delicate petals of the small white flower. You're amazing. The flower also gently moved its petals, rubbing against her finger. Honestly, the small white flower is truly versatile, able to grow vegetables, fight, and even serve as a pet that provides emotional comfort. Although it cannot speak and is usually very quiet, it becomes especially excited during mealtime. However, when Xianu knows that its intelligence is quite high, especially as its level increases, it can do more things independently for her. So far, when Xianu has rarely fought hard herself, but from her observations, starting at level 3, the little white flower's awareness has become more obvious. During the first stage of fishing, it could help her catch fish underwater that she couldn't see. Many bluefin tunas were caught thanks to it. Now, she often spends time communicating with the little white flower and training it to do simple tasks. This way, when she faces more dangerous higher-level worlds, she will be less worried. When Xianu told it to dip all 6 of its tough vine tips in poison, but she didn't bother with the soft vines, since they are used for planting vegetables in the soil. Listen carefully, tonight we have a tough fight. Keep an eye out, and if there's a chance, go poke him, preferably in a place with blood. If you win, you'll get a big reward for your meal tomorrow. Do you understand? She held the root of the little white flower and spoke seriously, regardless of whether it could understand her. The little white flower shook a few more times. Whether it was overwhelmed by too much information or something else, it finally fell onto an Xianu's finger with a soft PG. When Xianu, well, it looks like it's trying to listen. It was already past 7 o'clock, and there were 2 hours until the scheduled time. When Xianu got up and left the house, she wanted her body to adapt to the outside temperature and brightness in advance. Although her current defense value had already reached 7,400, she still didn't dare to be careless. Throughout history, underestimating the enemy has always been the deadliest mistake. She planned to walk around the first, second, and third floors alone to get familiar with the terrain, but as soon as she stepped out, she saw the bar counter filled with people. Familiar and unfamiliar faces filled the room. When Xianu paused for a moment, "What are you all doing here?" Zhuang Han stood up a little awkwardly. "Sorry, Xiaoyu. It was supposed to be just us, but these guys somehow found out you're going to fight Andrew tonight and insisted on coming to cheer you on." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people behind her also stood up, their faces either mature or youthful, all full of fighting spirit.
"Boss,
"We're fighting with you, that's right. No matter how strong that Andrew guy is, with over 100 of us firing together, I don't believe he can stand it." When Xianu was surprised by their enthusiasm. It seemed she didn't have such a close relationship with them, right? But since they meant well, she simply said thank you and didn't need to overthink it. She raised her hand to signal, "Stop," and everyone quickly quieted down, eagerly waiting for her command. The feeling of speaking on stage again after so long. When Xianu sighed and slightly raised her voice. "Thank you all for your kindness, but this is a personal matter between Andrew and me. Honestly, he's not a terrible villain who deserves to be attacked by everyone. Andrew was indeed a crazy person to an Xianu, but to others, he wasn't a villain. Sometimes he was even a good person. So, when Xianu never intended to involve others, this was a duel between them. She initiated the challenge herself, and now she was asking for help. That's not fair. Neither she nor Andrew looked down on doing such things. Having Xin Xingmeng hide was just to prevent her from losing. If she died, that guy might turn her personal problem into a public issue. After hearing her words, some players rescued from Zhongjing looked disappointed. For most players with principles, the worst thing was to always owe favors. Even as a subordinate, at least they should be able to help their boss a little to be worthwhile. When Xianu smiled slightly, her tone firm and confident. "Don't worry, I will win. I've fought him at least 80 times out of 100, and he loses to me 9 times out of 10. This time won't be different. All you need to do is follow my lead, stay calm, and wait for my victory news." At 8:50 p.m. when Xianu arrived at the 34th floor. Looking down, the water had already reached the 33rd floor. The water level kept rising and it was getting faster. This endless rain would only get heavier in the 3rd stage. In just these 2 days, nearly 10 floors had been flooded. On the water's surface floated a few pale corpses, looking especially eerie under the night. 10 minutes later, a figure landed precisely on the railing opposite her. When Xianu turned on the light behind her, when she saw his outfit clearly, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "You're a lot more timid than before, Pascal." The man's tall body was wrapped in a thick, high-density jacket, with only his face exposed. TSK, does this guy suspect she plans to poison him? When Shinyo glanced at her face value panel, clenched her teeth, and exchanged all her remaining 6,000 points for attack power. After the exchange, her points dropped to a pitiful 172. Andrew grinned, showing 2 rows of bright white teeth under the light. "When you have so many skills, I want to enjoy this wonderful night with you. Sorry if my outfit isn't very nice." When Shinyo stood coldly on the railing, "We're here to fight for our lives, not to go on a date." Andrew shrugged casually. "Oh, it's all the same to me, dear." When Shinyo shut her mouth, she knew she couldn't match his nerve, so she decided to fight. Suddenly, 4 thick vines shot out from her wrists, aiming straight at Andrew's legs and face.
Wow.
Is that your skill? That's so cool." Andrew dodged excitedly, shouting. When Shinyo ignored him, she had already used the vines to reach the side, grabbing onto the railing instead of him. The physical stats of a person are very objective. When the numbers go up, they can do things impossible in real life. For example, her sword technique was now incredibly sharp, so fast she couldn't even see it clearly. Andrew could dodge in time, but her agility was high too. After one move, she could immediately follow with another. It was just the beginning, and Andrew was already at a disadvantage. But he didn't seem worried at all. Instead, he laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha.
"You're really strong. I'll be very happy tonight." When Shinyo raised her sword and swung it down heavily. "Then go die happily." Just a few centimeters from his face, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and blocked her blade. When Shinyo's pupils shrank, she kicked him in the chest and let go of her sword, flipping 5 meters away.
Oh.
"You actually dodged that? You're really impressive." He kept his hands empty, ready to catch her blade, while his right leg lifted high. If when Shinyo had hesitated even a second later, she would have been hit in the groin by his knee. When Shinyo slightly pursed her lips and decisively abandoned her weapon to engage in close combat. Andrew's jacket is the same as the one she saw in the mall, costing at least 15,000 exchange points. It can mostly block normal heat weapons, including powerful guns like the Desert Eagle. Even rockets would mostly harm the people inside, and the clothes would stay intact. It's just a high-quality, lightweight bulletproof vest. But it can't protect against fists. Punches to the body still cause injuries. Overall, her own high defense value is more useful. She puts on her fingerless gloves and rushes forward, punching him hard in the stomach with all her strength. Andrew stumbles back a few steps and can't help but gag twice. He laughs even more excitedly and wants to say something, but when Shinyo doesn't give him a chance, she throws a punch followed immediately by a kick. "Haha. You're amazing. Do you know? You're the first person to knock me down by just 1 punch and reduce my health by 2 points. Andrew, excited, fights back while shouting, more like he's won a prize than been hit. When Shinyo frowns, she used all her strength and only 2 points? According to the information from Zhuanghan, Andrew is now level 4. Without other cheats, his health should be capped at 80, like Shen Xingming and the others. That means she would need to hit him at least 40 times to drain his health. But that's impossible. Such an effect only happens when hitting vulnerable spots like the stomach. Andrew isn't stupid. How could he give her so many chances to hit his stomach 40 times? And judging by his strength, his attack and power stats are definitely much higher than her current level. He has 15,000 spare coins to buy a jacket. God knows how many monsters he's killed in previous levels, or how many players he's defeated. She needs to think of another way. Meanwhile, upstairs, a few people watching in the shadows are sweating nervously, holding their breath as they stare at the 2 figures below, moving so fast they seem to leave afterimages. They've seen many fights among big shots, but this is the first time witnessing a melee between such powerful fighters. Every move hits the target directly, without hesitation, each strike aiming at vital points. Their skills, reactions, and reflexes are not something that can be gained just by leveling up in the game. Whether in real life or in the game, these two are genuine experts. Shun Xingming watches anxiously. Although it initially looks like when Xinyo is pressing Andrew in a fight, in reality, when Xinyo has a serious expression, while Andrew seems to be handling it easily. The two of them circle around the floor, fighting back and forth, without even taking a break to catch their breath. After a round, when Xinyo is mostly in the lead, but she also has some injuries. She realizes that fighting players is different from battling bosses in her previous game world. Now, her defense only protects her health from dropping, but she still feels the pain where she gets hit. Andrew punched her at the corner of her mouth, causing a cut that is now burning and painful. But this pain isn't useless. She notices Andrew's expression has changed from being overly confident to confused, as if he doesn't understand why she's still standing. When is your defense very high? When Xinyo pauses, then can't help but smile. She almost forgot that Andrew doesn't understand her language, so he wouldn't know about her selling skills and couldn't guess her high defense just from that. Good, she can use this. She's sure Andrew's attacks aren't really hurting her. Yes, it's painful, but it's not causing real damage. But he's different. His defense value is probably only a few hundred at most. Counter damage is based on how much damage the opponent deals. For example, 5 points of counter damage equals 5%. Besides having high stats, Andrew's skills are strength-based, so his attacks do more damage. This means just taking hits can drain a lot of his health. Although it's a bit frustrating, it's also a good tactic. She then pretends to be hurt by his kick to her knee, creating an opening. Andrew falls for it, throwing a dozen punches in quick succession. When Xinyo grits her teeth and stays silent, counterattacking at the right moment to make him more excited and keep him attacking. However, since the stats panel can be checked easily with her mind, Andrew soon notices something's wrong. His face changes as he quickly steps back several meters.
1.
You're too sneaky. When Xinyo slowly stands straight, rubs her sore wrist, and smiles at him. There's an old saying in our country, warriors never dislike deception. Only the people upstairs watching the fight looked confused and anxious. What is happening? I can't understand what they're saying, and it's driving me crazy. Seeing him hesitate and not attack aggressively anymore, when Xinyo guessed that his health was already quite low. She could attack or defend, so when the enemy didn't come, she moved herself. He paused, and when Xinyo took out her sword again to attack, not giving him a chance to breathe and recover. Under her dual attack with vine blades, Andrew was once again forced to dodge awkwardly. What's wrong, Pascal? If you keep hiding, you'll lose. When Xinyo rarely spoke harshly, swinging her sword skillfully. She also kept moving her legs, hitting with her knees when her sword was blocked, not missing any chance to attack. Andrew tried to find an opening to strike her vital points, but it didn't work. When Xinyo's attack was still fierce, while his health kept dropping, he finally realized her defenses were unbreakable. His smile was no longer calm, but twisted with madness. You're surprising me more and more, he struck when Xinyo hard again then. Taking advantage of her lowered center of gravity, he pressed her shoulder, flipped her over, and jumped behind her. When Xinyo quickly turned around to defend, but found that he was gone. She hurriedly looked up and saw Andrew had already jumped to the upper level. He actually wanted to run. Pascal, you coward, when Xinyo never expected him to run away and couldn't help but curse. She immediately chased after him. She shouted from above, Xiao Ke.
Zhuang Xin.
Bring him down. Before her words finished, several figures darted out from the shadows, followed by gunfire and a flash of lightning. Come out from upstairs. Shoot him, Zhuang Han whistled, and Zhuang Xian released several lightning attacks toward Andrew as he ran upward, shouting loudly. When Xinyo was stunned for a moment, but quickly rushed back to the 33rd floor. Andrew couldn't understand what they were saying, but he sensed the huge killing intent. He also wanted to jump behind the nearby railing, but over 100 guns aimed at him from above the 36th floor. Hidden players received orders and started shooting wildly at him, as if bullets were free. Even if Andrew wore a bulletproof vest worth $15,000, he couldn't face a hail of bullets directly because his head is very fragile. He had to protect his head and run back, which gave Wenxinia the chance to quickly use her vines to wrap around his waist and legs, dragging him back to the 33rd floor to continue fighting. "Go, boss. Kill that foreigner. Come on, boss." The once quiet building suddenly turned into a fighting arena after the gunfire stopped, filled with loud cheers from men and women. Their fight turned into a wild celebration with many people cheering for one person. Andrew was angry. Ignoring the risk of being hurt himself, he punched Wenxinio hard in the chin.
"I was wrong about you."
"You actually called for help to cheat." Wenxinio didn't dodge and sneered as she punched back. "If you hadn't tried to run, they would only come out to cheer for my victory when I finally beat you." Andrew's face twisted more and his movements became more frantic. Wenxinio knew his health was running low. They fought for over half an hour. Wenxinio was exhausted and her face numb from the hits. Andrew's fists were as heavy as hammers. But in a death match, whoever loses their composure first loses. Andrew stayed relatively calm, but now he was trapped. He couldn't compare to Wenxinio, who had the upper hand, and eventually she found his weakness. She grabbed the edge of his jacket near his neck, and in an instant, her sharp, blood-stained blade appeared next to his throbbing carotid artery. Andrew's hands fell, and his big blue eyes looked at the woman riding on him with a mix of unwillingness and confusion. "Are you the chosen one?" Wenxinio's cold black eyes stared at him without emotion. "I'm a materialist, Pascal. I don't believe in gods. Do you have anything else to say?" At this moment, Andrew calmed down. He took a couple of deep breaths and showed his familiar charming smile. "If I have to say something, it's that I'm glad I met you." Wenxinio raised an eyebrow and pushed her vines into his artery. Andrew's pupils shrank instantly, and his lips trembled as he muttered a few words. Wenxinio gasped. 3 seconds later, her beautiful blue eyes lost focus, and the strong heartbeat beneath her knees stopped beating. Andrew was dead. The over 100 heads upstairs watched the suddenly quiet fight scene, exchanging glances, unsure of what was happening. The people on the 34th floor, closest to the scene, broke out in nervous sweat, barely daring to breathe as they stared at the two figures stacked together. They remained still like statues for a full 3 minutes before the woman finally moved. After a moment, she walked to the railing and raised 3 storage cards high in her hand. "I won." Her voice was cold and strong, her scarred face showing determined black eyes, proud of her victory. The whole crowd was silent for a few seconds before erupting into loud cheers. "Boss is awesome. Super warrior. Woohoo." This fight was not just about Wenxinio. It was a release for players who had been oppressed by disaster and hunger for over 10 days. They didn't care about the reason or the meaning of the fight, nor who had died. The point was to make their blood boil, to free their numb and suppressed spirits from the torment of disaster and the game. Their guns joined the celebration, and for the first time, they poured out their emotions. In the face of survival, there is only stance, not right or wrong. They knew how strong Andrew was, so Wenxinio's victory became their energizer. When young players realized their leader was the unbeatable strongest king, they felt more peace and passion than jealousy or suspicion. At that moment, Wenxinio was worshipped like a goddess. She knew the higher she was lifted, the harder she would fall, but it didn't matter. She would stand firmly at the top. Jiang Ke had never seen Wenxinio in such a state before. Her eyes were swollen, the corners of her eyes were torn, her lips were purple and bleeding, looking very frightening. Only her beautiful bone structure kept her looking somewhat fierce, like a battered beauty. He couldn't imagine how crazy her loved ones would go if they saw her like this. Andrew would probably be torn apart. Wenxinio didn't try to pretend to be strong. She really needed rest now, so she obediently leaned on the young man's back. "Take off his clothes, then shoot him twice in the head and heart," she said weakly to the brother and sister. Shen Xingming nodded repeatedly, feeling very sorry for her. Okay, leave it to us. You should go back and rest. I'll come up later to help you put on medicine, they said. When Xinyo nodded, and Jiang Ke quickly carried her upstairs. Andrew should have a skill that breaks defenses, Jiang Ke said angrily. When Xinyo didn't understand where he got that idea. Usually in fights, players with enough defense won't get hurt much unless the opponent has a skill that breaks defenses or other damage buffs. Only then can they really hurt high defense opponents, Jiang Ke explained. Your defense is definitely much higher than his, but Andrew still managed to hurt you so badly. His attack skills must be terrifying. I see. When Xinyo remembered Xue Zhaofeng saying Andrew could knock someone out with one punch, and she guessed this was the reason. So he was right to kill him, she whispered. Absolutely right to kill him, the young man said firmly. She smiled faintly, closed her eyes, and said nothing more. Jiang Ke carried her up to the 40th floor, which was the starting point of the internal elevator and now the temporary command center. The main players and natives were here. When they saw their return, Lin Haixin and Zhou Muyu screamed in shock. Oh my god! How did this happen? Even Zhao Qian and Xue Zhaofeng were startled when they saw Wen Xinyo's condition. This expert was surprisingly so battered. 2 women came over to help her with her wounds, but Wen Xinyo waved them off. What she needed most now was to return to her safe house, take a hot shower with her last strength, then lie on the bed and wait for Shen Xingming to help her put on medicine. This was the first time since entering the game that Wen Xinyo felt so exhausted. She couldn't even remember when she last fell asleep. Anyway, by the time she opened her eyes again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The best thing about the game world is that as long as your health points are there, your body recovers quickly. Plus, Shen Xingming carefully applied medicine to her, gently massaging away the bruises. After a good sleep, except for the areas that were hit the hardest, most of her pain was gone. There were no lasting effects, but she was starving and too weak to get out of bed. So she simply lay there, took food from the space, and heated it in the microwave. After eating a big pot of beef and egg rice and 8 energy bars, Wen Xinyo finally felt a bit stronger. Not long ago, Shen Xingming left her a message, telling her to go outside and find the players who would pick her up. They were helping the sisters from the village and Zhao Qian. The player who came to pick her up was Chu Wenxi. When she saw Wen Xinyo, her eyes lit up with admiration. She respectfully led her to the 85th floor. Chu Wenxi was made the squad leader by Zhuang Han and knew some details. She explained a lot to Wen Xinyo along the way. For example, they had caught 38 players from the natives, leaving 182 players alive now. Including a few who had been hiding on the top floors, the natives' total survival was 1,378. She also mentioned that there had been conflicts when the natives went downstairs to find supplies, but Zhao Qian threatened to handle it. Most of the stronger natives and players lacking warm clothing had already gone downstairs to gather resources. The hotel above the 80th floor had some supplies and power generators, enough to keep the natives warm for 6 hours each day. Players had already secured safe rooms on floors 83 to 85, and they would move as the water level rose. Overall, everything was organized smoothly. After Wen Xinyo became famous last night, no troublemakers appeared, and everything went very well. Wen Xinyo was very satisfied. This was the right attitude to have in a disaster. She could now start her own plan. Seeing that she was fine, everyone else also relaxed. But as someone who had witnessed the terrible scenes firsthand, Shen Xingming thoughtfully laid a thick cushion on her sofa. Now that the danger is gone and the warmth problem is solved, the only thing left is water and food. When Xinyo leaned on the sofa, calmly speaking to the native leaders. Zhao Qian looked at her in surprise. The water supply is okay for now. Above the 85th floor, each level has a large water reservoir that can provide each person with 400 milliliters of drinking water daily for a week. And what about food? She sharply asked. Du Qingling replied slowly. Each person gets 50 grams of food daily, enough to last 10 days. 50 grams is about the size of an egg. Even celebrities don't diet this strictly. When Xinyo smiled slightly. I can provide half a kilogram of pumpkin and 1 kilogram of winter melon per person each day, with only one condition: no waste. Everyone, including the players, looked at her in shock. Shen Xingming was stunned. She finally realized that when Xinyo was planning this, which explained why she was so eager to help the natives survive longer. When Xinyo continued slowly, "Don't ask me how I do it. Just gather all the pots in the hotel, work together, and make sure not to waste anything." She then casually took out a large winter melon and a big pumpkin and placed them on the coffee table. "Oh my goodness." Du Qingling adjusted her glasses nervously and reached out trembling to touch the two fresh, large vegetables that looked like they just grew. Zhao Qian and Gao Jiancheng also looked stunned. They hadn't seen fresh vegetables in over 10 days. Touching these two vegetables felt like holding two pieces of gold. Of course, everyone was happy with the outcome. The plan was approved unanimously. The few responsible for sending the natives away happily to find pots and firewood, and everyone who admired this clever move gave a big thumbs up to the leader. While others only wanted to kill the natives for points, the leader used the natives to strengthen skills. That's truly impressive. With everything arranged in an orderly manner, progress was smooth. It's now the 23rd day of the game. The players only need to survive 6 more days to leave the dimension. As long as they don't mess up, everyone still alive can successfully clear the game. When Xinyo went to deliver the remaining 14 people she hadn't managed to eliminate to Xiao Baihua for meals, after replacing all the petals with pumpkins, her promise of 1.5 gene per person per day was easily fulfilled. This amount, including the players, was the minimum she required each person to consume daily. If they didn't come to collect it, they wouldn't get it. If they did, it would be used up that day. For players, even if they don't like eating these two items, consuming them for 6 days can increase their defense slightly. Only fools wouldn't do it. They would grit their teeth and swallow. If they need more, her winter melon still has over 2,000 gene left in budget. Players can exchange 600 points for items of equal value to get 10 gene, or trade special tools and precious metals. Compared to directly exchanging for defense points through the system, this price is about 40% off, which is very friendly. As for newcomers who are struggling to eat enough, when Xinyo thoughtfully suggested a more cost-effective plan. That is, catch mice. 2 gene of mice can be exchanged for 1 gene of winter melon, as long as the mice are alive. Each kilogram of mice has about 72 milliliters of blood, and she needs 1 liter of blood to make a petal. This deal is very profitable, but so what? When Xinyo's skill uses flesh and blood as a resource, which is no secret. But with her strength and influence, no one questions the fairness of her trades. Just kidding. The boss is willing to give food for free and exchange defense points under such harmless conditions. The fragile ones are grateful, and who would dare to complain? Anyone causing trouble gets knocked out and sent to the boss as fertilizer. Besides, when Xinyo's reputation among the natives has reached an all-time high. Now her role is like a wealthy person in ancient times who distributes grain during disasters. In short, it's unlikely anyone will oppose her request to let tourists go upstairs now. Everything is being handled for her, and she has become quite free. After some thought, when Xinyo decided to visit Andrew's team, the words Andrew said before his death kept echoing in her mind, and she needed to understand them. These players are a bit wary of when Xinyo. Even when she announced the exchange requirements, she specially sent them a version in F language, fearing they wouldn't understand. When she arrived, they sat up straight, looking serious, afraid she might also turn against them. When Xinyo found this amusing but had no interest in explaining her past conflicts with Andrew, she asked directly, in F language, "Does my dear little Rose have any special meaning?" Her use of F language was limited to basic communication, and she hardly understood its deeper cultural nuances. But she also didn't truly believe that this was a nickname Andrew had given her before he died. My dear little Rose. The 8 people present looked at each other in confusion, all showing puzzled expressions. Normal people would think this is a flirtatious nickname, and they couldn't understand why when Xinyo would think it had another meaning. Many people from Country F use cheesy nicknames like Little Rose, Little Cabbage, Little Bread, nothing unusual. Please think carefully. Think about lyrics, book titles, movie names, things like that. Their confused expressions made Shinyo a bit anxious. She was sure there was another meaning, but guessing it herself was impossible.
Ah.
I remember now, suddenly said a female player with a face from Continent A. What is it? Shinyo immediately looked at her. You mentioned lyrics. I remember Pascal often hummed a song, and it had that line in the lyrics. Hearing this, the others also looked enlightened. Yes, he used to sing it all the time. I remember the beginning was, "Oh, my dear little rose, my beloved little rose." When Shinyo's eyes lit up, she quickly took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Please try to recall as much as you can and write it down for me. The 8 players leaned in together, trying hard to remember the cheesy lyrics. They discussed for 20 minutes straight, and a heavily marked up piece of paper was handed back to Shinyo. The rough translation was, "My dear little rose, my beloved little rose, I would travel every inch of land for you, and leave every starry light for you. My dear little rose, my beloved little rose, death is not our end, it's just my temporary departure. My dear little rose, my beloved little rose, wherever you go, I will come back to you. My dear little rose, my beloved little rose, I will break through, shatter Satan, and come back to you." Next door, the team members hummed a gentle tune, making it seem like a simple romantic song, even with a touch of poetry. When Xianu looked full of cold frost, with a sharp gaze that seemed to burn through paper. A few players didn't dare to make a sound, not knowing what offense this romantic little tune had caused the expert. Could it be that the big shot already hates Andrew so much that he also dislikes the songs he likes? But soon, they saw the big shot take a deep breath and quickly return to a normal expression. When Xianu quickly understood and accepted the situation. Considering what Andrew said to her the day before, "I didn't care about life before, and I care even less now." When Xianu could be sure that this person, like her, had skills beyond normal. He probably could be resurrected. This was very troublesome, but when Xianu was okay with it. Anyway, he wouldn't be resurrected on the spot. If he were, she would kill him immediately, so he couldn't come back. His equipment and supplies had already been cleared out by her, and without protection, he was no match for her. Since they wouldn't meet again soon, there was no point in worrying. Instead, she was glad she had been cautious. "Thank you all. This is very helpful to me. As a token of gratitude, I will take my leave now." She wiped her face, took out a pre-prepared 80 gene winter melon, and placed it on the table. Without waiting for their thanks or objections, she stood up and left. The players stared in shock, looking at each other with confused faces. "Can we accept this? The big shot carefully divided it, so we should take it, right?" Yes. This is some defense value. How much less damage can we take? Why refuse? Wow, 10 gene. I'll go home and give it to my pet. The big shot is so generous. I start to believe in her. Thank God, Amen, making the sign of the cross. In the next few days, everything was calm. On the early morning of the 23rd day in the game, the water level rose to the 37th floor. On the 24th day, it rose to the 45th floor. On the 25th day, it entered a harsh phase, known as the boss stage, with the water level soaring directly to the 55th floor. On the 26th day, it rose to the 68th floor. On the 27th day, it reached the 77th floor. On the 28th day, the water level increased at a rate of 1 floor every 3 hours, and all players and natives retreated to the 88th floor. Without a doubt, if players do not qualify to reach above the 85th floor, they can only spend the final stage of the game in the water. Even players like Sinu, who bought a kayak in advance, can only stand outside in the rain. But for now, all surviving players can safely last until 28 days into the morning when they leave the game. As the main negotiator, Sinu is working hard inside the safe house, managing wheat and rice. Recently, players have been catching mice eagerly to exchange for more vegetables. Many go into ventilation ducts to catch more mice, hoping to trade a few fat mice for extra winter melons. The mice in the large hotel have almost been wiped out by players, providing enough nourishment, about 60 pieces of food, for the little white flowers. To gather more fuel for comrades needing warmth, Wangxinyu has planted wheat and rice using the flower petals. The rice stalks and wheat straw, which used to take up space, now have a place, and even the leftover ash from burning plants is carefully collected. Ash from plants is very useful, and Wangxinyu has stored quite a bit of it. Besides that, she has collected many medicines, jewelry, precious metals, machines, weapons, and bullets. The most useful items are healing ointments, hemostatic drugs, serums, and a lot of poisons. For Wangxinyu, poisons are more versatile than medicines. She has collected 8 kilograms of gold, along with various gemstones and jade. She has necklaces, bracelets, rings, and a sapphire star and moon bracelet she really likes, which she wears on her wrist. The rest are stored in a portable vault. She also gathered cutters, compressors, hydraulic machines, and even a lawnmower. Following the principle that she doesn't need them but it's better to have them, she took everything, mainly to sell winter melons. As for weapons, they are more diverse. Whips, bows and arrows, long crossbows, shurikens, silver needles, darts, knives, sticks, and guns. She never dislikes having many weapons and collected them all. Additionally, she obtained a lot of old brewing yeast from a female player who is a professional brewer. The leftover grains and fruits now have new uses. In the end, everyone is happy. Wangxinyu has gathered abundant supplies, and all the vegetables have been sold out. She still plans to stay here until the very last moment. The best outcome is that, after selling some to other players, she can earn a total of 9,360 points of defense. Without question, Wangxinyu's defense value has reached an incredible level that others cannot match. But who can complain about having too many numbers? On the 28th day of the game, at midnight, a prompt appeared on time. Congratulations to player Wangxinyu LV2 for successfully passing the Dimension Seaside Scenery LV1. You can choose to enter the next dimension at any time within the next 48 hours. After 48 hours, the system will force teleport you. The next dimension you will go to is Green Grassland LV1. The reward for this dimension is based on health percentage. Now, the system will announce the list of winners. Calculation complete. There are 6 players with 100% health in Seaside Scenery LV1. They are player Du Ruo Rong LV5, player Xinxing Meng LV4, player Xinxing Yuan LV4, player Jiang K LV4, player Zhuang Xian LV3, and player Wangxinyu LV2. Each of these 6 players will receive a storage card with 15 slots. The reward announcement for this dimension is finished. Players can request to leave the dimension at any time. Enjoy your game. Wangxinyu glanced at the panel and dismissed it. Although later players' survival conditions greatly improved, it didn't mean they were completely safe. After everyone crowded onto the 88th floor, players mostly lost the chance to enter safe houses. They all squeezed into large dormitories. As a result, poor nutrition, colds, injuries, chills, and even poor sleep quality could cause health to drop. This decline might be just a point or two, but it meant they could never be at 100%. Overall, it was quite unfortunate. The reward of the storage card was nothing special to Wangxinyu. She had killed many high-level players in this dimension, and now she had more than 10 cards, no longer as tight as in the first dimension. But for other players, the storage card was a very important resource, rare and hard to find. So, right after the game announced the reward, Wangxinyu heard excited cheers from outside. She stepped out of the safe house, and a person rushed toward her with a big leap. Wangxinyu reached out and caught her. Wow, Xiaoyu, I'm so happy. I finally have my own storage card. And it's 15 slots. Plus my brother, I now have 40 slots in total. I don't have to live so tightly anymore, wah wah wah. Yes, congratulations. Wangxinyu understood her excitement. In this game, the hardest part isn't collecting supplies, but realizing you can't take them with you once you're done. Having a storage card greatly improves living conditions. Next to her, Xinxing Yuan and Jiang Ke also smiled as they looked repeatedly at the new storage cards. After Shun Xingming finished her excitement, she got off Wangxinyu and cheerfully asked, Xiaoyu, are you planning to stay until the last day again? Wangxinyu nodded. Yes, I'll see how things go. I think the game won't wipe out the natives completely. The rain should have mostly stopped. This wasn't just her guess. She noticed that right after the noon report, the rain outside visibly lessened. They had listened to nearly 20 days of heavy rain, and now they could clearly feel it weakening. The natives in other rooms also noticed this. The lively cheers and sounds of celebration could be heard through the walls. Most players were now lining up to use a few hidden doors to leave the safe house and exit the dimension. The majority chose to leave. When Xinyu had only recently learned from a few friends that after clearing the game, players could choose to go directly to the next dimension or rest in the safe house for 2 days, staying until the 30-day automatic transfer. She had wondered why everyone was in such a hurry to leave. Now she knew they could rest. But for when she knew, she could also get a good rest now. Over the past 2 days, she had been helping the natives consume vegetables. The players had left, and she could still give them extra meals. Shen Xingming scratched her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Then I'll stay and help you. Anyway, going back to the safe house is just for idling and sleeping." Jiang Ke nodded along. "Me too. I'll go with my sister." Shen Xingyuan silently nodded as well. When Xinyu smiled, but didn't object. "What are your next dimensions?" Shen Xingming replied, "We plan to survive the level 1 opportunity. The next one is Endless Night." Jiang Ke pursed his lips and whispered, "I'm preparing to go to level 2. It's Doomsday Wasteland." When Xinyu looked at him deeply, "I'm Green Pastures." Shen Xingming let out an ah and looked enviously. "I know this world, the one they call the ranch. They say there is lots of meat and milk there, and only the NPCs are a bit fierce, but no other faults." When Xinyu nodded. When she saw the name, she guessed it pretty well. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Shen Xingyuan went to open it. The visitors were the Zhuang sisters. Actually, earlier this morning, when the meal was served, when Xinyu had already said goodbye to the players, many of them cried loudly, making the scene quite funny. Now that most players had left after the supervision, the sisters came to say a proper farewell to Xinyu. Zhuang Han gave her a curved knife, and Zhuang Xian handed her a big bag of bullets. They hugged her briefly. "I hope we can meet again someday," Zhuang Han said with a smile. Although they had only known each other for a short time, everyone was deeply impressed. When Xinyu smiled gently, her expression softening. "Safe travels and stay safe." In the past few days, the sisters had exchanged many linked items with Shen Xingming so they could stay together for a long time. When Xinyu felt a bit envious. Being able to stay with family during a disaster is a real luxury. After seeing off the Zhuang sisters, Shen Xingming and Shen Xingyuan went to help in the kitchen. Only she and Jiang Ke remained in the room. She looked at the young boy standing there, too nervous to lift his head. She sighed. "Are you afraid I'll be angry?" The boy quickly looked up, but as soon as he saw her calm, deep eyes, he looked down again. "Sister, I'm sorry." She looked at him. "Why are you sorry?" The boy clenched his clothes and whispered, "I chose level 2 without talking to you first." When Xinyu's eyes showed a hint of helplessness, she stepped forward and patted his head. "You just wanted to find someone you like sooner. Why are you apologizing? But you really should have told me in advance so I could prepare." If he hadn't been injured in the previous world, he would already be at level 2 now. The boy's eyes turned red, and he still mumbled sorry. This guilty, scared puppy look didn't seem like the little crazy dog others talked about. "All right, bring up the panel," when Xinyu said, changing the subject since she wasn't good at comforting sad kids. Jiang Ke obediently followed her instructions. Wang Xinyu waved her hand and directly gave him 200 points of defense, then sent over 200 pounds of winter melons. This amount wasn't much, but it should be enough to save his life in a critical moment. Jiang Ke looked surprised and hurriedly tried to refuse. "Sister? No, I can't take it." But those were defense points. Real defense points. Wang Xinyu slapped his hand away and looked serious. "Stop hesitating and refusing. I give this to protect you. Your older brother and sister are giving it to you, so just accept it." "How many times do I have to tell you this simple truth?" The boy's eyes turned red as he sniffled and kept silent. Wang Xinyu was satisfied and nodded, then sent the emotional and touched little kid to help the Shun siblings. As for Wang Xinyu herself, she went to the room opposite, where the indigenous leaders and their families lived. The rain had lessened, and the corridor was filled with excited shouts and crying. When Wang Xinyu entered, Zhou Liu and Lin Haixin were standing by the window, wiping tears. The whole room was red-eyed, except for the baby, who was clapping his little hands and giggling. The little child loved Wang Xinyu very much. She immediately spotted her and ran toward her on short legs. Big sister. Big sister. A smile appeared in Wang Xinyu's eyes as she bent down to catch the tiny girl wrapped into a ball. Hee look, big sister. The crying sky has become smaller. The little girl smiled sweetly with squinted eyes. A well-behaved child can sometimes be a source of strength for adults. No one would dislike such a cute and sensible little one. In fact, children's senses are very delicate. The continuous sound of heavy rain is a torment for adults, let alone a child only a few years old. But the baby never cried or fussed. She wasn't picky and was happy with just a piece of candy. She would only whimper when frightened by thunder. Usually, she was everyone's little joy. A group of adults needed a child to comfort them. This child was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. Wang Xinyu usually peeled a milk candy and fed it to her, then gently touched her small head under her hat. "Yes, the sun will come out soon," she whispered softly. When she looked up again, everyone's eyes were focused on her alone. Wang Xinyu was now the main pillar of everyone's support, without a doubt. She sat on the sofa opposite Du Qingling, holding the baby in her arms. The elderly lady was sipping hot water from a thermos given by Wen Xinyu. Based on the situation, the rain will gradually lessen. Everyone should keep a close eye on the satellite phone and radio station to not miss any rescue information, she said softly. Gao Jiancheng immediately responded, "Don't worry, someone has been watching that all along." When Xinyu nodded and asked, "How are the sick people doing?" Zhou Liu, who is a nurse, took care of the patients along with a few other locals who are medical staff. She smiled and said, "Thanks to your medicine and the pumpkin, they're almost better now." In this environment, common symptoms are fever, diarrhea, and cough, illnesses that are not deadly and can be cured with medicine. While the illness hadn't spread much, and there were only about 20 patients, when Xinyu provided medicine promptly to stop the infection from spreading. Pumpkin is good for the stomach and suitable for these weak people. The fewer people who die, the better, and Wen Xinyu was very satisfied with this result. She looked around and noticed Lin Xingchen was not there, so she asked Lin Haixin, "Where is your brother?" "He just took over my shift and went to the kitchen." Lin Haixin was still gentle and kind. Now that the rain had lessened, her worries seemed to fade from her face, and she looked brighter. "Okay, I'll go find him." She handed the little baby in her arms to Zhao Qian and headed to the next destination. "Goodbye, sister. Come back tonight to play with the baby." The little baby obediently sat in her father's arms, waving his tiny hands and smiling sweetly at her. When Xinyu smiled, nodded, and waved back. The so-called kitchen was actually at the end of the corridor, where 4 large pots were set up. A group of people kept boiling water, cutting and preparing vegetables. Winter melon was cooked with pumpkin and steamed. The 4 large pots burned day and night. If they hadn't recently unloaded a lot of wooden furniture from downstairs, it wouldn't have been enough for over 1,000 people. The leftover pumpkin peels were not wasted, when Xinyu used them along with rice husks and mouse carcasses to make compost. Pumpkin helped soothe the stomach, and winter melon was full of water. Every day, each person was given some cookies and snacks. Life was barely manageable. Wang Xinyu kept the leftover food after most players left. Several hundred jin of food, not too much or too little. Those with big appetites ate a few more bites and finished it all. During this time, some locals suspected where the food came from, but everyone was starving and eating happily. Since everyone was going to die anyway, it was better to eat well and die full. On the 29th day of the game, the water level reached the 86th floor. People were anxious, but the rain was visibly getting lighter. Hope and despair existed side by side. At noon on the 30th day, the water had not yet reached 2/3 of the 87th floor. At 4 p.m., the rain stopped. At 5 p.m., the clouds slightly cleared. At 6 p.m., the first sunset in 20 days gently reflected on the water, and the sky between the clouds showed a faint pink hue. At 8 p.m., satellite connection was successful. The United Nations rescue team would arrive at Haiguamingju within 12 hours. The rain stopped, the sky cleared, and hope returned. Everyone was screaming, hugging, crying, and cheering. The endless night was filled with the sound of waves and tides. It was the night before dawn, and the first light was near. Now only 4 players remained: Wang Xinyu, Shen Xingming, Zhao Qian, and one more. They all witnessed this miracle together. Shen Xingming pressed her face against the glass, staring at the endless water, her eyes moist. This is the first time I've seen a disaster end. I thought disasters would never end, and I assumed the game would end, and the world would be destroyed too. Wang Xinyu smiled and sipped her tea. There's not just one ending. When players stop treating the disaster as a game and see the world as real, and the locals as real people, their actions will influence the outcome. Wang Xinyu tested this idea in 2 worlds. It proved she was right. Zhao Qian happily knocked on their door, inviting them to wait for rescue next door. Once the rescue is over, you will definitely be written into our history books. This man, who had been worried enough to turn gray, finally showed his first genuine smile in days. Shen Xingming peeked out from behind and giggled. Historically known as Winter Melon Heroine, Wang Xinyu playfully patted her head and shooed her away, then politely declined Zhao Qian's invitation. We won't go now. Let's wait until tomorrow when the rescue arrives, and then we'll meet up, she whispered softly, her tone calm. Zhao Qian looked into her cold, deep eyes and seemed to understand something. He chuckled lightly and didn't insist further. It's a pity that girl was so happy this afternoon that she's now too tired and asleep, he said, pulling an envelope from his pocket and handing it to her. This is what she kept insisting on giving you. To make sure she doesn't forget tomorrow, I'll give it to you first. When Xinyu paused for a moment, then took the envelope, which had big words written on it. From Sister Xinyu. She said not to open it until after midnight. It's all very mysterious. I wonder what's going on in her little head. When he said this, his gaze was gentle and soft, making her feel her heart soften too. Maybe they knew everything, but some words didn't need to be spoken aloud. Okay, I understand. The two looked at each other, then finally shook hands tightly. It was a silent farewell, full of understanding. When Xinyu felt a warm sensation in her chest, but she didn't dislike this feeling. She looked back at the others behind her, their eyes always following her. Have you all met your friends? She asked. After staying here for so many days, everyone had formed some bonds with the locals. In less than 4 hours, they would leave this world. When Xinyu hoped everyone would have no regrets. Shen Xingming grinned and said, when the rain stopped this afternoon, we all talked about it. I even said I'd visit their place someday. I wonder if they'll realize I'm gone tonight. Shen Xingyuan and Jiang Ke were both shy and socially anxious, but they had 1 or 2 peers they could talk to. When Xinyu looked at them, we said it, but I don't know if they understood, Shen Xingyuan said, lowering his head. Jiang Ke touched his ear, hesitating. I also said it, but I feel they didn't understand. We even plan to teach them a couple of tricks tomorrow. When Xinyu smiled slightly. That's enough. Then she took out her pocket watch and checked the time. Yes. She was now a person with a pocket watch. It was a silver watch given to her by a member of Team Andrew. It was very stylish, with intricate patterns engraved on the surface. There's still some time. Let's go to the small house and have a hot pot. It's on me. Food lover number 1, Shen Xingming immediately responded. Woohoo! Eating, eating, eating. Before I leave, I want to eat my fill. Shen Xingyuan. I'll handle cutting the meat. Jiang Ke. I'll wash the vegetables. With smooth teamwork, they managed to enjoy a hot, fragrant, spicy hot pot before 9:30 p.m. Honestly, when Xinyu's occasional food offerings might be a key reason why these friends stay energetic and healthy. A warm room, delicious hot pot, a variety of ingredients, cold beer, lively friends. Maybe this is the true meaning of surviving. They chatted happily while eating, lingering until around 11 p.m., then slowly cleaned up the leftovers. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned quiet. Everyone sat silently, doing their own thing. I wonder when we'll eat together like this again. The woman's voice was soft, with a hint of tears. She couldn't hold back and turned to hug the person beside her. Little you, I can't bear to part with you. Boo-hoo, when Shinyo gently patted her back and softly said, keep going. We will meet again. Parting is better than dying. Stop talking or I'll really start crying, she sobbed. When Shinyo, she glanced at the time, 11:30 p.m. I'll see you off, she said. When Shinyo was used to parting, whether in the past or now. Can I hug you? Before entering, Shen Xingyuan suddenly looked back at her, his ears red under his messy hair. When Shinyo confidently hugged him. See you if fate allows. Finally, she looked at the small child standing nearby, eyes red but silent. When did you become so sentimental? All right, go now. We will meet again. She also hugged him, patting his back like a real sister. I will survive, sister. I will fight to live and find the one I love, the boy said firmly. When Shinyo smiled and waved goodbye, she checked the time again. 10 minutes until midnight. She pushed open the door in front of her. Inside was the bathroom. She gently closed it, then opened again to reveal the familiar little house. Should I proceed with the next universe transfer? When Shinyo sat at the workbench, neither choosing yes nor no, just staring steadily at the pocket watch in her hand. The second hand trembled tick by tick, just like last time, when at 57 minutes the system window popped up with an automatic update. The system will forcefully teleport the player in 3 minutes. Destination: Green Grassland LV1. Please prepare yourself. She then stood up, stretched lazily, and took off her clothes soaked with hot pot smell, tossing them into the washing machine in the space. She turned and went into the bathroom. At midnight, a familiar bright flash flickered outside the window, and the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded. Teleportation starting. Estimated time: 8 hours. When Shinyo dried her hair and sat on the bed, opening the envelope her baby had given her. Inside, there was a card and a pink note. Wish my sister safety and smoothness. The baby will always remember you, Red Heart. Baby, see? They really do know everything. When Shinyo chuckled softly, carefully folded the note and put it back in the envelope, then turned over the familiar textured card. Congratulations to player, when Shinyo LV2, for becoming the MVP of this Sea Country Scenery LV1 world. Your reward is 10 free attribute points. This card's attributes can be freely allocated to the attribute board. When Shinyo wasn't surprised, she added all 10 points to her counterattack. She turned off the light and sank into her warm bed. What are the conditions to become MVP? With experience from the previous world, when Shinyo now navigated her crossing with ease. She still woke up at 7, leisurely fried eggs for breakfast, and took the opportunity to upgrade her safe house, which she hadn't done in a while. Congratulations, player has survived 61 days in the game. You will receive your third safe house upgrade opportunity. You can choose one of the following upgrades. A. Expand safe house to 4M, 3M, 3MB. Expand basement by 1M, 2M, 1MC. Increase safe house defense by 5. When Shinyo still chose option A, as she needed more indoor space.
Received.
The safe house will automatically upgrade. The upgrade is expected to take 180 minutes. Player, when Shinyo as safe house. Safe house level, 3 defense, 380/120. When Shinyo finally couldn't help but ask, is it only possible to upgrade the safe house level by replacing materials? How can I improve resistance and concealment? Defense can be upgraded through personal settings, but there are no exchange hints for resistance and concealment. Hello player, the minimum level for the safe house is determined by the minimum defense value, which depends on your level. The maximum level is determined by the building materials level. Currently, you need to upgrade with level 2 iron, which can be purchased in the shop. The exchange window for resistance and concealment will open after you reach level 2 in the other world. Please work hard to clear levels and aim to advance early. When Shinyo. She had already checked before. 1 unit of level 2 iron costs 200 exchange points, and after discount, it's 160. Upgrading her safe house once would require at least 30,000 exchange points, which is very uneconomical. She decided to wait for a special mission next time. She stopped asking, continued eating, changing clothes, packing up, and quietly waited for the countdown to land. At 8 o'clock, the familiar vibration and system electronic sound appeared on time, arriving soon at the otherworld green grassland LV1. Please prepare for landing. The landing point is random. You will automatically leave the safe house, so get ready. After landing, you can designate a location as your safe house in this world. Once set, it cannot be changed. The safe house medium is staff dormitory at Green Grassland LV1, Day 1. In this world, there are no daily tasks for the first 10 days. Each day, there is a chance to trigger drops of profession-related items. During survival, the water and electricity in the safe house are fully functional, with no extra water or electricity cards needed. Please make good use of them and try to survive. Survival tip for this world: follow the staff's instructions. Player name: Winshinyo. Player level: 3 skill points, 108 health, 50-50 defense, 16,814 mental strength, 11. She blinked, feeling a sudden sense of weightlessness. This time, the landing spot was a dim little room. When Shinyo quickly looked around, the space was even a bit larger than her current safe house. There was a separate door to the bathroom, which made her feel a mix of emotions. She had no money this time, only a badge with her photo, name, and ID number. On the front door, 318, was painted in white, matching the number on her badge, 1 to 318. It seemed this was the staff dormitory. Since the location of the safe house could not be changed once decided, when Xianu did not rush to release the room. She glanced at the large speaker in the corner above her head, but did not plan to go out. Instead, she sat on the hard little bed. Less than a minute after landing, she already heard screams coming from outside. Ah! What are you guys? Don't touch me. Help! Help! Ah!
Mom.
Mom, save me. Don't pull me. Help. Help. Monster. There's a monster here. After about 5 or 6 of these sounds, everything outside went quiet again. The first test of this new world quickly started and ended. When Xianu was now very calm when hearing such screams. After all, some people are reckless and unlucky. Compared to their fate, she was more curious about the 2 words shouted by someone, monster. Were the native creatures this time also non-human? She thought about this while taking out her pocket watch and the phone she bought in the previous world. The phone's screen still flickered, showing 055. All electronic devices lost their network after arriving in this new world, but the offline data inside could still be viewed. When Xianu didn't mind, she had many clocks anyway. Her pocket watch was working normally. It showed 8:04 and the second hand had passed the bottom of the 6 foot. When it just passed 12 foot, a slimy, creepy sound like a tentacle creature wriggling came from the loudspeaker. A few seconds later, a faint voice slowly emerged. Yes, faint, so faint that she had to concentrate fully to barely understand the words. The voice was weak and barely alive. When Xianu even worried the person holding the microphone might faint at any moment. Attention, all departments. All new employees, please line up in the corridor by number before 8:10. Be quiet, no noise, stay silent. Attention. Although the voice was small and weak, it repeated 3 times. When Xianu finally understood, the queue must be formed before 8:10. Just listening to this broadcast wasted 3 minutes. When Xianu quickly stood up and walked to the door. Just as she was about to open the door, she looked down at her long boots. She had specifically changed into them before landing, considering her work on the ranch. But the broadcast said to stay quiet. When Shinyu looked at the hard sole of her shoe, then decisively changed into a pair of soft-soled sneakers after 2 seconds. It's better to think a little more than to take chances. Clack, she and the person opposite her opened their doors at the same time. A young woman in her early 20s, dressed in office attire, appeared. She looked about the same age as Winshinyu. When she saw Winshinyu, a flicker of hope appeared in her previously frightened eyes. She was about to speak, but Wen Xinyu calmly placed her finger on her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Her sharp gaze made the woman shiver in fear, and she quickly covered her mouth. Wen Xinyu took a cautious step forward, making no sound. Seeing this, the woman also carefully stepped out a little, looking panicked as she approached Wen Xinyu. She wanted to say something again but was silenced by Wen Xinyu's gesture. Wen Xinyu glanced at the number on the door opposite, 317. According to the rules, they should stand next to each other. Suddenly, the girl nervously grabbed Wen Xinyu's sleeve, her light-colored pupils trembling wildly. Her trembling finger pointed at the ground nearby. Wen Xinyu glanced down and saw a pool of bright red blood. She had seen it when she first came out and knew that the owner of the blood must have been the person who was taken away earlier. There were two pools of blood, almost merging at the entrances of two rooms. This was also the end of this corridor of rooms. Rooms 319 and 320 were separated by a transparent wall. On the other side of the wall was another group of people, some looking terrified like 317, others appearing numb like her. Looking to the other side, most people had already come out of their rooms. Bloodstains marked the path, with a blood patch every 1 or 2 rooms, making this short corridor look shocking. There were 6 bloodstains, meaning 14 people were still missing. Wen Xinyu gently patted 317, who was trembling and covering her mouth, then exchanged a glance with a few players in the crowd whose expressions clearly differed from others. Players who had endured the game's hardships showed a different demeanor from newcomers. Newcomers, it was very obvious. Is this really blood? Did the person calling outside just die? A young man from 315, still wearing a headset, appeared. He looked at the large bloodstain at his feet with a twisted face and shouted, "What is this place? I was clearly shopping with my best friend, so why did I suddenly end up here? What kind of stupid game is this? I don't want to play. Let me out now." At the end of corridor 302, there's a woman still holding a bunch of shopping bags. She has a sharp voice, and her high heels are making loud clicking sounds on the floor. Even from across the hall, I can feel the vibrations under my feet. In rooms 304 and 308, a man and a woman look confused and scared, but they are paying attention to the people around them. They notice that everyone with a strong presence has a cold face and isn't saying anything. So, they try to hide their fear and don't even dare to breathe loudly. When Xinyu and the other experienced players are looking at the two people shouting, and their eyes are like they're looking at two dead bodies. The male player in room 301 quietly moves a little to the side, probably afraid of being affected by something. For a moment, the corridor is silent except for the shouting from the man and woman. When Xinyu notices that the woman in room 310 is also watching the time, just like her. She has a digital clock, while the woman in 310 is wearing a watch. When Xinyu silently sighs. Her treasured pocket watch, which she just got back, is about to be taken to the space because it might be judged as noise if it makes ticking sounds. 57, 58. 59, it's 8:10. Suddenly, a slimy, writhing sound that she heard on the radio appears on the ceiling. It's like an alien invasion, with a large amount of disgusting goo moving and flowing.
Ah,
What is that creepy sound?
so groß.
Stop it right now. The lady in room 302 can't take it anymore. She covers her ears tightly, and her high heels almost punch through the floor. Meanwhile, the headphone-wearing man in room 315 seems to finally realize something. He stops shouting, but the looks from others around him make him even more scared.
Help. Help me. Ah.
It's too late to call for help. A big hole silently appears in the ceiling above rooms 302 and 315. Gray tentacles drop down and wrap around the two people, pulling them up. The two living people instantly disappear. Their screams of pain stop suddenly with a cracking sound of bones shifting. Thick, sticky blood splashes down with a loud smack, just like the bloodstains on the rest of the corridor. In the end, room 301 couldn't escape. A small piece of blood splattered onto his pants, and he glares silently, teeth clenched in anger. After all, besides the three most obvious newcomers, numbers 304, 306, and 317, who couldn't help but squat down, cover their mouths, and silently gag. A few others also looked very pale and distressed. Only 3 people, including Wenshinyo, remained calm. They were numbers 301, 310, and 318. The 3 of them looked at each other from afar, silently and instinctively remembering each other's faces. Wenshinyo glanced at the wall opposite her, noticing the same terrible scene. At this moment, Wenshinyo clearly realized she had once again encountered a difficult challenge. The situation she was facing in this pasture was definitely different from what Su Qin experienced. Otherwise, no matter how careless that man was, he wouldn't skip over such a life-and-death detail. Unless he was intentionally ignoring it. Wenshinyo's eyes darkened, but she hoped he wasn't. In the silence, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The clock's changing numbers seemed to move incredibly slowly. Finally, at 8:15, the door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. Everyone held their breath. But even prepared mentally, the people present were still shocked by the 2 gray octopus-like heads emerging from behind the door, causing their mental strength to drop sharply. Wenshinyo found it hard to describe these creatures. They looked like humans, about 170 centimeters tall, dressed in very fine white robes. If you didn't look at their heads, they seemed normal. The problem was their heads. They were larger than basketballs, with 3 big yellow eyes and a ring of tiny tentacles beneath each eye, constantly wriggling. Their gray, leathery skin emitted a cold, deathly aura. Their entire heads were covered in a shiny, sticky mucus, and the tiny tentacles moved with small gurgling sounds, lubricated by the mucus. Even Wenshinyo had to admit, these creatures looked quite unsettling. Some couldn't hold back and squatted down, covering their mouths too. The new male player from 308 and the female player from 303 both gagged in sync, then turned into a mass of sticky flesh and blood. 304 and 317 watched everything, nearly breaking down. The 2 people stood by the door, their 6 yellow eyes quietly watching the remaining 10 people. The cold gaze from these alien creatures made everyone's scalp tingle, and no one dared to make a sound this time. 5 minutes later, at 8:20, the time arrived. The cold, sticky gaze finally withdrew. One of the people suddenly pulled out a box from somewhere, and everyone realized that its hand was also a large gray tentacle. The box was handed to person 301. After hesitating for a moment, 301 reached inside and took out a small box. Next was person 304. As the person moved, everyone noticed that its feet were also large, suction cup-covered limbs. Alright, it's definitely not human. When Xinu silently renamed them in her mind as Octopus 1 and Octopus 2. Only 10 people survived. Octopus 1 quickly carried the box over to when Xinu. 317 trembled as she reached out, almost dropping it. When Xinu didn't even look at her 3 eyes and casually took a box. After distributing the boxes, Octopus 1 returned to Octopus 2. 2 took out a white metal mask from inside. It was called a mask, but it was really just a dog muzzle-like cage. 2 pressed the cage onto its face, making its strange, alien face look even more bizarre. Then it turned around. 2 tentacles held the edges of the mask, crossing and fixing it behind its head. It turned back around and silently watched them with its yellowish eyes. A faint electrical noise came through the headphones, lasting for about 10 seconds before a cold voice appeared, sounding a bit like the system's electronic tone but more eerie. Next, the new employee rules will be read. All personnel must follow them. Otherwise, you are responsible for the consequences. The emotionless tone made this simple statement sound more like a threat. The fresh blood on the ground was the best warning. All players held their breath and listened carefully to the upcoming instructions.
1.
No noise is allowed in public places, including but not limited to the workroom, cafeteria, and hallways, anywhere official staff may appear. Offenders will be warned once. Repeat offenders will lose their jobs.
2.
New employees must work in 3 shifts each day, morning, noon, and evening. The working hours are 8 to 12 o'clock, 14 to 1800 hours, and 1930 to 2230. Employees must work at least 2 shifts daily, otherwise, they will be marked absent. 3. Employees must return to their dorms to rest before 2300 hours. After 23:30, the supervisor will check if everyone is asleep. Those not in bed will face punishment. At the ranch, pay is based on points. The points for the morning, noon, and evening shifts are 20, 20, and 30 respectively. Employees can use points to get supplies needed for survival. To motivate staff, on the 21st day before 8 o'clock, employees with a total of 2,500 points will become official staff members and receive the title of Excellent Employee, along with generous rewards. All new employees are encouraged to work hard. Today is the first day for new employees. Points for the morning shift will be issued normally. Supervisors, please assign roles to the new staff and lead them to the workroom before 9 o'clock. That concludes the announcement. Wishing everyone a smooth workday, another burst of electrical noise passed by, and silence returned to the ears. Number 1 once again took out a white drawstring box from under his robe. Wangxinyu suddenly had the urge to lift his robe and see what was underneath. Starting from room 301, he drew a slip. Some faces looked strange, while others seemed relieved. Wangxinyu drew milking room, while nearby the card of person 317 with a pale face read slaughterhouse. They really had bad luck in different ways. Wangxinyu thought they should switch places. Compared to milking, he was more curious about visiting the slaughterhouse to see if he could get some blood on the little white flower during the killing. No one dared to ask if they could change, and everyone wore a quiet, fixed expression on their faces. At this moment, number 1 and number 2 in front held up cards labeled Milking Room and Slaughter Room, indicating that the team leader was about to take them to work. The players naturally lined up in 2 rows. When Shinya was with Team 2, and in front of her was player 315. Player 317 was at the very end of the neighboring line, giving her a hopeless look before leaving. When Shinya looked at her delicate wrist and could only sigh softly. After Team 1 moved out, Team 2 followed closely behind. As for the door, once inside, they found a narrow corridor just wide enough for an average adult to pass through. Anyone bigger would be at a disadvantage. Could it be that the strong and bulky ones don't need to pass through and are directly sent to the breeding area? When Shinyo silently rubbed her arms, feeling a chilling sense of how reasonable that idea was. The group walked through the corridor for about 5 minutes. Every half-minute, a new passage appeared on both sides. They only took a turn at the big bend of room 5, and behind the final door was an elevator. At this moment, a cold voice came through the headphones. From now on, you are responsible for arriving at your posts on time. If you are more than 3 minutes late due to getting lost, it will count as an absence. You will not earn points that day. After 3 absences, your work eligibility will be revoked. During the speech, the tentacle on the lower half of number 2's face moved faster, making others feel physically uncomfortable. After finishing, it grabbed the badge on 304's neck. The girl was pulled so hard she nearly fell, scared almost to scream. The badge was pressed against the electronic screen next to the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Number 2 flicked its tentacle, and the 5 of them obediently entered the cage like little chicks. Number 2 did not follow inside, clearly indicating its work was done. The elevator started descending, remaining silent inside. 310, a female player who also liked to check the time like when Shinyo, looked at her watch again. When Shinyo couldn't help but take out her electronic clock to check. It was now 8:47. She thought they could probably start talking now, since the rules only prohibited making noise in areas with octopuses. And since everyone present was a player, it didn't count as being in a public place under the rules. Wangxinyu was not interested in being the first to stand out. She began to recall the game rules that had just been announced once. The summary was simple: arrive on time for work, do not skip work, do not wander off after work well to earn rewards, and break the rules to face consequences. What interested her most was the point system. According to these rules, even if a player works all 3 shifts in a day, they only earn about 70 points. Working every day for 20 days would total only 1,400 points, which is more than 1,000 points short. If the framework of the rules that Suchin told her is mostly correct, then the second phase of hunting is probably the best way to earn points. Wangxinyu was somewhat interested in the generous rewards for top employees. She thought she could give it a try. While she was thinking, the elevator dinged again, and the doors opened. They had arrived at their workplace. Wangxinyu glanced at the time, exactly 8:50. This meant the normal commute took about 8 minutes. If she hurried, she could reduce it to 5 minutes. But the penalty for being late was very harsh. Wangxinyu thought it was safer not to risk pushing her luck and arriving just on time. Compared to the high-tech environment outside the workspace, the interior decor looked strangely down-to-earth. The floor inside the milking room was actually grass, and walking on it felt like touching real soil. The milking room was also surprisingly large, about 10 acres, with a horizon that seemed endless. 4 bright sun lamps hung from the ceiling. 4 fences divided the pasture into corners, leaving only a cross-shaped path in the middle. Each enclosure held at least 40 healthy, well-fed cows, quietly grazing and occasionally mooing softly. Next to the cross path was a smaller fenced area, built with additional barriers. One large enclosure had 5 smaller ones inside, probably for the players' workstations. In the center, there was a big machine facing 4 directions, with 2 thick pipes running straight up. A group of players had already gathered around the machine, along with a few others who had just entered from different entrances. About 20 people, with expressions ranging from unhappy to indifferent, stood quietly, waiting for game instructions. Soon, the voice came through the headphones again. Wangxinyu could barely tell the subtle differences in the sounds. Attention new employees. The upcoming briefing on work tasks and standards will be given only once and will not be repeated. Everyone present immediately held their breath and focused intently.
1.
Each employee must complete 20 barrels of work daily. Any excess will be converted into 5 points per barrel credited to the employee's account. Unfinished work will be deducted 10 points per barrel. If the employee's points are insufficient to cover the deduction, their employment will be terminated. 2. Employees must not be late or leave early. More than 3 violations will result in the loss of employment. 3. All work results must be inspected by the machine. Only after passing inspection can they be deposited into the recycling port. The machine automatically recognizes employees' biological features. Please work carefully. Cheating or slacking will lead to termination. The rules are now explained. Please line up to receive your employee ID and report to your station immediately. Additionally, since today is the initial day for new employees and some may not be fully skilled yet, the daily target is reduced to 10 barrels. Points will be awarded normally once the target is met. That concludes the briefing. As soon as the announcement ended, a hole suddenly appeared on the ground in front of the machine. A thick, gray tentacle holding a small white box slowly emerged. Everyone fell silent for a moment. When Shinya wanted to step forward, but she was at the end of the crowd, and pushing through might cause a disturbance. She glanced at the time, 8:56. The voice in her headset had said she needed to be at her station before 9 o'clock. She decided to take a detour. Just as she was about to lift her foot, the leader of the neighboring team moved first. He quickly pulled out a piece of paper from a box and then hurriedly pushed through the crowd toward the northwest fence. Seeing this, others finally dared to step forward. 2 male players even started pushing each other. The rest of the players quickly moved aside, afraid that the commotion might cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the 2 men fell to the ground, both crying out in pain. Their sounds were faint, but in this environment, even a small noise was deafening. As soon as they cried out, their eyes widened in terror. One of them even started trembling. They did not get a lucky escape. 2 thick, long tentacle-like limbs descended from above, grabbing them around the waist. Help. Stop. I don't want to die. Help me. A heart-wrenching scream faded away with the tentacles' retreat. At the same time, when Xinu quietly left the crowd and headed toward the southeast fence. Just now, she took advantage of the chaos to slip her vine into the box and retrieve the paper slip. In a way, she could be considered a tentacle creature herself. The number on the paper was, which is the 3rd cow pen in the 4th pasture. Both the pasture and the pens had numbered signs, allowing Wen Xianyu to quickly identify her location. Outside the pen, there was a machine similar to a card reader, like the one used earlier outside the elevator by Octopus number 2 to swipe the ID badge. Wen Xianyu pressed lightly, and the pen door automatically opened. Inside, there was a low stool, 2 pairs of latex gloves, 2 metal buckets, and a rake in the corner. The environment was quite simple. But since there was a stool, she thought it was okay, better than her usual farming, where she often had to bend and squat to work. When Xianyu didn't waste time, she immediately went into the pasture to find her first target for the day, quickly spotting a relaxed cow chewing grass and swinging its tail nearby. The cow was gentle. When Xianyu approached and stroked it, it only lowed twice and then followed her, clearly familiar with this routine. Other players also arrived one after another, but most were not as smooth as Xianyu. Because of impatience and fear, many people roughly pushed the cows. All cows, regardless of breed, share a common trait: stubbornness. The more impatient they were, the less cooperative the cows became. Sometimes, rough handling even hurt them, causing them to run away. Several people were caught off guard and fell to the ground, landing in a mouthful of fresh grass. Meanwhile, Xianyu had already led her cow back to the pen. She tied the cow securely, gently patted its head, then picked up a rake and returned to the grass to gather some turf, placing it into the feed trough. Having food to attract the cow's attention made milking easier, as the cow would be more obedient. Xianyu had never milked a cow before, but out of curiosity, she had watched many videos on the subject and gained quite a bit of theoretical knowledge. She put on gloves, sat on the low stool, placed the bucket under the cow, and began the milking process. I won't describe the details to avoid explicit content. At first, she was a bit unskilled, finding it difficult to extract the milk. Plus, her strength was considerable, and if she wasn't careful, she might hurt the cow. However, Xianyu believes she has some talent in farming and animal husbandry. After squeezing half a bucket, she gradually gets better and her speed increases. She makes sure not to hurt the cow. One person and one cow quickly reach a peaceful state of quiet milking and grazing. She places the electronic clock nearby and occasionally glances at it to check her work efficiency. Inside the metal bucket, there is a bright red mark, which is roughly the standard level for one bucket. Even as a beginner, Xianyu can tell that this cow is a high-yield one. A high-yield cow can produce up to 60 gene of milk a day. This bucket weighs about 5 kilograms. With proper technique, one cow can produce at least 6 to 8 buckets. She has already filled 2 buckets in just 30 minutes. Moreover, since it's her first time, her efficiency will improve with practice. If one bucket takes 15 minutes, she could potentially complete 16 buckets in a morning of continuous work. In reality, this calculation isn't very practical. But in the game, her stamina has been greatly increased, so this goal isn't impossible. Today, she plans to squeeze about 30 buckets. The milking process is quite dull, but compared to climbing stairs everywhere and having her knees hurt from the water spray, this job feels very soothing. The indoor environment simulates a temperate maritime climate, with temperature and humidity very friendly to the human body. Xianyu feels very comfortable and even collects some grass seeds from the grazing area. Because she's in a good mood, her efficiency improves. This morning, she successfully squeezed 15 buckets of milk, 2 more than her previous maximum estimate. Her wrists feel a bit sore, but overall, she's fine. She originally wanted to make a few buckets to store in her space, but then she remembered that the octopus said work points could be directly exchanged for supplies. She decided to see how things go before deciding whether to take some supplies directly from her workstation. If those supplies are meant for new employees, they should be well sterilized and packaged, making it more convenient than pouring the milk back into buckets herself. At 11:55, a broadcast sounded in her headphones. 5 minutes until the end of the morning shift. Please finish your work and organize the team by dormitory and employee number. The point tally and distribution will be done promptly at noon. Xianyu just finished her bucket and was in the fence area choosing a new cow. The cow seemed to like her very much, constantly wagging its tail around her. When exiled, you carefully led it to the side with better quality grass and released it there. The cows that had just finished milking were also brought over by her. After all, eating better food helps them produce more milk. Other players heard the broadcast and hurriedly sped up, either moving the cows or settling accounts. They also had to be careful not to make any noise. The scene was filled with silent tension. In contrast, when XINU appeared very relaxed and slow, which drew many sideways glances. The second person to arrive was player 310, a young woman with a simple ponytail, gentle features, and a friendly aura, somewhat like Lin Haixin from the previous world. They exchanged glances, and after 3 seconds, they surprisingly showed their friend list to each other. 310 was a bit surprised, but then smiled at her with squinted eyes. When XINU responded with a polite smile. Player Song Jiwei LV4. Hello, do you have information about this world? We can exchange it. When XINU looked up at her back. Player when XINU LV3. Sure, let's meet after the team disbands and talk. The broadcast didn't mention that rest time also included checking in, so this was probably the time players could communicate privately. For people she didn't know well, when XINU preferred face-to-face conversations, which could help avoid scams. Song Jiwei playfully nodded and made an okay sign. After a morning full of threats of death, no player dared to ignore the broadcast's orders. There were 18 people in the scene. They finished all their work within 5 minutes and lined up quietly with minimal noise. When XINU's team was the first, so she stood at the front. She glanced at the badges of others. Each team had a different prefix number, 1234, but they all shared the same third-floor location. This meant everyone in this workspace was neighbors. She needed to figure out the layout of the dorms. She thought silently. At exactly noon, the elevator next to Ranch 1 opened, revealing 2 octopus-like people dressed in white robes. Although features couldn't be distinguished, their body size and height made it clear they were different from the building manager from this morning. These 2 were taller and more muscular. At that moment, the floor beneath her feet trembled slightly. When XINU finally realized that these 4 corridors were actually conveyor belts, which only activated when stepped on. The corridor is about 50 meters long. The conveyor belt took over 10 seconds to deliver the items to the players. When XINU looked at their feet and frowned slightly. This morning, when the 2 dorm managers handed out equipment and led them, she noticed that they moved very slowly. At first, she thought it was a way to wear down the players' mental strength. Now she wondered if they were simply slow in their movements. While she was thinking, a new announcement came through her headset. After receiving the points card, insert it into the badge slot. Daily points will then be automatically calculated. If there are any issues, please prepare evidence and report to the dorm manager. It was still the same pattern. Someone standing still, handing out cards from a box. When XINU took the card and glanced at the person handing them out, she noticed their movements were indeed slow. It was like they weren't used to walking on land. She stayed alert and didn't watch too closely. She inserted the tiny points card into the badge slot at the bottom of her ID. The back of her badge, which was blank before, started to display red numbers. It finally stopped at 45, then slowly changed to green. Did this mean she had completed her work for the day? When XINU glanced at the male player in front, who had only a 20 on his badge, and the number was still red. That 20 was his basic score from this morning. Employees from Building 1 and Building 2, follow me. After handing out the points cards, the octopus-headed figure in front waved its tentacle. The front row followed it onto the conveyor belt, heading toward the elevator that brought them here. When XINU looked back and saw the others following another figure in the opposite direction. The elevators used for teleportation were very spacious, each able to hold more than 10 people. Once they entered, the 9 of them tried to squeeze together to avoid close contact with the octopus head. The exchange station opens every noon. Dinner is served at the staff cafeteria in the evening. Your points exchange location is on the 15th floor. The route is only taken once. After that, you will need to go there on your own. The octopus head was very cold and stiff in speech. In contrast, the voice from the milking room sounded much gentler. It seemed that remembering their fish-like features could be based on this point, when Xian silently thought. After exiting the elevator, it led them around 2 corners and finally stopped in front of a large window. A ordering machine was hanging in the middle of the window, with 2 one-person high delivery ports on either side. A number tag with the number 70 hangs above the window, and below it is a display screen. 5 points equals 5 eggs, chicken/duck/goose. Equals 1 gene of pure pork/beef/mutton equals 2 gene of bone-in meat equals 2 gene of chicken/duck/goose meat equals 1 liter of cow/mutton milk equals 1 liter of yogurt equals half a gene of cheese made from cow/mutton milk equals 1 gene of processed wool/duck down/rabbit fur equals a 100L capacity cardboard box. Looking at this, the prices seem quite affordable. As long as players honestly go to work, even without overtime, they can exchange for at least 8 gene of high-calorie meat every day. This is much better than exhausting themselves climbing stairs in a deserted city. As the front-runner, 304, in front of everyone's eager eyes, exchanged 3 gene of beef and 1 liter of milk. The milk was in a carton, but the beef had no container, so 304 had to carry the whole piece in her arms. The beef looked very fresh, a big bloody chunk, and her clothes were ruined as soon as she picked it up. But with a generous reward, this small inconvenience was nothing. 304 looked like a newcomer, resembling a recent college graduate, with clear, innocent eyes. However, she could stay relatively calm through this morning's series of events, showing she was quite smart. When she met Shinyo's gaze, the girl shyly smiled at her cheerful smile impossible to hide. The octopus-headed creature suddenly interrupted her joy mercilessly. After exchanging, please return to your dormitory for a rest as soon as possible. Building 1 uses elevator 1. Building 2 uses elevator 2. Its yellow, unsettling eyes, with a pupil the size of a jujube seed, stared directly at 304, and its gray tentacles pointed toward elevator 1 on the left corridor. Normal humans would feel fear towards such a mutated aquatic creature, often called a drop in sanity points, especially since this one was quite large. The girl's originally grinning teeth immediately retracted, and she nodded quickly, clutching the meat and milk, and hurriedly left. The players also didn't dare delay. They only had 2 hours for lunch break. The ingredients were raw, and they had to cook them themselves. Add commuting time, and their actual rest time was very limited. Soon it was Shinyo's turn. Without much thought, she exchanged everything for cardboard boxes. She currently has more than enough food, even a bit too much. Although she also wants some milk, right now she is more focused on organizing the few storage cards filled with items she scavenged from the previous world. She isn't sure why she can exchange for cardboard boxes here, but it's convenient. Just when she feels sleepy, someone hands her a pillow. 9 boxes are pushed out of the window on the left, stacked neatly. The tightly packed honeycomb pattern at the bottom shows they are of good quality. She quickly puts all of them into her storage card, ignoring the surprised looks behind her, and turns around confidently to leave. No matter if others have storage cards or not, everyone is shocked that she openly revealed she has one. This item is the most valuable currency in the game. Such an act is like voluntarily exposing herself and putting herself at risk. Is this woman foolish, or is she so strong that she doesn't care about others' bad intentions? Song Jiwei, waiting by the elevator, also glares at her in disbelief. If she weren't holding so many things right now, she would have already sent several messages expressing her shock. But Shinyo remains calm and composed, arms crossed, as she carefully considers which parts to organize first. Soon, the elevator arrives, and surprisingly, it's the same one they used to go to the workshop. This means if they want to go to the exchange center at noon, it will take nearly half an hour. Song Jiwei realizes this too, her face looking unhappy. The two of them quicken their pace up the stairs. They turn a corner and meet the approaching door of room 301. Room 301 is occupied by a tall, handsome young man with a calm demeanor. He glances at them, then steps aside to block the door, waiting for them to come in. Humans also have a special sense of smell, or what could be called a magnetic field, which helps them find their kind among many different people. When Xinyo initially recognized Su Qin through this intuition, and now she recognizes these two people in the same way. They are not colleagues, but they are of the same kind. Though they haven't spoken, a subtle understanding has formed among the three. Back in the brightly lit corridor, all three simultaneously display their friend panels. You have successfully added player Ren Xiang, LV3, as a friend. Now, the corridor is only theirs. The two of them stop pretending and toss everything they're holding into their storage cards. Song Jiwei pointed to her room, and the remaining two people understood and followed her. Finally entering a private space, even when Xinyo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the three of them almost simultaneously placed their hands behind their heads, ready to take off the cursed dog muzzle. The scene was oddly harmonious. The three looked at each other, and Song Jiwei couldn't help but laugh first. We're quite in sync. Fate, Ren Xiang chuckled softly, casually hanging the dog muzzle on his arm and taking off his headphones, placing them in his pocket. Song Jiwei turned around and pulled out 3 stools from under the bed. The three sat around a small table. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Song Jiwei, level 4, and I am a hypnotist. She seemed to be the oldest among the three, so she took the initiative to warm up the conversation. When Xinyo and Ren Xiang both looked at her with surprised eyes. Seeing their thoughts, Song Jiwei smiled wryly and waved her hand. Don't look at me like that. My current skill level isn't high, and I can only successfully use my skills on new players and native residents of the city dimension. Even those with a bit of suspicion might fail. I tested before. Only those with less than 3 points of mental strength can succeed 100%. For those with 6 points or more, it's basically impossible. Whether this was true or not, when Xinyo didn't want to waste time and nodded to continue, I'm Xinyo, level 3, and my profession is farmer. Compared to being a hypnotist, Ren Xiang seemed more interested in her profession. Farmer? Do you have a planting skill? When Xinyo smiled slightly and entered sales mode. Yes, and my vegetables have an additional effect. Every 10 pounds consumed increases my defense by 1 point, with no upper limit. If you're interested, we can exchange. Hearing this, Song Jiwei's eyes lit up. Wow, such an amazing skill. This is a savior for a fragile player like me. I want to trade. How do we do it? Ren Xiang also looked at her intently. When Xinyo waved her hand. No rush. The trade can be done online later. First, let's exchange information about this dimension. With her reminder, the two of them came back to their senses and had to temporarily put away their eager gazes. Ren Xiang said, I am a disguise artist. I heard some information about the ranch from other players before, but now the situation seems different from what I know. The ranch, world I understand, isn't so dangerous. Song Jiwei also sighed with some worry. Isn't that right? I came here because I heard from my companions that the ranch has plenty of resources. Although it's a survival game world, it feels more like a place with good benefits. But we only landed 5 minutes ago, and half of us are already dead. Hearing this, when Xinyo felt a little relieved. This means Su Qin didn't lie to her. It was just that unlucky luck and unexpected trouble happened again. She thought for a moment and said, My situation is similar. My friend told me that besides the native creatures being fierce, there are no other major problems with this world. But clearly, our situation can't be described so lightly. If this can only be called fierce points, then the first 2 worlds are no different from playing house. The other 2 people also looked serious. Nothing was more hopeless than discovering that the game's upgrade guide no longer worked after entering. When Xinyo kept her face calm and skillfully took out paper and a pen, placing them on the table. Don't waste time feeling down. Let's list the details of the information, then review and compare to find similarities and differences. Since we entered the game normally, and the system hasn't given any special warnings, it means the situation is still within the player's control. She smiled confidently. Since there's no guide, we create our own. A side note, I saw this picture while surfing, and it really fits Xiaoyu's character in my mind. Sharing it here to give everyone an impression of the character. It's AI generated. If it infringes on rights, I will delete it. P.S. Xiaoyu is 176 centimeters tall. P to S.2. Official pairing is Su-Chin, but he will appear again in 2 worlds. There are many reasons for differences, but based on experience, players are the biggest factor. In normal mode of the game, these characters are animals like pigs, horses, and sheep, and there are no rules preventing players from making noise. In other words, noise might be their weakness, when Shinyo said softly, tapping the point on her paper. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Also, I noticed today that their movement speed is very slow. Walking is not easy for them, she continued, sharing her observations. Ren Xiang smiled and said, "Yes, I was just about to mention that. Their conveyor belt operation today made me laugh. They struggle even to walk 50 meters. Song Jiwei stroked his chin. So, overall, they're slow, but their tentacles are very strong and fast. Even if they move slowly, players still have a good chance in battle," when Shinyo was surprised. "Do you think their tentacles are really fast?" The 2 looked surprised too. Song Jiwei awkwardly said, "My agility is just 5. It's not very fast, but I think it would be hard for me to dodge them." Ren Xiang added, "Mine is 6. Their speed seems okay, but in a long fight, that speed could wear me out," when Shinyo nodded and wrote a 10 on her paper. "I have 11. That speed seems normal to me. So, to fight them normally, your agility should be at least 10. The 2 were shocked and then put on pained expressions. Although increasing agility points is the cheapest, it still costs 800 points. Song Jiwei looked confused. "Why do you need such high agility? Shouldn't you focus on attack and defense first?" When Shinyo calmly said, "I have a rival in another world who is speed-focused. If I don't upgrade my speed, I might lose." The 2 finally understood a little. Just then, the microwave nearby beeped crisply. "Ah, it's ready. Let's eat first," Song Jiwei said, getting up to get the food. As they talked, they realized time passed quickly. They couldn't wait until they finished talking to go back to their rooms, so they decided to eat at Song Jiwei's place. When Shinyo offered to treat everyone, she had cooked and frozen many stews, so she naturally didn't want to miss the chance to share them. After being hardened by the harsh game, the players' appetites had grown. Each could easily finish 2 or 3 pounds of food in one meal. "This is amazing. Xiaoyu, your farming skills are incredible. I was lucky in my last world and ended up in a city, so I stored some vegetables, but I never dared to eat too much. I was afraid I wouldn't find any in the next world." Song Jiwei savored the soft, flavorful vegetables, enjoying them while sighing with emotion. Ren Xiang didn't speak, but he quietly finished a large steamed bun with the stew. When Shinyo also used a bun as her main dish, she ate quickly but neatly, and after swallowing the last bite, she said, "If I remember right, this world doesn't have any fruits or vegetables, does it?"
Ren Xiang nodded. "Right.
It's all meat here. Players without storage cards or vegetables saved up will have a hard time." When Shinyo smiled slightly, "Looks like business is coming her way." People from Continent A, who made up the largest population, couldn't stay healthy without vegetables. At best, they'd get constipated. At worst, like Su-Chin, they'd suffer from malnutrition or even serious vitamin deficiencies. In short, the first stage is still safe. We should use this time to study their weaknesses. If we get a chance, we can test them. When the second stage starts, we'll see if anything changes. Let's share any new information right away. After eating, when Shinyo made the decision, the others agreed. The first stage was a friendly period for players to gather supplies. As long as they didn't act recklessly, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Then when Shinyo traded 10 pounds of fruits and vegetables to each of them at 60 exchange points per pound, receiving 1,200 handgun bullets in return. By now, when Shinyo traded things quite casually, her main goal was to sell off her vegetables. She didn't care much about what she got back. But in a survival game, the more weapons you had, the safer you were. That was an unbreakable rule. So trading for ammunition was always a good deal. After all that, it was past 1 o'clock when Shinyo returned to her dorm room. She thought for a moment, then decided not to set up her safe house. Instead, she lay down on the dorm's metal bunk bed. It wasn't bad, just that the board was too hard, the pillow too low, and the blanket too thin. The room was a bit cold and damp, and sleeping like this could easily lead to a cold. So she got up again, stuffed a bunch of dry straw under the bedsheet, changed to a soft pillow, and covered herself with a thick quilt. This pillow and quilt were things she had casually taken from the Pearl President Suite in the Sea Country during her previous world. She had slept comfortably for a few days and decided to bring 2 sets with her.
See?
They immediately came in handy. When Shinyo was satisfied and took a quick nap, waking up promptly at 1:45 p.m. As she stepped out, she met the girl from room 317, who was hesitating in the corridor. When she saw Shinyo, she ran over like she had found a savior. She looked nervous, wanting to speak but not daring to, just waving her hand repeatedly. Shinyo didn't understand, so she showed her friend list. The girl paused, then hurriedly tapped in the air for a while and finally found her friend list in the corner. You have successfully added player Tong Shiyu LV1 as a friend. She was clearly a newcomer. When Shinyo reached out and held her hand, the girl was unguarded and immediately revealed her profession. Material analyst? Another unfamiliar profession. Tong Shiyu didn't seem to mind. She was busy sending messages, her eyes red, and looking anxious. Player Tong Shiyu LV1. Sister, help me. I'm terrible with directions. I was too panicked this morning and forgot the way to the workshop.
Boo-hoo.
When Shinyo felt helpless. They weren't in the same department, so she didn't know how to get to the slaughterhouse either. But she patted her shoulder and sent a message to Ren Xiang. Soon, Ren Xiang and Song Jiwei came out one after the other. They exchanged silent signals. Ren Xiang nodded at Tong Shiyu, and the 4 of them headed to work together. With the morning's experience, the work on the farm improved significantly in the afternoon, including Shinyo herself. She liked this job. It was relaxing and easygoing. If she could hum a tune while working, she would find it perfect. In 4 hours in the afternoon, she could finish nearly a bucket in less than 12 minutes on average. She easily completed 20 buckets, surpassing the original goal of 30 buckets by 5. Earning work points was much easier than she expected, and Shinyo almost couldn't believe it. If she worked the night shift tonight and slightly exceeded her target, she could earn over 200 points in a day. 192 points per day. Even if she didn't join the second phase to catch animals, earning 2,500 points would be an easy task. Indeed, the game is always very friendly to top players. In comparison, other players who haven't kept up with their stamina are not as happy. When Shinyo glanced around and saw several hands trembling, as milking is quite a physical activity, players still queued up early. At 6 o'clock, the familiar octopus person appeared again from the elevator and was sent to them via conveyor belt. As the lower half of the fish's face and tentacles started to move, a broadcast began in their headphones. Next, we will guide you along the familiar cafeteria route according to this morning's formation. Please memorize it. The cafeteria is open until 8 p.m. Employees working the evening shift should register with the cafeteria staff and arrive at their work location before their shift. Employees can eat all they want in the cafeteria for 5 points. During meals, light noises are allowed. Waste and takeout are not permitted. Violations will result in the confiscation of all work points for the day and a warning. 3 violations will lead to permanent loss of cafeteria privileges. Afterward, the 2 octopuses still led a team each. This time, their squad was taken directly to the 55th floor. The elevator buttons had 4 rows, all leading to the 60th floor, or perhaps higher, but the employee passage couldn't go directly there. The cafeteria looked like a regular student cafeteria. When Shinyo took a quick look and estimated there were about 200 seats. Early arriving players had already started lining up at the windows. The air was filled with the rich smell of meat, and the closest window to their team served juicy, thick steaks. After a long day of hard work, players were very hungry. Some new players might not have eaten all day and eagerly rushed to the front of the line. The team quickly dispersed. Song Jiwei turned to call her back, but Shinyo waved her hand and opened the chat box. Player Shinyo LV3, I'm going to find the staff registering for the evening shift. Song Jiwei widened her eyes, feeling caught in something. But she couldn't hold out. After giving an okay sign, she hurried to join the line. Since she didn't do physical activities, Wenxinyo didn't burn many calories that day and wasn't very hungry. She tiptoed and looked around. In a corner across from the crowd, she saw an octopus head with a small, unremarkable sign that read, "Evening Shift Registration." If it weren't for Wenxinyu's sharp eyes, she might have almost missed it. She moved through the crowd and approached the fish. Before she could speak, the fish took a step back silently and pointed with its tentacle at the machine nearby. Wenxinyu, is this fish socially anxious? She didn't think much and followed the machine's instructions to operate it. First, she entered her employee card information, then selected her duty shift. Her eyes lit up. She could choose the night shift. Honestly, there are quite a few types of work on this farm, at least 10 or 20 different options at first glance. Milking worker, slaughter worker, shearing worker, egg collection worker, cleaning worker. There are also specialists for dairy processing, fermentation, and various production lines. Wenxinyu decisively chose the slaughter worker. Director Xiang told her that the animals in the slaughterhouse are killed on the spot, meaning they can get fresh blood directly, which she needed most. Selection complete. Please take elevator number 7 to workshop number 12. Which elevator is number 7? Wenxinyu looked up in confusion. The octopus employee immediately pointed with its tentacle to the right. She looked in that direction and saw a wall lined with elevator doors, at least 10 of them, numbered. Looking around, the other 3 walls only had 2 doors each, which should be the entrances. Wenxinyu nodded and was about to leave when she noticed the octopus's gaze fixed intently on her. Its 3 big eyes, golden and bright, made its gaze very noticeable. She looked down at her wrist, focusing on her bracelet. It was a blue sapphire star and moon bracelet she traded for in the previous world. She thought it looked nice and didn't mind wearing it, so she kept it on. After hesitating a moment, she raised her wrist and pointed at it. The octopus's pupils moved along with her gesture, then raised a tentacle to gently touch the dangling star-shaped gem. Maybe because she had a good relationship with Xiao Yu and Xiao Qing in the deserted city, Wenxinyu now found it very easy to accept this alien appearance. She even thought its movements were a little cute. She thought for a moment, took off the bracelet, and handed it to the octopus. The octopus stared at her palm for a while, then gently lifted it with its tentacle tip. The smooth, cool feeling of its tentacle was very similar to that of the native inhabitants of the deserted city. It seems like it wanted to imitate Wenxinyu's action of putting on the chain, but it has no fingers and cannot perform such a complex task. Several times, the chain fell, but Wenxinyu caught it with her backhand. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to waste more time. She simply grabbed its wrist foot and tied the chain at a slightly higher position, where 2 suction cups could hold it. The octopus obediently stretched out its wrist foot for her to handle. After tying it, it lifted it up and shook it a couple of times, clearly very happy. Then it looked at Wenxinyu again, hesitated for a moment, and gently patted her head with its hand. Wenxinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. She decided to take this as a friendly gesture. She squeezed its pointed part, then didn't delay any longer. She turned around and cued at a less crowded window. The dinner shift was at 7:30. It was too late to go back to the dormitory, so she decided to eat slowly and observe the other players around her. Although the broadcast said that light noises were allowed during meals, the cafeteria was still very quiet. Only occasional clinks of cutlery could be heard. The room was almost full, with nearly 200 people, yet no one dared to speak. Everyone was breathing and chewing very quietly. Apparently, the warning effect of players risking their lives earlier that morning was very effective. Wenxinyu only ordered 3 pieces of steak. The quality was quite good, delicate meat that melted in the mouth, a high-grade beef. But even the best meat can become boring if eaten too much. Each steak was about the size of 2 palms. She ordered 3 just to recover her 5 points. She originally wanted to secretly take more into her space, but when she looked up, she saw that every table had a 360-degree surveillance camera. She decisively gave up on that idea. When she saw the cameras, Wang Xinyu knew many people would be in trouble. Many players had come from other worlds hungry and had worked all day. Now, seeing so much fragrant meat, they were most likely feeling very tempted. In her visible area alone, she saw more than a dozen people carrying large piles of meat. Now, they looked dazed, unable to eat anymore. After being hungry for a while, people can't and shouldn't suddenly binge eat. Their stomachs can't hold it, and they feel uncomfortable. These people had a long day of work today, and it was all for nothing. Wang Xinyu finished eating at 7:15 and then left. By that time, half of the people in the cafeteria had already gone, and most of the remaining ones were still eating because they couldn't bear to leave. Few people chose to work overtime on the first day. Wang Xinyu kept watching the elevator entrance, and until she left, only about 5 people went in that direction. Even when she arrived at the work area, the large slaughterhouse had only a few scattered workers, about 10 or so. She checked in at the entrance by scanning her card, and immediately, a broadcast sounded in her headphones. Dear Employee 1 to 318, good evening. Welcome to Slaughterhouse number 12. Tonight's task is pig slaughtering. Each production line has 7 parts: stunning, bleeding, hair removal, skinning, disassembly, and trimming. You can choose from bleeding, skinning, disassembly, or trimming. Which position would you like? Wang Xinyu hesitated, unsure how to answer. You can speak to me normally with your voice. Although the broadcast sounded cold, its tone was gentle, and noticing her hesitation, it kindly offered help. Wang Xinyu then felt reassured and said, bleeding. She was surprised to realize her voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible through the cage. She guessed there was a noise-canceling device installed, but she didn't expect it to be so effective. If only it could be put on a gun. She started to seriously consider whether this idea was feasible. Message received. Matching complete. Please proceed to Blood Room No. 3 according to the signs. The daily target for blood workers is 30 pigs. Extra pigs will earn 5 points each, added to your account. If the target isn't met, 5 points will be deducted per pig. The punishment for the night shift was milder than for the morning and evening shifts, probably better suited for newcomers to earn points. Unfortunately, few people could stick with overtime. Following the instructions, Wang Xinyu arrived at her work area. It was quite spacious and open air, with a strong smell. On the left was the conveyor belt, and on the right was a long cable connected to the pigs entering the electric stun device. Below was a slightly concave grid water collection tray. Next to her, on the wall, were 2 simple buttons labeled Stock In and Stock Out. Wang Xinyu put on a protective helmet, gloves, and apron, transforming into a qualified pig slaughterer. On the work table, there were 4 knives. She chose a comfortable one and sharpened it on a nearby whetstone. Bleeding requires speed, precision, and decisiveness to minimize the animal's pain and help it wake up from unconsciousness. The person holding the knife must be steady and quick. Although Wang Xinyu hasn't killed many pigs, she has killed quite a few people. Once she overcomes her rational mind, humans and pigs are not so different. She sharpens her knife, and it's exactly 7:30. Her work begins. After pressing the supply button, a long cable quickly delivers a hanging large white pig. Wang Xinyu looks at its thick neck and sturdy front legs, suddenly craving barbecue. She guides the vine to pierce the pig's main artery, starting to draw blood while thinking about whether to add some food for herself tonight. She glances at the small white flower that is swaying as it drinks blood, then feels a desire for pig's blood. A few days ago, she cut some chives. Stir-fried with pepper and pig's blood, it should taste good and be nourishing. But she doesn't plan to release the safe house yet. Without releasing it, she can't cook. Never mind, she'll just eat what's stored in her space for now. But her dorm has no sockets. Wang Xinyu ponders for a while on how to solve the cooking problem before releasing the safe house. Before she reaches a conclusion, the small white flower turns into a small red flower. She pulls back her thoughts and stabs the first rib near the throat on the right side, slicing downward carefully to avoid the heart and avoid cutting veins or arteries. The remaining blood begins to flow out, dripping into a collection tank and then into the underground. The average bleeding time for a pig is 5 to 7 minutes. Processing 30 pigs in 4 hours is quite efficient. In the end, slaughtering pigs tests a butcher's skill and mental strength. Those with weaker mental resilience can't do this work. Normal humans are naturally afraid of blood and death. Most butchers have some psychological issues because of it, including Wang herself. But she's used to it now. Killing pigs is better than killing people. She stares at the flowing blood from the wound for a moment, then suddenly recalls the feeling of cutting a person's throat for the first time 10 years ago. Soft, warm, sticky. Humans are both vile and noble, strong and fragile creatures. Shaking off these meaningless memories, she finishes draining the pig's blood. Wang presses the supply button again immediately after delivering, then presses the supply button again without delay, aiming for seamless efficiency. She becomes a ruthless bloodletting machine, one after another, without wasting a second. After finishing, she let it hang there to bleed on its own. She turned away, took out her phone, and either read a book or opened the chat interface to communicate with Song Jiwei. Tong Xiu, also known as 317, proactively provided her with some information. She is a material analyst, able to identify the name and main effects of 1 to 2 items each day. Today, she chose a dog muzzle and headphones. The dog muzzle is a high-level silencer that reduces 99.9% of sound waves. The headphones are translation devices. Both are products of advanced civilization, which current human technology cannot produce. This information is quite interesting. Products made by an advanced civilization that is not human? Does that mean these octopus-headed creatures are aliens? Is this the reality of the 3-body problem? When Xinyo doesn't feel scared. Actually, she would be more afraid if they weren't aliens. To communicate normally with humans, they need to weaken sound waves by 99.9%. That sound is undoubtedly their biggest weakness. She feels she has found the key to winning this game. If that's the case, they must have other equipment to weaken sound waves. Otherwise, with such a big variable, they wouldn't be so foolish as to prepare only one method. Finding this equipment would solve most of the problem. Thinking of this, when Xinyo felt good, her actions as a butcher became more efficient. That night, she killed a total of 45 pigs. Besides the 30 pigs she was assigned, her extra achievements and work points added up to 105. In other words, she earned 270 points that day. After deducting the cost of lunch exchange and dinner, she still had 220 points left in her account. Based on this, by the 10th day, she could proudly become an excellent employee. She glanced at the player card in front, showing only 50 points, looking miserable. She felt even happier now. Back in the dormitory, it was past 10:40 p.m. when Xinyo hurried to take a shower. After a day of milking and slaughtering pigs, she was covered in a strong smell of milk, mixed with pig odor and blood. Smelling her clothes made her head spin. The employee dormitory provides hot water, but no cleaning supplies. Even if she used soap, it might not fully wash away the smell. Just rinsing with water wouldn't do. Tonight, the store's hygiene products must have sold well. There are no power outlets in the dormitory, so I can't use a hairdryer. I can only rely on the small fan built into the ceiling to dry my hair. The temperature at night is lower than during the day. The cold wind blows down, making it feel chilly. When Xinyo has to put on her coat and take out the insulated cup she prepared earlier to slowly sip the coconut milk inside. Based on today's observations, when Xinyo thinks there will be another announcement about dorm checks before she sleeps. So she isn't in a hurry to get into bed. She pulls out her planting box and plants half of tonight's harvest, some vegetables and some fruits. At exactly 11 o'clock, the broadcast emits the same electrical buzzing sound as this morning. Attention, all new staff members. At 11:30, the dorm supervisor will begin the dorm check. All employees must turn off the lights. Do not lock the doors or block them. Do not shout or make noise, and do not do anything to disturb the dorm check. To ensure everyone's mental state and work efficiency the next day, please go to sleep before the dorm supervisor arrives. If you are caught awake, it will be recorded as a warning. After 3 warnings, Your work eligibility will be revoked. Note: making loud noises without proper equipment will lead to serious consequences. Please be careful. Repeat. When Shinyo slightly widened her eyes, she couldn't believe there were such strict rules. If locking the door isn't allowed, then even if the safe house's defenses are broken, what can be done? It might even expose her, which would be very risky. Fortunately, she decided not to rush to release the safe house, and that was the right choice. As for falling asleep, she isn't worried. Although she can be easily awakened by any noise, she is excellent at pretending to sleep. She can control her heartbeat and breathing, unless they go to the extreme and use a machine to monitor her brainwaves. But when Shinyo is confident, they can't tell whether she's truly asleep or not. The main issue is that she doesn't fully understand the process. She needs to know what happens after they enter the room before she can sleep peacefully. At worst, being caught would only mean one warning. She has 3 chances. So she unlocks the door quietly, turns off the lights, and gets into bed, waiting for 11:30. Actually, the broadcast didn't specifically emphasize this, but when Shinyo was already asleep by now. It's her usual sleep time according to her biological clock. She needs to watch something to distract herself and stay awake. Shin Seong is in room 301, and he should be the first one checked, as expected. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xinyu decided to send him a message. Player Wang Xinyu LV. 3. Are you about to sleep? He replied quickly. Player Ren Seong LV3. No, I was going to sleep, but after hearing this broadcast, I decided not to. I need to see what they are up to. As expected, a similar type of person. Player Wang Xinyu LV3. We can share our thoughts later. I'm not sleeping either. Player Ren Seong LV3. No problem, I'll tell Sister A too. Wang Xinyu replied with a simple okay. At 11:30, thanks to her good hearing, Wang Xinyu could faintly hear the sound of a door opening at the other end of the corridor. About 10 minutes later, a sudden scream from a man echoed, then abruptly stopped like a squealing toy being squeezed. It seems he's dead. If you're scared but can't control your voice, you might have to sleep with a cage over your face. But Wang Xinyu definitely wouldn't do that. Wearing such a thing for a long time hurts her face. After another 5 minutes, the sticky sound of footsteps finally stopped in front of her door. Wang Xinyu closed her eyes, calmed her heartbeat, adjusted her breathing, and entered a perfect fake sleep. The sound of octopus tentacles and suckers rubbing on the floor was even more creepy and sticky than during the day. Wang Xinyu felt like they deliberately made the noise louder. After all, normal people would get goosebumps hearing such sounds. If she pretended to sleep, she'd be caught. But Wang Xinyu was someone who could stay calm even if a cockroach the size of was on her face. She could listen to this ASMR style. The noise slowly approached her bed. Wang Xinyu felt a cold breath near her face, along with a faint fishy smell. She found out if she was asleep by pressing her face to observe. Wang Xinyu almost wanted to laugh. Any experienced player who survived a few rounds in the game would wake up immediately if they heard such sounds, even if they were asleep. This wasn't about checking if they were sleeping, but testing their mental strength. Those who pass are either very brave or very steady. After 3 minutes, the oppressive feeling finally left. With a soft snap, the door closed gently, ending the first night's check. Just to be safe, Wang Xinyu waited another 5 minutes before opening her eyes and immediately checking the chat. Both Ren Xiang and Song Jiwei had already sent her messages one after the other. Player Ren Xiang LV3. Such a sneaky way to check. Player Ren Xiang LV3. His mouthpiece touched my mouth. Smiled JPG. Huh. When Shinyo admitted she couldn't help but laugh after seeing the second message. Player When Shinyo LV3. At least it proves pretending to sleep can work. Just treat it as an essential oil massage. Don't worry too much. Player Ren Xiang LV3. Thanks. Your comfort only makes me feel colder. I'm going to brush my teeth.
Goodbye.
When Shinyo scratched her face, realizing she had said the wrong thing again, and quietly exited to open Song Jiwei's chat window. Player Song Jiwei LV4. I'm serious. I'm so angry I could explode. Player Song Jiwei LV4. About my fish. I suggest to go see an eye doctor. 3 eyes, and none of them are useful. Player Song Jiwei LV4. It came in, kicked over my stool, then scared itself and knocked over my teacup and milk. Player Song Jiwei LV4. After messing up my room, it hurriedly ran away. While running, it used the spilled milk to wipe the floor. Just reading the words, when Shinyo could feel her breakdown. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was more upset about the octopus getting too close or about her home being wrecked. Looking at it this way, not kissing the octopus or losing property, she was actually the luckiest one. She pressed her lips, then sent over a cloth to show her kindness. After that, she calmly closed the panel, turned over, and truly fell asleep. The next day, during the queue, the person caught sneaking into the dorm last night was identified. Number 315, the same as when Shinyo, part of the milking team, standing right in front of her. Without him, only 4 members remained in the milking team, and the number of people on this floor was less than half of what it was at the start. Just beginning, the death rate had already exceeded 50%. The danger level was now significantly different from ordinary worlds. At such times, players could only hide, wait for the right moment, or stay quiet and survive. There seemed to be no other options. When Shinyo was in a good mindset, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten out. She wouldn't die easily in a short time, so she might as well try to get as many benefits as she could. This morning, she squeezed out 20 buckets of milk, completing her daily goal and earning a green card. She continues her habit of spending money the same day she earns it. At noon, she efficiently exchanged 48 cardboard boxes. She now has a 20-slot storage card containing a camper van, 7 metal cans, one with ice and water, another with diesel, one with vegetables, one with meat and dried goods, one with canned rice and grains, and one with cleaning and daily necessities. One slot is currently empty. Wingsinyu plans to fill the remaining space with cardboard boxes, organizing cleaning supplies, daily necessities, medicines, and items that need a dry environment. Items like guns, bullets, socks, pants, charcoal, books, spices, jars, and small to medium-sized machines, which are not too big but take up space, can also be stored together on one card. The more items there are, the more careful she needs to be in sorting them so she can find things easily later. Right now, she can still remember where everything is, but as her collection grows, she won't be able to rely on memory alone. However, she probably can't trade for that many boxes by herself, and she also wants meat, eggs, milk, and animal fur. So, trading is her best skill. Although this world has many restrictions, players can't communicate openly in public. Wingsinyu doesn't mind. The more daring she is, the more she can produce. She simply put a note on herself that said, "Trade 5 points for a pound of winter melon, 10 points for a defense bonus. As long as she doesn't make noise, the native residents won't interfere." She also wanted to write more trade offers like 10 points for tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, or 20 points for apples, watermelons, cabbages, and greens, and 30 points for steamed buns and rice, but space was limited, so she couldn't. Advertising is all about being big and eye-catching. If the words are too small, no one will see them. Her method was bold and successful. Thanks to her efficiency, by midday, only she and Song Jiwei hadn't added her as a friend. Out of the remaining 15 people, 13 had. The other 2 men were unfriendly, likely to attack if they moved to another world. But this world is protected by the natives, so they won't dare cause trouble for now. Wingsinyu doesn't bother with them. Business is going well. Even without her regular customers, Song Jiwei and Rin Xiang, she sold 30 pounds of vegetables by noon. She exchanged a total of 4 liters of milk, 6 jin of beef, 2 jin of lamb, 2 jin of cheese, and 20 cardboard boxes. The milk and meat were given by colleagues from Buildings 3 and 4. Buildings 1 and 2 are in the same team. Seeing her exchange a lot of boxes these days, everyone started trading with her using boxes as well. Later, she also announced that she would prioritize accepting boxes. Once her storage card is full, she will stop accepting new items. In addition, Wingsinyu set up a referral reward. For each new customer she brings in, she gets 1 jin of winter melon. For every 10 people she recruits, she gets an extra defense point. Since her resources are limited, it's not realistic for her to find more customers on her own. In this world, where danger is always near, no one minds having more defense points. No one can stand eating only meat every day, whether vegetables or defense points are very tempting for players. The only requirement for referrals is that she or the person referring must be able to trade directly with the new customer. Otherwise, according to the system rules, the first 5 trades must be face-to-face. If they can't meet, the trade can't happen, and the effort is wasted. Of course, customers can also become distributors directly. If a customer recruits more than 10 people and is willing to trade on her behalf, Wangxinyu will give referral rewards and sell winter melon at 10 points for 3 jin. How they handle the rest depends on their own choices. With proper promotion, she will definitely not lack customers. In the afternoon, she woke up early and waited at the corridor door, successfully recruiting a few more neighbors from the slaughter team into her sales group. Tong Xiu strongly supported her career, exchanging almost everything she had for her, and took away 6 jin of winter melon. She has a weak stomach and can't eat too much meat. After eating it all day yesterday, she got sick. Today, her face looked pale and pitiful. Wangxinyu gave her 1 jin of winter melon in exchange for a small electric cooker. Her safe house was set up with electricity, so if she's tired of the cafeteria food, she can cook light meals at home. Tong Xiu was moved to tears, feeling that true friendship exists in this world. She patted her chest silently, indicating that they are like half-sisters now. Wangxinyu also turned on her safe house at noon because she needed electricity. The meat, eggs, and dairy from the exchange are all freshly slaughtered and kept at room temperature, only disinfected briefly. If she wants to store them long-term, she needs to freeze them in the freezer before putting them into storage cards. Storing meat directly doesn't last long. At the same time, it proves again that players with more space are always one step ahead. Take Rin Xiyang and Song Jiwei, for example. Neither of them planned to take too much advantage during work, but now they are very skilled at trading with her and taking small benefits along the way. There are no one-on-one monitors in the work area. As long as they don't do anything too obvious and aren't caught when leaving, players can secretly take some items during work hours. This stage is mainly for players to gather resources. As for Wangxinyu, she no longer does this. Her resources are already full, and hoarding more is useless. Trading is just for easier selling of vegetables. So, Wangxinyu works diligently to earn points, and other players also work hard to exchange supplies with her, creating a cooperative and harmonious environment. To do big business, you must put aside your pride. After work in the evening, Wangxinyu goes to the cafeteria first to register for the night shift with an octopus employee. The same octopus is responsible for registration. When it sees her, it raises its arm and waves at her, with a noticeable star and moon bracelet on its wrist. It quietly watches as Wangxinyu completes her registration process. After she finishes, it gently taps her shoulder with its arm tip. Wangxinyu tilts her head to look at it. She sees a gray tentacle tip with a starfish bracelet made of transparent thread hanging from it. It's a chain with 5 small, differently colored starfish, each about the size of a fingernail, quite pretty. Wangxinyu looks at it in surprise. At this moment, her headset emits a cold, gentle voice. Here you go. She notices its lower face moving slightly, clearly speaking to her.
Huh.
A return gift? Although she doesn't quite understand, Wangxinyu obediently accepts it and, in anticipation, ties the chain around her wrist. Thank you, she says softly. The octopus's 3 eyes stare at her wrist for a while, then gently pats her head with its arm again, just like yesterday. Looks good. Wear it, the voice in her headset says. Maybe it's treating her like a little pet? Wangxinyu found it a bit funny. It's like giving a dog a leash and praising how pretty it looks. That's fine, as long as she isn't trying to hurt her. Anything else is okay. Wangxinyu had a good attitude. She gently touched the tip of the tentacle, waved goodbye softly, then took her flyer and slipped into the crowd. Not long after Wangxinyu left, the octopus's mouth trembled slightly. It was a swirling dent, slowly turning at this moment. You shouldn't give such expensive things to a food item, Darcy. That's my thing. I can give it to whoever I want. Kurt, mind your own business. Humph. These creatures are very weak and stupid, but they can be sneaky in ways you can't imagine. Darcy, you're wasting valuable resources doing this. If we can't even compete with food items, it means we aren't qualified to use them as ingredients. Kurt, I think you're too proud. You shouldn't underestimate them. Humph, let's see about that. Darcy didn't reply. He stood still like a statue, 3 eyes quietly watching the crowd. Wangxinya's sales were very successful. Nearly 200 people in the cafeteria. She added 175. Some people didn't want to add her at first, but after seeing her complete transactions with a group, they followed suit. Wangxinya didn't force anyone to add her. She was busy and didn't want to explain to those who were hostile or doubtful. She worked nonstop until 7:20. Her hands never stopped moving. She didn't even have time to eat, and by the time she finished half the transactions, she had to rush to her evening shift. Although it wasn't her original plan, it created a small wave of hunger marketing. During her break for bleeding the pigs, Wangxinya sent the midday price list and the requirements to become a subordinate to her new friends. The response was very good. Today's earnings, after subtracting the midday exchange costs, left her with 225. In the afternoon, she traded 348 pounds of vegetables, all exchanged for meat, eggs, and dairy. This gave Wangxinya a headache again, but she expected to receive more boxes today after emphasizing this. At this pace, she should finish collecting the boxes within 2 days. She didn't mind having more containers. She could fill her other storage cards too. And so, Wangxinya once again fell into a busy state. She worked, organized supplies, worked again, traded at the cafeteria, and then organized more supplies and delivery notes, busy like a company CEO preparing for a big launch. She was both happy and overwhelmed. Because of the mixed staffing between the cafeteria and the workroom, most players in this world could interact with each other. So, her first group of offline followers developed very smoothly, almost surprisingly so. By the evening of the 7th day, all her primary agents had met the conditions for online trading. Most players initially joined just to exchange vegetables and improve their meals. At first, they only traded 2 or 3 pounds and didn't care much about the added defense points she offered. The players who first became her offline followers did so because of her promise of a small defense bonus. But after a few days, players who ate more noticed their stats changing. They started buying large quantities from her and actively recruited others to get wholesale prices. When Xinyo's business grew rapidly on the 5th day, she blocked some troublemakers, those who bargained endlessly, and those who broke down emotionally. Now, she has about 200 primary agents. On the evening of the 7th day, when Xinyo roughly counted the surviving players based on offline reports, estimating around 1,000 players. According to Song Jiwei, the number of players in the first-level world is usually around 2,000. This means that after surviving the unprepared first day, player losses were almost 0. Her gains over the 6 days were impressive. The growth rate from days 4 to 7 kept increasing, averaging over 2,500 pounds of produce per day. Her main product was winter melon. Vegetables, fruits, and grains priced above 10 points were sold in limited quantities, with only 5 portions available each day. Rice and flour were especially in demand. Most of it was used internally by her primary agents. She only sold 10 pounds daily to keep costs down. Since cooked food was more complicated to prepare, it was mainly a staff benefit. Additionally, over the week, when Xinyo managed to exchange her efforts for 345 cardboard boxes, and with players' help, she obtained 12,535 boxes. This filled more than half of her storage space. She currently owns 3 10-slot storage cards, 5 15-slot cards, and 5 20-slot cards. One of the 20-slot cards is reserved for large items like massage chairs, freezers, storage cabinets, and large vegetables like winter and pumpkin. She plans to fill the rest with cardboard boxes. Although she also has plenty of money and nowhere to spend it, her main reason for doing this is that she has received some information from players over the past few days. Some players don't want to give up too many points, so when Xinyo suggested trading information instead, offering higher prices. As a result, She has collected dozens of pieces of information about different worlds and their completion methods over these days. Overall, they are quite similar, with different ways of showing them, but the patterns are alike. For example, she has heard of tropical rainforests, mines, apocalyptic wastelands, and natural disasters before. There are also some new ones, like zombie cities and gladiator arenas. There are very few worlds where she can collect containers. She was lucky to get this chance, so she must seize the opportunity to gather as much as possible. Anyway, storage cards will be available later, but the chance to increase storage space might disappear soon. Additionally, Shinyo has a theory that world levels are not based on the content of the worlds, but are probably designed to make things harder for players by changing the format. For example, reducing the preparation time in the first stage, extending the disaster time in the third stage, increasing the number or strength of monsters, or reducing resource points. All these directly affect players' chances of survival. Shinyo even believes that what seems to be a very harsh level 1 is actually just the first stage of the entire game. Only by maximizing attribute growth and resource collection in this stage can players better survive in higher level worlds. She has reached this understanding with Rinsong and some advanced players. Because of this, players who are aware of these strategies work hard to trade with her. This is true cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, in this brutal game, even a small increase in attributes could save your life at a critical moment. Day 8 of the game. Shinyo woke up early as usual, and it should have been an ordinary morning. But today, she received a very interesting message. Over the past few days, Shinyo has figured out the layout of players' locations. The 4 dormitory buildings are separated front and back, with buildings 1 and 2 on one side, and buildings 3 and 4 on the other. The corridor's transparent wall separates the 2 sides, with building 2 next to it. To keep her information updated, Shinyo has developed good relationships with several players in each building. Whether in games or real life, the ability to gather information shows a person's overall skills. If you have good intelligence, even if you are not very skilled, you won't fall behind much. Especially in group games, working alone is the stupidest thing to do. Communicating in time helps update strategies quickly and increases the chances of success. Kong Yu is one of her sources of information in Building 3. She received a message from him at 7:30 this morning. Player Kong Yu LV4, I heard that Lu Taiching and Mao Yingshuan plan to attack you tonight in the cafeteria. Honestly, Shinyo didn't remember who these two were at first. She sees over 100 new names every day, so even she can't remember everyone right away. Fortunately, the other person thought of this and kindly explained in the next message. Player Kong Yu LV4, just in case you forget, they are the two who tried to pick a fight with you in the cafeteria a few days ago and got knocked down. Hearing this, Shinyo finally remembered. On the 5th day, her business was already going well. Her unique business was quite big, so naturally some people didn't like her. Lu Taiching was one of the first to refuse to add her as a friend. Shinyo didn't pay much attention to him. But by the 4th day, it seemed they saw her vegetables were really useful. Not only did their stats improve, but they also gained many offline allies. Some even didn't develop further, but made direct deals with her. In the current game round, they could reliably get vegetables from her. By the time they finally decided to add her on the 4th day, there were very few players left who could become her allies. Since there are about 1,000 players in total, and 200 of them are divided among the remaining 800, each person manages 4 players. Excluding those who don't develop or develop too much, the ones who haven't joined her are just the players who don't participate. Lu Taiching and Mao Yingshuan gathered those dozens of players to get vegetables from her. But they didn't want to do good business. They were unhappy with the price of 10 points for 3 gene and insisted on bargaining for 5 gene at 10 points. Shinyo found such people annoying, she didn't bother to say anything and simply blocked them all. She was very busy, refusing all arguments and excuses. So, on the evening of the 5th day, they came to cause trouble. Shinyo simply couldn't understand how these people's brains work. Although it was a strategy to come and cause trouble while she was eating and to try to make her make noise so the natives would punish her, she still marveled that such people could survive for so long. when Shinya was busy eating, packing orders, and preparing for work later. Her time was very precious, so she simply used her stun gun to deal with them. Later, she heard that they lost a day of points because they fainted on the ground and couldn't leave the cafeteria in time. The entire cafeteria was filled with Winshinyo's trading partners. Even if they weren't, no one would oppose her for two fools, and naturally, no one would bother to wake them up kindly. In the next 2 days, they behaved themselves. Winshinyo thought they were scared of the stun, but it turned out they were just waiting for a bigger chance.
Now, it seems she should have just taken care of them right then.
For the first time in a while, Winshinyo felt regret about her decision. She realized that sending such foolish and mean people to meet the king of the underworld was actually better for society. On her way to work, Winshinyo was busy packing orders and thinking about how to quickly and safely deal with those two fools tonight. When she reached the elevator, she saw someone unexpected. Dalsy? A squid-like person in a white robe was standing inside the elevator. Noticing the movement behind her, she turned to look. As a regular contact with the natives, Winshinyo had become familiar with her over the past few days. She knew her name was Dalsy, and she was female in their tribe. No wonder she always felt Dalsy's aura was calmer than that of the males. Although she rarely spoke, her cold voice didn't sound as harsh. Winshinyo's recent actions had greatly increased the players' enthusiasm for overtime, which added a lot of work for Dalsy. Their interactions also increased a lot. It's not that Winshinyo was narcissistic. She thought Dalsy liked her, just like Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu. Maybe she was more likable in the eyes of external creatures? Hello, Xiao Yu. Dalsy's voice came through her headset. She naturally extended her wrist tip to Winshinyo, who also naturally took hold of it. Dalsy thought Winshinyo liked holding her wrist, and Winshinyo thought she liked being held, so it naturally developed this way. Winshinyo stared at her soft, cold, gray wrist tip and suddenly had a bold idea. She looked up at Dalsy. Darcy, may I ask for your help? Darcy tilted her head, her 3 bright yellow eyes focused on her face. You can tell me. Today, I might cause a little trouble in the cafeteria because someone wants to hurt me, those 2 people I knocked out that day in the cafeteria. I will try to deal with them quickly. If I accidentally make noise, could you turn a blind eye? She openly asked for a favor, hoping Darcy would give her an unofficial pass. Connections and relationships are all useful, as long as they help. Also, Winshinyo had a gut feeling that even if she didn't ask, Darcy would help her. Otherwise, even if she tried to be quiet that day, she would have broken the rules by local standards. And she was fine, which indirectly showed that Darcy favored her. Darcy didn't reply immediately, just looked at her quietly, as usual. Darcy, if you agree to such an unreasonable request, it's really too funny. She's just a piece of meat, a simple ingredient, and she dares to ask you to break the rules for her. Even if you agree, I wouldn't allow it. Kurt, if you keep jumping into my channel without permission, I will delete your access. So, Darcy, are you angry with me just because I'm trying to help a human, a somewhat cute pet? So what if I am? Kurt, I've told you before, you're meddling too much. Sharing my mind with you isn't for you to keep saying annoying things. Do you want to be the first prince to be disowned? Alright, I was wrong. I'll do as you like, Darcy. Seeing her slow response, Winshinyo hesitated and gently held her wrist. It's okay, Darcy. If it's inconvenient, just refuse me. I have other ways. Darcy gently wrapped her wrist with her foot. It's fine. I understand what Xiaoyu wants, but I think there's a better solution. Darcy paused and then said, You don't need to get involved. Just make sure they make some noise. Winshinyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood her meaning. Are you worried I might get caught? Darcy nodded. The surveillance will be checked regularly by staff. Winshinyo's expression softened. Thank you, Darcy. Darcy didn't speak, gently patting her head with another arm. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the workshop. Winshinyo finally released her sharp point and smiled at her. I'm leaving now, Darcy. See you tonight. See you tonight. Darcy waved her tentacle. The elevator doors slowly closed, heading to a higher floor. Darcy, if they find out upstairs, you'll be punished. Please don't do this. But Kurt, you'll help me, right? Please don't have such unfounded trust in me. But you're my chosen fiancé. I don't trust you. Who else should I trust? Silence filled her mind for a moment. Then a sigh was heard. All right, Darcy. Okay. Wang Xinyu arrived at her workspace, put on gloves and an apron, and started her work for the day. As she entered the enclosure, 4 or 5 cows gathered around her, nudging her with their noses. She picked some hay and fed each cow, then led one into the pen. Wang Xinyu can tell which cow is which. Over the past few days, she has intentionally chosen the familiar, larger ones to milk daily. Maybe because of her skill, she always patiently takes them to the juiciest hay after milking. The cows seem to like her. Recently, she no longer needs to lead them to work. They come over on their own when they see her. Other players try to lead them but aren't as successful. They line up to enter Wang Xinyu's pen. Next door, Worker 304 now calls her Milk Cow Beauty, but Wang Xinyu is immune to all such nicknames, maintaining a calm attitude. Because of tonight's plans, Wang Xinyu arranged to have lunch with Ren Xiang and Song Jiwei, sharing her plans with her friends. She remembers that when Song Jiwei told Ren Xiang about this, Ren Xiang said that Lu Taching worked in the same workshop and had asked about Wang Xinyu, but Ren Xiang didn't respond. Now that connection can be used. Wang Xinyu asked Song Jiwei to help notify some offline friends and told Ren Xiang, I need you to play an important role. Ren Xiang smiled and replied straightforwardly, tell me what to do. Tell him this afternoon that I'm very protective of my food. If he wants to anger me, just knock over my bowl, she said seriously. Ren Xiang could no longer smile, and Song Jiwei stared at her with wide eyes, tilting her head. Not really, Xiaoyu. Even if they are fools, they probably wouldn't be stupid enough to believe this, right? When Xinyo smiled slightly. When dealing with such simple-minded fools, you just need to use the simplest tricks. Trust me, they'll fall for it, as long as you act convincingly. Also, tell them my weakness is that wasting food causes my points to decrease. Xiang was speechless. That makes sense. Okay, I understand. Then he asked, but how can you be sure they will definitely be caught by the octopus? Darcy will help me, she said. Who is Darcy? Song Jiwei tried to remember. There didn't seem to be any foreigners in the cafeteria. He's the native responsible for registering the night shift. Song Jiwei's eyes widened, almost jumping up.
Wow.
You really have a good relationship with that octopus? I see you shake hands with it every day, and I thought it wanted to eat you because you're so delicate and tender. When Xinyo laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. Darcy is very cute. Song Jiwei's soul almost left her body. I've never thought anyone would call that thing cute. Xiang didn't share their cafeteria, but just hearing her say that the octopus was cute gave him goosebumps. He was fearless of anything, killing, blood, but he had a deep-sea phobia. He hated marine creatures to the extreme, rarely eating fish, especially slimy creatures with many tentacles like octopuses and squids. When he heard Song Jiwei say, when Xinyo shook hands with the octopus every day, his face changed drastically, and he started recalling whether he had shaken hands with them in the past few days. This is real. He couldn't find the right words for a moment, only giving a thumbs up. When Xinyo knew that most people would find it hard to accept the appearance of a native, so she just smiled and said nothing more. She naturally lacked the fear of such emotions, which is usually a serious flaw in normal life, but in the game, it became a kind of advantage. Later, the three reviewed the plan and each went back to their rooms for a nap. In the afternoon, when Xinyo kept glancing at the chat box. It wasn't until nearly 5 o'clock when Xiang sent a thumbs-up sign within, okay, that she smiled and continued milking confidently. There are still many offline players coming to ask about the situation, but when Xinyo ignored them, these people just like to watch the excitement and cause trouble. Finally, it was 6 o'clock and the lunch shift ended. For some reason, when Xinyo felt a little excited. Since entering this world, her days were not as stressful as other players, but she had many things to do, so she also felt some pressure. Tonight's situation didn't really call for serious words like battle. Instead, it was more like a simple addition to her normal life. When Xinyo ordered 2 steaks and sat at a spot not too close or too far from Darcy, Song Jiwei and Kanyu sat beside her, looking just like usual. Besides a few trusted offline players, when Shinyo didn't tell many people about this, to avoid raising suspicion. She only told those few to keep the scene calm during the chaos. She didn't want Darcy to have a hard time. But after 20 minutes, when Shinyo had almost finished her meal and still hadn't seen those two people, she looked at Kangyu, who also looked confused, and quickly opened a chat window. Player Kangyu LV4. That shouldn't be. I really received a message saying they plan to come and block you today. Player Shinyo LV3. Where did you get that message? Player Kangyu LV4. My offline contact, Lu Taching, doesn't know he's my person. He wants to team up to mess with you. When Shinyo thought for a moment, then took out a steaming plate of spicy stir-fried cabbage from her space. Although most of the people present were her direct offline contacts, to maximize her defense points, most chose cheap, large, and durable winter melons. Only players with more money and resources would fight for other vegetables. Even among those, they preferred tomatoes, greens, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, which are rich in vitamins, nutritious, or filling. And even players who chose more varieties rarely had the time or skill to cook carefully. During tough survival times, just boiling some vegetables with a little seasoning to taste was good enough. So when Shinyo's dish was served and the aroma spread out, everyone around fell silent. Even chewing sounds lessened. All eyes focused on this simple dish of spicy stir-fried cabbage. Recently, Song Jiwei has been often eating with Shinyo, acting quite reserved. However, Kangyu, who is always munching on winter melon and tomatoes, can't keep up the same polite behavior, constantly staring at the small pot and salivating eagerly. When Shinyo made a please request, and she immediately took a bite of her food, burning her tongue so badly that she couldn't even breathe out without pain. Around her, there were sounds of swallowing, but when Shinyo remained calm and continued to take out a plate of beer duck, braised eggplant, and stir-fried bamboo shoots. Each dish was steaming hot, as if just taken from the pot. She had already done her part, and if they didn't come over now, it would be rude. When Shinyo just realized she had made a small mistake in her thinking. In the previous worlds, she had met too many fools, so she instinctively thought that anyone coming to pick a fight now was probably just a simple-minded fool. Fools are fools, but not so naive as to be completely clueless. She glanced at the floating chat window, which showed a message from Rin Xiang. Player Rin Xiang LV4. I heard some new news. Lu Taiching's profession is a master thief. As long as there's physical contact, he can steal something that the other person definitely has. Player Ren Xiang LV4. Mao Yingshuan's skill is transmission, which allows him to temporarily borrow others' skills. Also, this person is very agile, and in other worlds he has a nickname called Silent Water Step. This means that the real goal is to kill her, but stealing from her is the true purpose. The message sent to Kangyu might just be a distraction. After all, normal people, knowing someone is coming to pick a fight, would instinctively prepare for a fight, and physical contact would be unavoidable. Silent Water Step suggests a quiet approach combined with the ability to borrow thief skills, an effective combo. They might be trying to use this distraction to extract more information about her from other players and then observe her more closely. But when Shinyo didn't have time to waste on them, she needed a quick victory. Since they weren't just foolish troublemakers, she couldn't leave them to Darcy. From her observations over this period, people taken from the workroom or cafeteria weren't simply killed on the spot like those in the dormitory corridor at the start. Instead, they were taken away by tentacles from the ceiling. Most likely, they were sent to the nurturing facility. With malicious intent and a gun aimed at her, when Shinyo felt it was safer to handle things herself. As part of her usual intelligence gathering, Kangyu told her at noon that Lu Taiching was a foodie. When Shinyo kept a small warning in her mind and specifically prepared a few dishes in her space as a backup, though she didn't really think she would need them. Sure enough, sometimes people stumble over an unexpected little stone. Finally, her undercover contact sent a message that those two had made a move. She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, put on a silencer, and exchanged a glance with Darcy nearby. By the way, is it allowed to kill someone in public? She wanted to ask Darcy, but at that moment, Lu Taiching and Mao Yingshuan had already pushed through the crowd and approached her. Lu Taiching was a chubby man with a face full of flesh, and Mao Yingxuan was a thin, sneaky-looking guy. From their looks, they clearly weren't good people. A scammer and a duo. Several people around were standing apart, all blacklisted by Wen Xinyo. Wen Xinyo extended sharp vines to block about 2 meters in front of them, clearly showing a stay away attitude. Lu Taiching raised his thick eyebrows and looked annoyed, while Mao Yingxuan, unusually, smiled warmly and took out a phone with the screen lit. Wen Xinyo rolled her vines over and quickly scanned the message. It was a short note, mainly apologizing, asking for reconciliation, willing to pay a higher price to make a deal, and offering 500 grams of gold as a token of sincerity. The words were sincere, and at first glance, it seemed convincing. Although Wen Xinyo was mainly when short-handed on a mission, everyone had to do multiple jobs. It was normal for the team leader to also handle interrogation. To be honest, Mao Yingxuan was quite clever. He knew how to read the situation and manipulate people's minds. Missing even a small detail or two could easily trap him. The unique nature of this world meant most people preferred to keep a low profile and settle things quietly. Unfortunately, Captain Wen was very good at dealing with such cunning people, and she wasn't afraid because she had backing. So she threw the phone back, gave a couple of flicks with her vines. Mao Yingxuan's smile stiffened slightly, but since they needed her help, he could only nudge Lu Taiching with his elbow. In his reluctant movements, he took the heavy gold bar and handed it over to the vines. When Xinyo took the gold, shook it a bit, 500 grams was more than enough, and without hesitation, stored it in her space. The man rubbed his hands together and showed a pleasing smile, clearly thinking the deal was done. However, when Xinyo slowly manipulated the vines, forming a big "no" in front of them. She wanted the gold, and if they made peace, that would be enough. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Lu Taiching's eyebrows furrowed in anger, and Mao Yingxuan looked fierce. The nearby players couldn't help but cover their mouths and stifle a laugh. The sound made everyone around quickly cover their mouths to avoid being caught laughing too loudly. The two men, who had been tricked, were now completely upset. The gold was their bargaining chip, just waiting for the woman to nod so they could lower her defenses and move to the next step. But now, the plan failed, and the gold was taken away. What does that mean? They lost both the gold and the opportunity. They couldn't hold back anymore. They lost their temper, like two teapots that couldn't handle the heat, finally breaking apart. Lu Taiching suddenly pulled out a large knife and swung it at Wen Xinyo's vines. He suspected she stole tools from the slaughterhouse. Mao Yingxuan was also quick. He was slim and agile, trying to rush in front of her while Lu Taiching held back the vines. Everyone around was stunned. They didn't expect them to really attack. But seeing Wen Xinyo calm and confident, they hesitated whether to help. Meanwhile, Wen Xinyo was ready. 2 soft vines shot out from her wrists, heading straight for their neck arteries.
Surprising, right?
She has 10 vines. Just as the vines were about to pierce their necks, a sharp sound came from the headset. Xiaoyu, stop. The vines suddenly turned and wrapped around their necks, lifting them in place. This didn't kill them but was enough to make them unable to move. They flailed in midair, like chickens being choked. When Xinyo looked back in confusion, while Darcy still stood quietly there. Employees aren't allowed to fight each other now. You'll be breaking the rules. Leave it to me. When Xinyo hesitated, surprised to hear this rule. She nodded quickly. Suddenly, familiar sounds came from the ceiling. The players' faces changed drastically. They forgot their food and quickly moved away to avoid the commotion. 2 thick gray octopus arms suddenly descended from above, grabbing both people's legs and pulling them up quickly and smoothly. They didn't stop at all, and the 2 who were taken away didn't even have time to scream. A small red glowing object fell out as Mao Yingxuan was turned upside down. When Xinyo quickly used vines to catch it. When she looked closer, she saw it was a ruby ring. She let out a breath of relief, thinking she had been scared to death, worried it might be a tiny bomb. Congratulations! You have obtained the item ring of the Magic Eye. Effect: the wearer can disable others' skills for 10 seconds. It can be used on up to 3 players each day, once per person. Trigger condition: contact for 3 seconds without obstruction, when Shinya was momentarily unsure how to express her feelings. As a woman who usually doesn't like to smile, when Shinya was confident she wouldn't laugh at anything unless it was really funny. But now, she couldn't quite hold back the corners of her mouth. How to describe it? It felt like she had triggered a hidden quest, and after the boss paid her, she didn't have to do anything. She was just rewarded with high-level gear. It was a happy feeling. She didn't expect that Xiao Mao, who looked unremarkable, actually had quite a few good things on him. When Shinyo happily stored the ring in her card and gestured for everyone around to sit down, Darcy was communicating with her through a private channel. Except for Song Jiwei, no one else knew her relationship with Darcy. Everyone thought he was just a game NPC who was punishing someone for provoking him. Meanwhile, Lu Mao and the others, who had scattered around as backup helpers, quietly moved away after seeing how things turned out. This small incident came and went quickly, so fast that no one remembered who those 2 people were once it was over. Everyone had seen octopus scenes many times before, so it wasn't new anymore. When Shinyo signaled that everything was fine, and everyone returned to their meals. The world is big, but eating is the biggest. As for Kongyu, who always believed in her strength, he had already finished most of the dishes while others were busy watching the show. When Song Jiwei tried to grab a chopstick, she found her plate empty and made a pained face. When Shinyo smiled and added another plate of spicy stir-fried cabbage. At this moment, Darcy's voice sounded again in her headset. "I thought you would be scared or sad, but you all look very calm now. Humans are very good at adapting, Darcy. Why is that? Why, even though we are the same kind, do you not feel anything about the death of others?" Darcy's cold, gentle voice was full of confusion. Wang Xinyu paused, lips pressed lightly under her silencer. "According to human years, what is the average lifespan of your race?" "It's about 500 years. We respect the death of our kind because our numbers are small." "That's right, Darcy." "What's right?" "Humans are too many, and life is too short. We don't have enough feelings to love everyone. Our emotions only allow us to love ourselves, family, and friends." "Is that why you hurt each other?" Wang Xinyu paused again. "Darcy, humans are just advanced animals. The only difference from cows in the fields or pigs in pens is that we can think. But this thinking only helps us survive smarter." "I don't quite understand." "I mean, Darcy, when it comes to survival, humans don't think much. If something helps us survive, we take it. If it harms us, we get rid of it. It's that simple." "So, Xiaoyu, do you also want to get rid of me?" Wang Xinyu looked up, meeting Darcy's calm gaze. "I am also human, Darcy. All the noble and ugly things humans have, I have them too. But I always hope we won't become enemies. Even if we've killed many of your kind, don't you see me as an enemy? I'm not a savior, Darcy. Even the others here fear and dislike you because you threaten their lives. If I feel sorry for my kind, I can't accept that." Wang Xinyu spoke honestly. She was very realistic. Sensitive and delicate people are good, but she was not one of them. What is an enemy? Someone who tries to harm their own interests and causes hurt. Can this be judged by race or nationality? If Darcy is an enemy, then what about those 2 just now? So she looked seriously into Darcy's eyes and said, "We are friends, Darcy. You helped me, you never hurt me. So we are not enemies. We are friends if you are willing." Darcy did not reply for a long time, just quietly watching her as usual. Wang Xinyu said this without expecting an answer. She was simply expressing her opinion while answering the question. No matter what Darcy was to her, in her heart, Darcy was a friend. Wang Xinyu's view on relationships was simple. If it's good, keep it. If not, part ways. Those who can stay until the end are like gold. Song Jiwei saw her daydreaming and waved her hand in front of her eyes, then pointed at her watch. Wang Xinyu looked at it. It was already 7:15. It was time to head to her night shift. She and Kongyu finished all their dishes, looking satisfied. She covered her mouth and gently burped. Kongyu automatically cleared the plates, saying he would wash them and return them. Wang Xinyu didn't object. Now, everyone was gradually getting used to the daytime work, and more players chose to work night shifts. The cafeteria was mostly empty now, as most people had gone to work. The three of them packed up and left together. When passing by Darcy, Wangxinyu nodded in greeting. Friends are those who protect each other, right? Wangxinyu didn't stop walking. She raised her wrist to show her starfish bracelet and gently waved it. Due to certain reasons, some animals in the pasture have gone berserk and escaped in large numbers. If not dealt with quickly, they could affect the surrounding environment and disrupt normal work on the farm. Therefore, starting today, a new reward system is in place. Employees are encouraged to go out after their daily 2 shifts to catch the wild animals. The base will award points based on the types of animals they capture. Also, the mandatory requirement to work only the morning or evening shift has been removed. Employees can choose their shifts freely. One octopus-like character, acting like a responsible NPC, reads out the game rules to the players. Another character, holding a familiar white box, distributes new equipment. This time, it's a high-tech projection watch. The employee's watch will automatically link to their account. When they kill a wild animal, they can drop the animal's blood into a slot on the lower left of the terminal. The system will recognize the animal's level and award points accordingly. Employees are responsible for handling the animal's body themselves. The watch will also open maps of some areas inside and outside the base to help employees avoid getting lost when returning. The rules take effect immediately. Employees must choose their shifts before 7:30 a.m. each day. Starting now, job assignments will be redistributed. Employees who accumulate 1,500 points will get priority in choosing their roles. Now, eligible employees can select their jobs. To reach 1,500 points, even employees who work overtime from day 1 will need to earn an extra 800 points beyond the standard work quota. Clearly, very few players can meet such a strict requirement. Unfortunately, Wangxinyu is one of them. She looked at her employee badge, which displayed the number 2,535 foot glowing green, and confidently used her watch to select the bloodletting job. This was almost like divine help. Since players can decide to execute animals themselves, it means she could potentially get full blood from hunting. She took her planting bucket to catch animals, planting as she went. During work, she could do this twice, quickly raising both skills to level 7. Wangxinyu even had the crazy idea that the system was helping her cheat. But she didn't care. The cardboard boxes she had traded for in the past few days had already met her goal, filling all her storage cards. There are 20,295 items in total, which feels like enough to fill half a farm with effort. As for other supplies, like meat and dairy products, there are so many that I can't count them all. Sorting them takes a long time every day. If it weren't for trading, Wangxinyu would have stopped collecting long ago. At this rate, even a 20-slot storage card wouldn't be enough to hold everything in this world. But as long as the supplies fit, no one complains about having too much. She just feels sad about the few freezers in the house. Starting today, she has to work hard again because she can't waste the prey she catches. Only Wangxinyu has the right to choose. Other players look worried. It's hard to get used to a new work environment, especially after finally settling in. Milking cows is relatively easy, but someone unlucky like Tong Shiyu, who is assigned to the slaughterhouse, quickly developed muscles in just 10 days, even though she used to have some fat on her arms. If assigned to more physically demanding jobs, players would be at a disadvantage during hunting activities. Overall, this seemingly beneficial event tests players' overall skills, strength, agility, strategy, and luck, without exception. The most important is strength. Because these are wild animals, not gentle sheep grazing and waiting to be handled in a farm. Wangxinyu made her choice in just 10 seconds. Then she waited with others, also sending out a few unfinished orders from last night. After about 5 minutes, when all eligible players had made their choices, the octopus-like host spoke again. Now, the work assignments will be randomly distributed. Once assigned, the routes will be updated on the staff terminals. Wangxinyu glanced at Song Jiwei's screen, which stopped scrolling at the words, slaughterhouse. Wangxinyu. Song Jiwei turned around, looking as miserable as a dog caught in a trap. As a hypnotist, Song Jiwei really dislikes the smell of blood, whether human or animal. She once said in front of Si Yang that she'd rather do anything else than go to a slaughterhouse, even manure picking. Unfortunately, there probably aren't any manure pickers on the farm. Player Song Jiwei LV4. I want to die. Player Wingsinu LV3. I'm in the slaughterhouse too. Maybe I'll get an office. Song Jiwei smiled bitterly. Player Song Jiwei LV4. Hello, please don't call the execution ground an office. That's too rude. When Shinyo had nothing to say. However, after the assignments were made, their work locations were indeed the same number. Her mood slightly improved. The three of them went to the exchange point, and on the way back, they met Rin Xiang. The three briefly entered Rin Xiang's room for a short chat. Song Jiwei asked him, "What kind of work do you do?" Rin Xiang smiled. "I'm still a slaughter worker. I think it's good. I'm quite experienced at this job. I wouldn't want to switch now." Song Jiwei's eyes lit up. "Are you in that workshop? Number 87. Yes." Song Jiwei finally cheered up and high-fived the young man, who looked confused. "Are you guys too?" When Shinyo nodded, he smiled and said, "That's great. The three of us can look out for each other." "When do you plan to go monster hunting?" Song Jiwei didn't answer and looked at Shinyo. Shinyo rested his chin and thought, "I plan to go in the morning, noon, and evening to see if the timing affects the hunting. If there's not much difference, I'll choose the afternoon. If there's no difference in harvest between morning, noon, and evening, then the best times are early or late. The night shift is easier and offers more points, with little downside besides rushing to eat." Shinyo doesn't want to exercise intensely early in the morning, so the afternoon is the best time for him to run. Song Jiwei raised her hand. "I'll go in the afternoon too. I don't want to go out late at night and have to rush back." Rin Xiang hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll go at each time and see how it goes. The difference isn't big, so we can go together." Shinyo nodded and had no problem with going together. Helping out nearby while farming and watching the wind is also good. For animals like cattle, which are herd animals, it's hard to handle them when they go into a frenzy. Shinyo was almost butted by a cow once before. He's more afraid of cows than pigs. Today, there was no choice but to go in the afternoon, so the three of them decided to go out in the afternoon and work the evening shift. After choosing, the terminal quickly sent the route map and some rules. 1. Do not leave early or return late. The base gate only opens at designated times. Those who do not return at the specified time are responsible for the consequences. 2. Employees are not bound by the base rules once they leave. 3. Life is only lived once. Do not be stubborn. Safety comes first. 4. Be sure to protect your device. Without it, you cannot enter the base. This third rule surprisingly shows some care, which is quite different from the usual style of the base. Song Jiwei strokes her chin. The designated time probably means at night. If you wait until morning or afternoon, you can catch the next shift. If you don't come back at night, you'll be caught. Ren Xiang. Leaving the base without restrictions just means players can seek revenge or settle scores outside. This rule feels like locals watching a show and not caring about trouble. Shinyo smiles and points at her device. You don't even need to kill someone to cause trouble. Just break or take their device. If you can't get back to the base, you can't return to your safe house. That's worse than dying. Song Jiwei looks serious and covers her watch. Luckily, I don't have many enemies. As soon as she says that, she suddenly reacts and, along with Rin Xiang, looks at Shinyo. Please, if she really had enemies, she would be the top target in this base. Not to mention those she is blacklisted and can't trade with. How many people might try to seize her supplies during this opportunity? Shinyo has never hidden her large stock of supplies and space. Otherwise, where would she store all those resources she trades? Many might have guessed her storage card count based on her trading volume. For players with limited space or resources, Shinyo is a very attractive target. It's easy to imagine that outside, she's more like a hunting target for players than an animal. But so what? Shinyo isn't worried. Besides skills like theft or item swapping, she wouldn't let strangers get close. And for someone like her, who carries almost everything she owns, what if she can't return outside? Maybe she's even more comfortable outside the base.
Don't worry about me.
There's no one in the base who can beat me right now, when Shinyo is absolutely confident about this. Song Jiwei immediately makes a surprised expression. That woman is so cool, Mr. Seong also smiled. No one would doubt the confidence of a strong person. Moreover, when she said that sentence, her tone was as casual as talking about eating. He even thought his worries might be a bit unnecessary. Let's go back to the house first. Our exit route is the same. Meet at my door at 1:40, he said. When Shinyo didn't feel much urgency. After returning to the house, she finished sending out today's orders and then started cooking a few dishes. This was also to prepare for the worst-case scenario she had just imagined. She glanced at the panel. Her defense value was just a little short of 20,000. She was sure she could reach it today. Of course, she hoped players wouldn't fight each other and would just earn points honestly through trading. But she knew that was unlikely. As long as someone died, unless their stored items were taken by opponents, vegetables would be wasted, and she would also be penalized. This was something when Shinyo really didn't want to see. Sigh, she really wished they could finish eating the fruit before going out. Considering the afternoon consumption, when Shinyo made a lot of sandwiches with cheese and roast beef. Since they were filling and high in calories, she planned to make more and store them. When the time was right, she went out to meet Song Ren and the other two. The three of them searched for a while in the complex hallways before finding the exit. When they reached downstairs, many people were already waiting at the door. Many familiar faces, all neighbors from the third floor. Tong Shiyu was among them. When she saw Shinyo, she immediately ran over. Yujia, you're here too. When Shinyo nodded, she smiled and then started chatting with Song Jiwei again. Tong Shiyu had a good personality, and Song Jiwei liked her very much. Are you here alone? Song Jiwei asked with some concern. Tong Shiyu shook her head and pointed to a girl nearby. I'm with Rong-yi. Rong-yi was a new female player from room 304. She usually worked in the workshop next to Shinyo. The young girl had just graduated and was pulled into the game before finding a job. She was calm, but lacked common sense. When Shinyo first started working, she guided her on some basic skills like pulling cattle and milking. The girl admired her a lot, and they got along well. But when there were many people, she became shy and reserved. She felt embarrassed when seeing so many people, until when Shinyo waved to her, she shyly came over. Rong-yi was the youngest among them, so she was naturally a bit reserved. Song Jiwei enjoys gathering with girls, smiling as she gently holds their hands. Xiaoyu, maybe we should let those two stay nearby. They're new, and if anything happens, we can look out for each other. Song Jiwei asks for her opinion. When Shinyo glances at the only man present, he nods, indicating he doesn't mind, so she agrees. The two newcomers are surprised and a little excited. Tong Shiyu says half-jokingly, we thought the boss wouldn't like us bringing newbies. When Shinyo checks the time and casually says, everyone starts as a newbie. We can only help each other at critical moments. Survival depends on ourselves. Song Jiwei smiles warmly and adds, you two are much calmer and smarter than I was when I first started playing. If it were me in this situation, I might have died on the first day. Be confident and cautious, and you'll definitely survive. The two girls nod happily, feeling touched. Who doesn't want to live? As long as we keep going, maybe one day we'll find our loved ones or escape back to the real world. Living gives hope. Suddenly, when Shinyo raises her hand, cutting off their motivational talk. The door is opening. This is a cold, metallic-looking automatic door. At 2 p.m., a blue light snakes along both sides of the door frame, rising like a serpent and converging at the top before disappearing. A few seconds later, accompanied by a dull sound and the tense, hopeful gazes of the players, the door slowly opens. A breeze, completely different from the cold air and freshener smell inside, blows over. A vast, lush world unfolds before the players, who have been confined in a cage for days. Even with the silencer still on, they can't help but exclaim in surprise. Even when Shinyo is momentarily stunned by the scene. It's an endless grassland, with rich, jade-green grass that looks soft and lush. The scent of grass and earth highlights nature's presence. The afternoon sun is bright yet warm, enough to dispel the cold. She finally understands why this world is called green grassland. There's no better name. Compared to players who have been slaughtering or working on processing lines for 10 days, those in the milking shed seem calmer, since the pasture is quite large. Only artificial landscaping and masterful craftsmanship cannot compare. When people face natural beauty, they always feel awe and fear. A minute passes, and no one dares to take the first step.
When Shinyo sighed.
All right, she's used to leading the way. She raised her hand and tapped the sensor on the door edge with her device, then strode forward, pulling out a compass and pointing in north. With someone leading, the others finally reacted and followed closely behind. When Shinyo walked quickly, not caring if her companions could keep up. Soon, she had gone 5 or 6 kilometers from the starting point. When she felt it was enough, she stopped and looked back. But what she saw still made her shiver. She thought that after running so far, she should be able to see the full view of this thing. But in front of the huge building, which clearly wasn't made by human technology, the figures of the players looked tiny. A silver metal building stood tall on the vast grassland, so wide that it couldn't be seen all at once, and so tall that its top was out of sight. The sky was clear now, but the top of this huge structure was covered with dark cloud-like fog, making it impossible to see its full shape. It was cone-shaped, reaching into the clouds. Its base was so wide that she had to stretch her neck to see its edges. There were several doors at the bottom, marked with bright red numbers. When Shinyo came out from the middle door, number 10. From her current distance, she could see most of the players behind her. Roughly, about 100 people were within her view. Everyone looked the same, shocked and amazed, like ants facing a giant elephant, suddenly realizing how small they were. Could creatures that built something like this really be resisted by them? In the third stage of the escape game, could they really survive? When Shinyo had to admit that when she saw the true appearance of the base, that thought flashed through her mind. But she quickly forced herself to stay calm and clear-headed. It was too early to be pessimistic. If she was afraid, she could wait until the third stage to panic. She looked away from the building and started observing the surroundings again. The biggest advantage and disadvantage of the grassland was its flatness and openness. Larger prey had nowhere to hide, and no one could guarantee they weren't someone else's target. For example, she turned her head and saw 3 large, white, strong bulls charging straight toward the group of players, with a few pigs following behind. Looking to the side, she saw a new group of running cows and sheep. Then, when she looked back, many people were still staring blankly at the building. Those who reacted quickly were desperately trying to remove the dog muzzles. When Shinyo also took hers off and pulled out a desert eagle, firing 3 shots into the air. This forced everyone to wake up from their daze. If the fun part turned into a dangerous game, it wouldn't be interesting. A desert eagle, without a silencer, is like a loudspeaker. Since the area is open, even the farthest group could hear the shots. They finally realized what they were here for. Seeing the approaching animals, they hurriedly started to prepare their tools. This also confirmed her position to the few people behind, and her actions attracted the attention of the wild animals. A group of animals specifically turned around and charged toward her. Faced with this situation, when Shinyo hesitated for a moment. So many animals to catch at once. She quickly recalled the knowledge she had been studying recently and finally focused on the fattest, strongest bull leading the herd. In terms of health points, pigs usually make up about 8 to 9% of their total weight, while cows are about 7 to 8%. But compared to pigs, cows are much larger. This bull, charging toward her, weighed at least 1,200 kilograms. With good luck, she might be able to drain 200 liters of blood in one go. Moreover, cow meat is very good quality. Usually, it's rare to get high-grade beef, but when Shinyo decided to drain the blood and store it in her card to enjoy later, she kept her eyes fixed on the white bull running toward her and recalled the skeletal structure diagram of cows. During this period, When Shinyo spent time every day studying the weaknesses of large animals, memorizing the bones, muscles, and acupoints of pigs, cows, and sheep. This knowledge led to a significant improvement in her cooking skills. Now, these skills were also useful for her current situation. Just as Song Jiwei was ready with tranquilizer darts to help her escape, she saw 5 vines shoot out rapidly from her wrist, accurately binding the bull's limbs and neck. This tactic focuses on being fast and accurate. It aims to make the animal lose the ability to move without harming its life. The difficulty of this move doubles when dealing with a wild animal. Fortunately, Wang Xinyi's control over the vines is not perfect, but good enough. She quickly twisted the cow's joints within 2 seconds, making its limbs powerless and causing it to fall over instantly. To prevent the herd from trampling each other, Wang Xinyi used her strength to pull the fallen cow back before the others could step on it. The next moment, she continued attacking the second-in-command of the herd, knocking down 3 leading cows in a row using the same method. The surrounding players were stunned. Is this kind of move even possible? The herd was also shocked. Even in a frenzy, their survival instincts kept them going. Why stay in the pasture when they could run this way? So, the herd that was about to surround Wang Xinyu suddenly broke apart on its own, charging toward other confused players nearby.
Wow.
That actually works. Ah. Don't come near me. Help. Don't bite my pants.
Ah.
This is the only thing I have to cover my backside. Suddenly, the quiet grassland was lively with animals jumping and players shouting, creating a lively scene. Perhaps because it was only the first day, the number of escaping animals was limited, and there weren't many large animals. After the initial panic, players quickly regained their composure. Once they realized that speaking loudly wouldn't get them punished, the players, who had been holding back for 10 days, went wild like untamed horses. They made loud noises, shouting and chattering like monkeys everywhere. Even Rin Xiang, usually very calm, couldn't help but shout a few times while chasing rabbits. Everyone cheered for the long-awaited freedom to run. Meanwhile, Wang Xinyu's corner became the least noticed spot. After more than half an hour, someone finally got tired and turned around to admire the achievements of the big boss. To their surprise, they saw a large wok suddenly appear in the middle of the grassland. On a small table, there was an induction cooker and a wok. Next to it, a small generator and a large oil drum could be seen. Another small table held various seasonings and a stack of disposable bowls and chopsticks. Wang Xinyu arranged her tools, then casually conjured a bunch of colorful vegetables and fruits. With a splash and plop, they fell into the filled oil drum with water, making sounds like plop plop. Then she took out a piece of wood and used what looked like charcoal to draw on it. After finishing, she bent down and placed it in front of the table. Cooking a small animal/one bowl, a large animal/unlimited self-service, no takeout. Note: only live animals accepted. Players who got a close look were stunned by this action.
Is she
setting up a stall? The style was so strange that players didn't dare to get too close. When Shinyo was calm and efficient, washing, chopping, and stir-frying. Soon, a big pot of fragrant sweet and sour cabbage was ready. Her space now had a lot of oil, especially pork fat and butter. Since when Shinyo would be eating it for many years, she didn't mind using a lot of oil. The dishes smelled incredibly good. Before long, someone couldn't help but swallow and moved closer. It was a middle-aged woman. When Shinyo was a bit surprised, honestly, this was the first time she had seen a woman of this age in the game. Actually, she had noticed that most players she met were under 35. The few middle-aged players she saw were all men. According to real-world statistics, the missing people ranged from 16 to 50 years old. Although most were young, the numbers in each age group were fairly even. It was strange to meet so few middle-aged people. Could it be that the game has an age restriction system? Sister, do you think this rabbit is good? She held out an ear of a gray rabbit to Shinyo. The player was probably in her early 40s. She looked honest and gentle, but just from her 2 small arms, it was clear she was quite strong. Women from the older generation usually participated in national construction or farming. In terms of strength, they could easily beat the younger generation raised in greenhouses. But due to various factors, the new generation often saw them as weak and dull. In reality, they are the group that should not be ignored or looked down upon. They are not as naive and easy to deceive as young girls, nor as arrogant as men spoiled by society. They have experienced the most brilliant times and also lived through a world full of malice. They adapt quickly and have their own survival skills. Therefore, no matter if they are good or bad, Shinyo would never underestimate women of this age. Of course, the bowls and chopsticks are free to use, or you can bring your own. Which do you prefer? She took the knocked-out rabbit, tied it up, and placed it at her feet, then smiled at Zhang Ailin. Oh, yes, I need some. Zhang Ailin looked surprised and widened her eyes. She didn't expect this girl, the leader of the players, to be so friendly. She had planned to wait until others arrived before joining in, worried that the girl might be upset if she saw her as an outsider. But after waiting a long time with no one coming, she found herself craving the sour taste of the vinegar dish so much she couldn't resist becoming the first to try. She didn't expect Shinyo to be so kind and gentle. Her words about the rumors were very different from what she had heard, which made Zhang Ailin feel guilty. She realized she needed to see things for herself. Shinyo took out a plastic bowl, scooped a full spoon of cabbage, and handed it over. Come on, sister. Be careful, it's hot. Okay. Zhang Ailin quickly took it, blew on it twice, and eagerly took a big bite. Recently, she had been eating a few pounds of winter melon daily from the younger players on the same floor to refresh herself, but no matter how delicious something is, eating it every day gets tiring. Besides, she didn't have many options to make fancy dishes, just boiling eggs or making soup. These days, Zhang Ailin felt like she had scraped all the oil out of her intestines with the winter melon. One bite, and the fresh taste of the cabbage combined with the tangy vinegar exploded on her taste buds. It was just an ordinary home-cooked dish, but for Zhang Ailin, who hadn't eaten good vegetarian food for 2 consecutive worlds, it was a real delicacy. The bowl of vegetables was finished in less than 2 minutes. Shinyo carefully adjusted the seasoning so it wouldn't be too greasy to eat on its own. After one bite, she wanted another. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing. If you ever leave this terrible place, you should open a restaurant. I'll definitely be a regular, Zhang Ailin sincerely praised. Shinyo smiled. If I get the chance, I will. Zhang Ailin chewed thoughtfully, watching as the other players around were tempted and started gathering closer. She suddenly regretted not trying harder to catch a couple more rabbits. Sister, can I cook another pot of cabbage later? I'll go gather some ingredients now. Shinyo smiled. Sure, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhang Ailin sighed in relief and looked at the bowl and chopsticks in her hand, feeling unsure. She didn't have a storage card, and these items could only be used once. Shinyo noticed her hesitation and suggested, "You can add me as a friend and send the items through my trading interface. When you come back, I'll send them back to you." Zhang Ailin's eyes lit up, and she happily added Shinyo's ID. That's a good idea. This method was actually taught to her by Shin Xingming from another world. Players without storage cards could use this trick to bypass the system. The only downside was it tested human nature. There was no guarantee the other person wouldn't take the items and run away. Because of this, the game required players to complete 5 face-to-face trades before transferring items online. This gave players at least 5 days to check each other out, rather than rushing into trust. Although Shinyo thought 5 days might not reveal much, there were always naive players overly optimistic about others. In this game, 5 days was enough. With Zhang Ailin's test and many players who didn't know Shinyo well spreading the word, they learned she was the legendary vegetable seller. Most of them lowered their guard and followed her, curious to see what she was doing. She was a big boss. Why bother tricking people with just cooking? It didn't make sense. Some players were more cautious, following her from a distance just to observe this top-ranked, dangerous player who is said to be at the top of the food chain. Don't cause trouble. Please queue to receive your items. Shinyo didn't mind being watched. Since her first day in the game, she had been used to this kind of attention. When someone approached, she greeted them. If no one was there, she quietly handled her tasks. She talked with a few players about today's animal point values. Pigs and cows, 100 points; sheep, 80; geese, 40; rabbits, 30; chickens and ducks, 20. It was uncertain if these would change later, but for now, hunting chickens and ducks was the easiest. When Shinyo also adjusted her prices, setting chicken and duck as the base price. Pigs, cows, and sheep could be bought freely, and other animals were sold based on their point levels. This also saved some bargaining. She didn't care much about how many points or how much meat she could get. Even if she did nothing, she would still be an excellent worker. Everything was to help her vegetables find new markets. Later, Song Jiwei and others, who had come back from hunting and were resting, admired her skills once again. They happily joined the vegetable-selling team. As the boss's relative, Mr. Wen casually decided to only take one rabbit for each of them and let them eat freely, including the two young girls who had just joined. Tong Xiu was somewhat more familiar, while Rongyi appeared cautious and reserved. After eating one bowl, she felt shy to have more. When Shinyo glanced at Song Jiwei, who immediately understood and nodded, okay, she then scooped a large bowl of freshly cooked spicy cabbage and went over. Soon, the word spread, and more players gathered around the prey, creating a growing pile behind Wen Shinyo. At this moment, she had just finished stir-frying a dish. She asked Tong Xiu to help serve the food and take charge of cooking, while she went to the back to handle the prey and use up the small red flowers. Ren Xiang carried over a few new rabbits and suddenly said, "I think you would be a good village chief," when Shinyo paused her vine manipulation and looked back at him strangely. Why? He glanced around at the players gathering in small groups around the stall, occasionally hearing some laughter. If it weren't for you, the players in this world wouldn't have built so many connections, and this scene wouldn't exist. I really admire you, honestly. Ren Xiang spoke sincerely. He liked the current atmosphere. Even though everyone had their own plans, being able to maintain such harmony in a difficult world was a rare comfort for most players. Ultimately, humans are not machines. As social animals, humans instinctively want to band together and crave communication. The greatest challenge in this world isn't physical harm. Compared to other worlds, players are well-fed and well-equipped, seemingly at their happiest. But actually, it's quite the opposite. These 10 days have been very painful for most. They are not allowed to speak or communicate. The cold order and the absolute force of non-human species suppress everyone, forcing them to endure the threat of death. No one dares to gamble on whether the next moment, tentacles might drag them away. Breaking a person isn't usually physical pain, but mental torment. Everyone can endure some hunger, but mental abuse is something not everyone can handle. When Shinyo, as the most influential and even the strongest player, acts like a stabilizing force on the scene. She hasn't caused any big problems, but her manner always shows a confident and bold attitude. Yet, she doesn't come across as pretending to be important. She truly is a powerful person. Moreover, none of the people around her are easy to deal with. So, the restless ones know they can't provoke her and stay quiet, while the calm ones know no one dares to bother her. This keeps the scene peaceful. Running around catching rabbits is less comfortable than chatting and sharing information together. If they go too far, they might get ambushed. But when everyone gathers, the group can work together, fight, and share food. It's much better. When Shinyo just smiles and says, "You're flattering me. I act based on my own interests." Ren Xiang also smiles and says, "It's even more admirable when you can satisfy both your own needs and the public's." She keeps smiling but doesn't reply further, showing she doesn't want to continue this topic. Seeing she isn't interested, Ren Xiang wisely stops talking and goes to wash vegetables with Song Jiwei. Their points will eventually reach the excellent employee level. Now that when Shinyo is taking care of them, they just relax and help her at the stall. Similarly, Kangyu, who has just slaughtered a cow and a sheep, happily runs over to help when Shinyo cut vegetables. She is from the northeast and feels uncomfortable if she doesn't chat for a day. Now, while chopping vegetables, she chats with other players. It's more fun than chasing cows. As for when Shinyo, She throws several fresh lantern peppers into a jar, glances at the nearly empty pot, and then looks at the new players lining up eagerly. She feels a bit overwhelmed. They caught more large prey than expected, and these people can eat more than imagined. When Shinyo fills each bowl to the brim, one pot of food isn't enough for a big group for long. Kong-yu is almost cutting sparks with her knife. So, she shouts to the players, "Who can help with chopping vegetables? Skilled hands only, food is on me." As soon as she finishes, a girl in the front raises her hand quickly. Big sister. Big sister. I work in a Chinese restaurant. I've been helping in the kitchen since I was young. Just then, a man pushes forward and says eagerly, "Boss, I was a chef before I started playing." I'm faster than the girl. The girl turned around and glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. Hey, mister, do you understand the concept of taking turns? I was the first to raise my hand. And why do you think girls are less quick than you? The man hesitated, then glared back angrily. Who are you calling mister? I'm only 31 years old. The girl sneered coldly, giving him a disdainful look at his receding hairline, and everything was understood without words. What do you mean by that? Any man's pride couldn't handle such provocation. His fists clenched tightly, and his face turned red. If it weren't for the big shots at the stall all staring at him now, he might have lost his temper with the girl already. The girl snorted again and ignored him, instead focusing her gaze on Shinyo. When Shinyo took out a new cutting board and a new knife, placing them next to Kong-yu. She pointed at the girl. Talking is useless. Come here and cut a few. Got it. The girl smiled brightly and hurried over. When Shinyo handed her 2 potatoes, tilting her chin, peel and shred. No problem. The girl took the potatoes, quickly peeling them with a swift wrist motion, revealing the yellow flesh inside. It was clear she was skilled. The man in front crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Haha, what can a little girl do? She'll mess up the moment she starts cutting. When Shinyo shot him a glance, but said nothing. Kong-yu was known for her fiery temper. Usually she hated men talking nonsense like that. She suddenly drew a long knife and held it up to him. What's wrong with a little girl?
Huh.
Say that again to my face. Zhang Yu was so scared by her cold blade that he shivered and quickly forced a smile. I was joking, sister. I was joking. Kong-yu was famous for being fierce, especially above the 10th floor, and she had some mysterious skills. She was unpredictable. Once, a troublemaker next door almost got beaten during lunch break, but she had never been caught. Everyone on those floors was afraid of her. She also controlled the online trading on those floors, and everyone had to buy vegetables from her. Whether Shinyo ordered her to do this or not, he wasn't sure. Anyway, he couldn't afford to offend either of these women. He had never heard of that little girl before. He planned to find out her identity later and find a way to cause trouble for her. But in front of the 2 big shots, he definitely couldn't show his true feelings. It's okay to be flexible and resilient. A noble person takes revenge only after 10 years. He was too cowardly, and Kong-yu looked down on him. His sister's words made him feel sick, like an old person on the subway looking at their phone, so he put away his knife. That's disgusting. Get lost and stay far away. Zhang Yu's face changed. He carefully looked at Shinyo, but she didn't even glance at him. This made him feel angry inside. Why pretend? At this moment, the girl had finished her work. The 2 large potatoes in her hands had been turned into evenly cut potato strips, quickly and well made. She clearly had skill. Big sister. I finished cutting when Shinyo picked up a few strips and waved them in front of everyone. She nodded and said, Then it's your turn. After that, she turned to the handsome man with a lively expression and said, Next, I need someone to fry the potato strips. Uncle, do you want to buy some? Someone nearby couldn't hold back and started laughing first, then others followed, and soon there was a burst of giggles. It's unclear what this guy was thinking. Besides the man washing vegetables, everyone else was women. Doesn't that show the boss's stance? Thinking this in his mind was fine, but saying it out loud in front of everyone, those who speak without thinking in front of their sister, what kind of consequences do they face? Zhang Yu's face turned red and swollen. He glared fiercely at Wenxinyo, then angrily turned and disappeared into the crowd. Ha ha ha. Only Xiaoyu can really hit the nail on the head. Kangyu almost knocked the table in laughter, chuckling as he took out 2 grading boards from under the table. He handed one to the confused girl. Here, hold this. If you cut with that, you'll cut your hand off. The girl finally realized that Wenxinyo was deliberately making the man look bad, and she couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, sisters. My name is Jiang Lin. I'm 24 years old. Wenxinyo nodded. Grate more, and also cut lantern peppers and cabbage. She then looked at Tong Shiyu. Tell me when you're leaving. Compared to them, who were just lying around, Tong Shiyu and Rong Yi needed points more. For newcomers, this world was a great chance to get supplies. Honestly, during the early days, supplies were plentiful. Later, survival would be 10 times harder. Tong Shiyu had just finished catching a few chickens and was resting. When Rong Yi returned, she helped her out because they would leave soon. There are fewer people coming to get food now than at the beginning. The crowd isn't very busy, and the people around are either chatting or waiting together to carry large items. Most of the animals here have been mostly cleared out. Although staying close to the leader is safe, those who come out want to earn more points and save some food. Not many can relax and act freely like they do. Wenxinyo mainly wants to make good use of this open, ventilated space. She plans to process all the vegetables into ready-to-eat food. If she can't sell them, she'll eat them herself. Next time, she plans to go directly to level 2 of the different world. Conditions might not be as good then, so she wants to gather as much as she can now. Jiang Lin is cheerful. After a few minutes, she was chatting with Song Jiwei and Kangyu behind her. Both Jiang Lin and Kangyu are from the north, and they often make jokes, making Song Jiwei laugh happily. But when Wenxinyo noticed that Jiang Lin kept looking at her, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Do you want to talk to me about something? Wenxinyo asked directly. Jiang Lin looked a bit surprised. She didn't expect her small gesture to be noticed. She shyly nodded. I just wanted to ask if you know Zhao Xinrui, she said. Wenxinyo paused. Hearing a familiar name at this moment felt a little strange. Yes, I know her. She's a beginner friend. Why? Jiang Lin smiled mysteriously but cheerfully said, It's nothing. We're partners in the next world. She often talks about Sister Xinyo, telling all kinds of stories. I thought she was joking, but it turns out she's serious. When Xinyo looked at her. Is she doing well? Jiang Lin waved her hand. She's fine. That girl runs faster than anyone. Usually, it's hard for others to catch her. When Xinyo stared at her for a few seconds, then looked away and continued working. She nodded lightly. That's good to hear. Seeing that she didn't want to continue the conversation, Jiang Lin smiled awkwardly but didn't mind. She turned back to cut vegetables and talked with Kangyu. Ren Xiang and Song Jiwei watched the whole scene. When they helped her pour blood water, Song Jiwei quietly asked, Don't you like Xiaojiang? When Xinyo glanced at her. Why do you say that? Ren Xiang answered first, just a gut feeling. During these 10 days, the 3 of them have become quite familiar with each other. Even if they're not close friends, When Xinyo is not a mysterious person who is hard to understand. In fact, just by getting to know her a little, it's easy to see her subtle, different expressions when she is emotionless. Just now, her reaction to Jiang Lin seemed a bit off. Usually, she would respond more gently to girls. When Xinyo pursed her lips slightly, thought for a moment, then softly said, I'm not sure. She just arrived and has been watching me from the sidelines. The way she spoke just now also felt strange. I want to see what she's trying to do. The two looked at each other in surprise. You're keeping her around for this? Song Jiwei asked. When Xinyo nodded. Xia. He was more curious about how she managed to identify her target. He hadn't noticed this person before Jiang Lin spoke.
So, you want to?
Song Jiwei lightly scratched her neck with a serious look. When Xinyo couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. What are you thinking? I'm not a villain or anything. Song Jiwei chuckled. Better to be safe than sorry. When Xinyo shook her head again. Let's just keep observing for now. The 4 hours of free time quickly passed. The sky over the grassland darkened noticeably, and after 6 o'clock, stars could even be seen. Players began packing up their prey, preparing to head back for their evening shift. When Shinyo finished cleaning and packing her stall, then divided half of the hunted game with a few helpers. They all refused repeatedly. She had already given them a bunch of vegetables earlier in the afternoon, so asking for meat was too much. When Shinyo thought, I can't handle it all, and leaving it would be just wasteful. She had given them small animals that hadn't been processed yet. Song Jiwei and a few others with storage cards wanted more, so they traded her some other supplies. Tong Shiyu and Rong Yi chose a few fat rabbits, which they took back to process into dried meat to extend their shelf life. Even Zhang Lin received quite a few things. At first, she was too surprised and hesitant to take anything, but when she saw everyone else accepting, she finally smiled broadly and worked more efficiently. Shinyo's sister, can I come help again later? She asked. When Shinyo casually replied, whenever you're free, just come. Then she looked back at Rin Xiang and Song Jiwei, who were chatting nearby. I plan to come in the morning tomorrow. What about you two? Song Jiwei, I'm fine. Rin Xiang made an okay gesture. Then she looked at the two newcomers, who naturally nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning in the same area. After making the plan and packing their things, everyone set off to return to the base. Under the evening light, the huge building looked even more eerie. Its large shadow cast a cold, heavy feeling, making people feel oppressed. Everyone silently avoided looking up, like a group of ants returning home, quietly putting on their dog masks and returning to their posts. The outdoor celebration felt like a dream. People who had tasted freedom again found the usual routine more exhausting than ever. They wanted to talk, shout, run, and breathe deeply. At this moment, when Shinyo could clearly sense the restlessness among the group. When she returned home after work and exchanged information with others, she concluded that the death rate that night had soared. Those who were taken away were players returning from outside. When Shinyo realized that the hunting outside was a trap that exploited people's weaknesses. They thought the dangers in the wild were just a test of the second stage, but the real danger was no different from the first stage. As long as they returned here, they could lose their lives at any moment due to their instincts. Like in the first stage, the first 3 days were very dangerous. Once players adapted, the death rate due to mental stress would drop close to zero. But after that, the danger from wild animals would keep increasing, both in number and ferocity. In other words, players were never truly safe. Really unpredictable when Shinyo looked at the list of avatars, which was darkening, and sighed. The more players died, the worse it was for her in many ways. But this world tested people's overall abilities, especially mental strength. The natives, the work, the base rules, even the shape of the base, all constantly stimulated people's nerves. It was very hard to endure. Even when Shinyo herself was like a fragile boat in a storm, just trying not to make mistakes. While thinking about the clues she had gathered over the past days and guessing the possibility of the third stage, she was also trimming her hair. Her hair grew quickly, and she needed to cut it at least once a month, or it would be hard to manage. Wangxinyu personally prefers short hair because it looks good and is easy to wash. However, due to her job requirements, she could only choose long hair or a crew cut for a long time. Short hair was inconvenient during missions, as it could block her view during fights or be pulled out by sneaky opponents. She disliked the look of a crew cut, so medium-length hair that could be tied into a bun was the best choice. In the next 2 days, Wangxinyu experienced going out in the morning and at night. Overall, she found the nighttime experience better. The grassland at night is incredibly beautiful. The air quality is far better than in modern cities covered with industrial dust. Breathing it feels like gaining 2 extra years of life. Plus, the atmosphere is more lively at night. Many players light campfires for illumination, making Wangxinyu's market experience even better. But in the end, she chose to stick with the afternoon schedule. Nighttime is good and there are more animals, but they tend to be more aggressive. Fewer players go out at night, which is not good for her business. Also, the risk of not being able to return home at night increases greatly. Most people, unless they are very confident in their skills, prefer not to go out at night. During the day, why get up early just to go for a run when you can sleep a few more minutes? Thanks to Wingxinya's influence, more players chose to go out at the same time as her. After 15 days, 90% of players gathered in the afternoon. It's safer and allows them to enjoy delicious food. Why not? Song Jiwei joked that if this were real life, Wingxinya's stall would definitely become a popular spot for photos. By the later stages, it was no surprise that the number and ferocity of animals increased by more than one level. Even the smallest birds and ducks could bite off a piece of flesh. Many people regret not fighting more in the first few days. Now they have to team up to barely get any rewards. The grassland is becoming more dangerous. To make things worse, the new rules at the base hit players hard again. After 15 days, players are no longer allowed to stay in the base during their free time. This means they have to go out to fight monsters during work hours, or they will be personally escorted out by staff. Today is the 16th day. According to Wingxinya's statistics, in just these 6 days, at least 200 people have died. That is an incredible number. Players who have survived the first stage are already a selected group. Originally, only 2,000 players in this world, and after the first stage, just over 1,000 remained. Now, fewer than 800 are left. Wingxinya's most direct feeling is that, among the players in their dorm area, besides the 5 who act together daily, only 313 female players are left. No one knows how the other 3 died or when they died. Green Grassland LV.1 Day 17. A player, who is a prophet, shares a message. The final survival rate of players in this world is 1 in 200. That was pretty expected. Song Jiwei bites into a chicken leg, looking calm about Wingxinya's confusion. Is this normal? Wingxinya tilts her head, looking a bit confused like the 2 newcomers. Ren Xiang hands Song Jiwei a tissue and smiles. This is just how the game works. In some worlds, it's normal for only a few hundred out of 2,000 players to survive. My first world was a zombie siege, with traitors among the players trying to drag everyone down. In that world, including me, fewer than 20 survived. Kongyu nods seriously. I agree. My last world was a survival on an island. Players fought each other for resources, and the final survival rate was probably less than 1 in 10. Jiang Lin, holding Tong Xi's arm, smiles and says, usually, only a few people are left alive at the end. Sister Xinyo, your situation is quite special in the game. When Xinyo lowers her head thoughtfully. Although she had observed survival rates and received information from Su Qin and Xin Xingming, perhaps because she always had a large group of people around her in the first 2 worlds, she had never felt the death rate of players so directly. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? You seem a bit strange today. Song Jiwei gently pats her head, worried. I'm just thinking, out of 100 or 10 people, how did those 10 survive? What is the basis for the prophecy? Is this outcome certain? A few veteran players exchange glances and shake their heads. Song Jiwei said, many factors affect survival. Besides strength, luck is also very important. In such dangerous worlds, most players can only leave their fate to chance. When Xinyo frowned, she disliked the idea of leaving things to luck. If everything depended on luck, she would have died when she was 14. She looked at Jiang Lin and asked, who is that prophet? Jiang Lin brought this news. Before that, when Xinyo had no idea such a person existed. Jiang Lin scratched her head. She's a co-worker in my workspace. She came up today and sent a small note to everyone. I shook hands with her to confirm her profession is real. Everyone had seen the note. The handwriting was messy, showing her mood at the time. Is she a man or a woman? What's her name? She's an older woman. Let me think. What was her name? Jiang Lin frowned, pressing her fingers to her temple as she tried to remember. When Xinyo raised an eyebrow and opened her friends list to check. Zhang Ailin. Jiang Lin suddenly looked up. Yes. How did you know? She came by on her first day. That day, Zhang Ailin said she would come back later, but she never appeared again. When Xinyo initially thought something had happened to her. Later, she checked the list and saw her name was still there, so she felt relieved. She didn't expect her to be a prophet. Jiang Lin understood. It seems her leg is hurt. I saw her limping when she walked. She probably has a similar injury as those weak players. She just sits at the base gate when she's out, then goes back when her time is up. No wonder. When Shinyo nodded, thinking about meeting her sometime. The news that only 2 out of every 100 survive was really shocking. Just this morning, the prophecies spread among players. The atmosphere was noticeably more anxious than the past 2 days. Everyone was desperately hunting, hoping to earn more points. Fewer people were using their prey to cook today. The points gained from prey were the same as the points used in the shop, like defeating monsters. In the beginning, experienced players didn't take these points seriously. They preferred exchanging prey for more points, which was more cost-effective than cooking. But now, the mood among players has become tense again. Everyone wants to be in the top 1/10. Hunting and accumulating points to exchange for the cheapest winter melon while also considering other value exchanges has become a more cost-effective choice. Even their small team has adjusted its strategy. When Shinyo has reduced her stall time and spends more time hunting. Her trading sessions are fixed at about an hour. This is mainly to help those players who have lost their online access. The roughly 200 people she used to trade with are now fewer than 150. To prevent these players from becoming aimless and causing some people to artificially inflate vegetable prices and disrupt the market, when Shinyo has to participate directly. For now, all of this is secondary to when Shinyo.
Her main worry is
She's losing too much blood, and I can't absorb it fast enough. Even though she spends the whole afternoon repeatedly absorbing blood and planting, she simply can't keep up. 4 hours are not enough for her to operate. By day 13, her skills had already reached level 6, and the white flower petals increased to 25. But even then, she still couldn't use them all in time. She now carries 5 planting pots, letting some newcomers who are tired from hunting help out. She works tirelessly all afternoon, but can only plant 6 times. The remaining blood is wasted. However, with the harvest from her bloodletting during work hours, she can collect at least 200 petals a day, which is a small comfort. Because she has fully achieved vegetable independence, when Shinyo's second change in her trading strategy is that all vegetables traded on-site are priced at 5 points per gene. Vegetables and fruits that normally cost 30 points online now only need 5 points in face-to-face trades, helping her increase her income again. Back to the main topic, when Shinyo scheduled a meeting with Zhang Ailin that day. The other person didn't hide anything and agreed straightforwardly. As Zhang Lin said, Zhang Ailin was injured by a goat on day 11 and now stays at the base entrance every day. Zhang Lin's exit is next to Zhang Ailin's, and she offered to take her there. Over the past week, Zhang Lin has been performing normally, working hard and not slacking off. Kang Yu and Tong Shi both like her very much. Even Song Jiwei, who knew about Wen Shinyo's suspicions, found it hard not to develop a good impression of her after spending time together. Zhang Lin is cheerful and funny, often making everyone laugh. Girls like her are hard to dislike. Wen Shinyo is not someone who shows suspicion or hostility openly. She prefers to observe quietly, and a friendly team atmosphere helps her carefully understand each person. Therefore, Zhang Lin didn't notice her attitude and called her sister warmly every day. That aunt is usually very kind, but I never thought she was a prophet, and she knows you too. That's great. You're so amazing, sister. It would be wonderful if we could work together to find a plan. Zhang Lin linked her arm with Wen Shinyo's, looking emotional as she spoke. Hopefully, that will happen, when Shinyo glanced at her and casually replied. She obviously knew she was a little trickster. This was when Shinyo's first time returning to the base area outside of her usual travel times. She doesn't like the feeling of pressure from the steel giant building and tries to stay far away when hunting. When she arrived, she found more people lingering around the base than she expected. Or rather, more injured people were hurt during the hunt than she thought. Just this one wall had at least 30 people scattered around. Most of them leaned against the outer wall of the base. Besides those who looked very weak, almost everyone had some bandages wrapped around a part of their body. Yes, injuries and illnesses. Zhang Ailin sat near the closest exit to number 21, and from afar, Wen Shinyo could see her right calf wrapped in bandages. Her face looked a little pale, but she seemed quite energetic. Before approaching, she waved to Wenxinyo to say hello. Sister, you're here. Sit down. She smiled and took 2 cloths from her bag, placing them in front of her. Wenxinyo noticed a flicker of discomfort on her face when she saw Jiang Lin. Thank you, sister. Thank you, aunt. Wenxinyo glanced at her. This girl made her feel a bit awkward about her seniority, but she remained calm and sat down. Jiang Lin also sat beside her, looking obedient and cheerful. Wenxinyo looked at the time and directly asked Zhang Ailin, no small talk. Please tell me how your skill works. Is the prophecy always 100% accurate and unchangeable? Zhang Ailin was surprised, then smiled and shook her head. Since you came to ask, it means this prophecy is no longer accurate. Wenxinyo raised an eyebrow, leaning in to listen further. Zhang Ailin took a leather notebook from her bag, opened a new page, and drew a circle in the middle. My skill is passive. Currently, my level is too low to predict actively. Every 6 to 8 days, I receive a prophecy hint from the system, which is based on the current situation and is the most likely outcome. Based on my past experience, this prophecy is 100% accurate. Hearing the claim of 100% comma, when Xianyu frowned but did not interrupt Zhang Ailin, waiting for her to continue. But, she added, bringing a twist, seeming pleased that when Xianyu was listening quietly. Her pen tip extended into another circle. This is a 100% prophecy that only I know about, and that occurs without any interference. Hearing this, when Xianyu already had an idea. So, you're doing this to increase interference? She asked, pulling out a piece of paper with the prophecy written on it. Zhang Ailin nodded with a smile. When I saw you that day, I had a feeling that with your interference, no prophecy could be 100% accurate. When Xianyu chuckled softly. Your intuition was right. Do you have any experience in breaking prophecies? Can you give me a rough idea of how to do it? Zhang Ailin shook her head. Once more than one person knows about a prophecy, it's already broken. The more people know, the more possible futures there are. Given the current situation, this prophecy is now completely invalid. Hearing this, when Xianyu relaxed, but Zhang Ailin quickly added, however, that doesn't mean the situation will improve. The factors influencing the outcome are very complex. Breaking one possibility might lead to a better ending, or it could plunge us into a worse situation. No one can say for sure. When Xianyu was also worried about this. Without the prophecy, things were easier. Everyone could barely maintain a surface harmony. But once the prophecy appeared, everyone wanted to survive, and everyone wanted to be part of the 2%. A better ending would be everyone working together to find a new way out. A worse one might lead to mutual destruction, and in the end, everyone might perish, becoming food for the original inhabitants. From the current situation, when Xianyu felt the latter was more likely. She massaged her Mingming acupoint, feeling her temples pounding. It seemed each universe was more troublesome than the last. She clearly remembered being told at the start that they could all survive safely in the safe house until the final stage. In the end, it all comes down to the old saying, man proposes, God disposes, right? Zhang Ailin hesitated and nodded awkwardly. That's the idea. My skill mainly serves as a warning. If I have a good prediction, I keep it to myself. If it's bad, I tell everyone so we can try to find another way. When Wenxinyo asked, how many times have you seen a prophecy in this world? 3 times, Zhang Ailin replied. The first was on the 4th day. The prediction was that I would meet someone who could destroy the storm's eye. Jiang Lin, who had been silent, exclaimed, what do you mean by someone who can destroy the storm's eye? Zhang Ailin shook her head. I'm not sure, but at the same time, Wenxinyo noticed her meaningful glance. Wenxinyo, it probably isn't me, right? She decided to skip that topic. And the second time, Zhang Ailin smiled bitterly and patted her injured knee. On the 10th day, I was told I would get hurt the next day with a 50% chance of dying. I was very careful that day, but I still didn't escape. Still, it's better than losing my life. Wenxinyo nodded. Her skill was quite powerful, like having extra lives. Understanding that the prophecy mechanism was simpler than she thought, Wenxinyo started to plan. She looked at the time. It was almost time to return to the base. She stood up, took out a bottle of healing ointment, and handed it to Zhang Ailin. Thanks for the information. I understand the situation now. Take care. Zhang Ailin stared blankly and looked at her in surprise. Is that enough? When Xinyo raised an eyebrow. What else do you need? Didn't you say you can't interfere with anything except the direction? Yes, I can interfere. Zhang Ailin nodded awkwardly, glancing quickly to the side. When Xinyo pretended not to notice, checked her pocket watch and said, Time's almost up. I need to go back. If you have any new questions, just send me a message. See you tomorrow afternoon, Zenu. Zhang Lin waved at her. When Xinyo nodded and turned to leave. Today is already the 17th day. No matter what strange creatures or monsters there are, they should act within these 2 days. As she thought about Zhang Ailin's words, she wondered, what exactly is the Storm's Eye? Since it was mentioned openly in front of her, and based on her experience from the previous 2 worlds, she should be able to confidently accept the role of the one who can destroy the Storm's Eye. Zhang Ailin clearly had some leverage that Zhang Lin had caught onto. This meeting was obviously arranged on purpose, but Zhang Ailin's words probably weren't false. Zhang Lin should be very clear about that. If there were any flaws, she would have caught them, which would be a loss for both of them. Zhang Lin definitely didn't have good intentions, but before she made her move, when Xinyo couldn't let her get suspicious. After all, that girl kept her hands very tightly hidden. She couldn't tell her true profession just by touching her, nor could she guess her skills. Also, if she wasn't using props on her hands, then it probably meant she didn't know that unlucky person's skin had been taken off. When Xinyo sighed, every day there were so many problems. Forget it, no need to think about it now. There are so few clues.
First, I should eat something.
She put her thoughts aside and, on the way back, casually caught a few passing rabbits. When she reached the door, the people on the 3rd floor, including Kang Yu, were all waiting for her at the entrance. Ren Xiang and Kang Yu had strong presence, standing there with serious faces like security guards. Players passing by quickly slipped inside after checking in, shrinking their necks. Seeing her return, a group of people smiled and waved at her. When Xinyo smiled softly and waved back. Let's go in. We can eat and talk at the same time. So, now the situation is that the denominator, which is 2%, might get bigger or smaller. After hearing When Xinyo's summary, Kang Yu asked, rubbing his forehead. When Xinyo nodded. That's correct. The biggest problem now is that whether it gets bigger or smaller depends on the players themselves, not the octopus person. Everyone looked serious. They also realized this, but more difficult than solving the problem was managing the people who could solve it. Players in this world are under constant high pressure, almost pushed to the brink of collapse. Everyone is holding on to their last nerves, just trying to survive until the end. But now, someone suddenly said that, given so many people have already died, only 10 spots are left for elimination. Most people's suffering is meaningless. They can only wait for death.
Who can bear that?
There are many who crawled out of mountains of corpses and blood. Everyone thinks they are chosen by fate. If that's the case, why not increase their chances of becoming part of the group by dealing with other denominators? And in this environment, killing might even help relieve stress. Furthermore, whether heroes will emerge in chaotic times is a matter of chance. However, chaos will definitely attract troublemakers, people who enjoy stirring up trouble just for entertainment. This is an unavoidable situation. Wang Xinyu doesn't expect to stop it entirely. You could say the main idea of this game is social Darwinism, survival of the fittest, where the strongest wins. But Wang Xinyu's presence has already shown that passing through isn't only about raising insects. Everyone can work together to survive. She is always willing to help others and hopes more people can stay alive. Everyone here understands this, which is why they stand firmly by her side. At this moment, the room is silent. All eyes are on one person, waiting for her to speak. This time, the situation is more complicated than in the previous 2 worlds. Even Wang Xinyu can't come up with a perfect plan right away. She expressionlessly pops a coconut candy into her mouth, letting it crackle between her teeth. The sugar and the movement in her mouth help her think better. Unfortunately for now, the candy can only make her feel a bit sweeter. Finally, she swallows the candy residue and says, "Right now, the overall situation is unclear and the circumstances are uncertain." The timing of this prophecy is very inconvenient. We can only take one step at a time. Currently, players inside the base are protected by the rules, so there's no need to worry about safety for now. But from now on, when we go outside, let's stay close together and not split up. Since rushing isn't an option, we should focus on staying safe first. This is the safest approach, even if it's the only one available at the moment. Protecting ourselves first gives us the strength to think about how to also protect others. Everyone nods in agreement. Staying steady in uncertain times is always the best strategy. Later, there is a night shift. Wang Xinyu briefly instructs everyone and then disperses, needing some time alone to think. Although she isn't inside the base, if players outside suffer heavy losses, the octopus people will notice. After observing the situation for a couple of days, she plans to find a chance to meet Darcy and see if she can get some information. However, the real situation seems worse than she expected. On the 18th day, the third-floor team still gathers at their usual spot, setting up their stall. But compared to the busy scene a few days ago, today it feels a bit quiet. All 4 people present already qualified as excellent employees. Those who didn't mind much. Most of them didn't have a strong obsession with winning the award for best employee, who knew if the reward was good or bad. Maybe it was a trap. Only brave and curious players like Wen Xinyo and Kong Yu would desperately try to score points. As long as they survived, that was considered a win for the larger group. That said, sitting still all the time was boring, and farming crops could get dull too. So, the stronger players, Wen Xinyo, Kong Yu, and Rin Xiang, took turns going out to lead groups of animals for team battles. The bigger ones fought among themselves, and the smaller ones stayed behind to defend. The smaller fights didn't matter much, but even tiny creatures could be useful. Because of this, when Xinyo saw many players fighting each other, most just watched from afar. If others ignored her, she wouldn't interfere. Some players being chased begged her for help. She didn't say much, just glanced at the chasers. If the chasers backed off out of respect, she was fine. If they didn't, she would ask why they were attacking. If it was revenge, she didn't care. If it was for money or harm, she would help to feel she was doing the right thing. Most players knew their limits. When they saw her draw her weapon, they would retreat. If not, Wen Xinyo would teach them a lesson. She preferred not to kill, but if someone was on her blacklist, she would fight fiercely. After all, normal players were her clients. She helped them, and she didn't want her already struggling business to get worse. Ren Xiang and Kong Yu were in similar situations. Even when they stayed still, they often heard distant or nearby screams and gunfire. New players Tong Shiyu and Rong Yi had never seen such chaos. They clung to Song Jiwei, trembling with fear, their faces pale. This fear was different from the fear of octopus-like creatures. In the base, as long as they followed the rules, they wouldn't worry about dying. But now, among their own people, they feared being shot at any moment. When Xinyo was also anxious. She watched the list of avatars turn gray one by one, along with the decreasing defense points as the online players dropped. Her heart ached. Her crops, her defense points. That's why she hated fighting and death. Why couldn't everyone just get along peacefully and enjoy farming? The remaining few looked at her reaction with surprise. This was the first time they saw such a rich range of expressions on Wen Xinyo's face. But no one dared to speak or provoke her now. Who would feel happy when their balance was rapidly dropping? Just on the afternoon of the 18th day, the number of players had already decreased by nearly 100, based on rough estimates. When Xinyo felt a bit dizzy. If this trend continued, regardless of what the third stage would be, their own people might end up fighting each other to the death without needing the boss to act. "We can't let them keep killing like this," she announced with a tired face to her friends. No one dared to say a word against this sudden decision. They all nodded in agreement. Song Jiwei quietly raised her hand. "So, what should we do?" Of course, the one who caused the problem should be the one to fix it. Her eyes were sharp, and she said coldly, "Tomorrow, I will go to find Zhang Ailin. Today, we disband." You all notify your subordinates. From tomorrow on, if I catch anyone randomly killing others, I will personally deal with them and send them away. When Shinya's idea was that since panic was caused by a bad prophecy, the problem could only be solved by the prophet herself. But the day before, they had just announced something, and when things looked wrong the next day, they changed their statement. Players weren't fools and wouldn't be easily fooled again. So, she didn't plan to calm everyone with a new prophecy. Instead, she wanted to slightly change how the prophecy was presented publicly, so they would understand that killing each other might not lead to a good ending. Everyone knew that there was no worse ending than total defeat. Before understanding what the third stage challenge would be, a sharp drop in players was definitely not good. Most people understood this, but now, not only the reckless ones stirring trouble, but also the more calm ones were being forced into this storm that was hard to cool down. With the prophecy mechanism in place, when Shinyo could confidently suppress those causing chaos. Unfortunately, things didn't go as smoothly as she hoped. She never expected that someone clever enough would target the prophet herself. She looked at Zhang Ailin's darkened avatar, standing there, feeling a bit doubtful about life. In fact, everyone was confused. Just like in war, you don't kill doctors or journalists. Even for self-interest, normal people wouldn't attack a prophet before their next prediction is made. What's worse is that if it were an accident, it wouldn't be so bad. Even in a murder, the killer could drag the body to the grassland. After a night, the body would be unrecognizable, with no clear signs of violence. But that person didn't do that. When Shinyo followed Kongyu to the other side of the building's entrance and finally looked with a pale face at the corpse leaning against the wall. She still had a dagger in her chest, a quick and clean stab, clearly a fatal shot. This was a challenge, a blatant and obvious provocation. When Shinyo took a deep breath, then looked around at the crowd of players surrounding the scene. "Are there any witnesses?" she asked Kongyu. Kongyu also looked upset and shook her head. No, it was cleaned up very thoroughly. Then she waved to a girl in the crowd. "Come here. Repeat what you just said." The girl looked to be about 20, the same age as Rongi, with messy short hair. She was thin but looked alert. She ran over a few steps, greeted Shinyo, and introduced herself. "Hello, Sister Shinyo. My name is Chin-Chi. My skills are retrospection and prediction. I can see the moments 30 to 60 seconds before death by touching the corpse, and with a very small chance, I can predict the next 5 seconds." Shinyo nodded. "Got it. A forensic scientist." Chin-Chi smiled cheerfully. "Haha, yes, I studied forensic science. I was pulled into this game while writing my thesis." After laughing, she quickly added, "But my skill level isn't high right now, so I have limited use. It only works if the killer touches the weapon directly or leaves biological traces within 3 meters. I heard Sister Shinyo used to be in the military, but I won't explain more." Shinyo nodded, signaling her to continue. At this moment, Chin-Chi's face suddenly changed, filled with anger and sadness. "Unfortunately, neither of those conditions are met. My skill can't activate on Aunt Zhang. That means this was a premeditated murder with a very bad motive. To prevent the body from being disturbed by wild animals, the killer even sprinkled lime around, making sure their intent is fully clear. What is going on with this guy?" Shinyo rubbed her pounding forehead and asked, "Can we determine the time of death?" Chin-Chi nodded, and another woman stepped out from the crowd. She approached Shinyo and adjusted her sharp gold-rimmed glasses. "Hello, Miss Wen. My name is Lu Suha. My current job and skills are not related to forensics, but before entering the game, I held a relevant position in the capital. Based on my and Xiao Chen's analysis, we can roughly confirm the time of death was about 2 hours ago, which is during the last part of the team returning to the base in the morning. It's true, those who manage to survive often have some skill. Even in real life, forensic experts are very rare. The criminal police need to compete for them. A city of this size usually only has 1 or 2 forensic doctors, who often have to travel to support other districts. Sometimes, even the military needs forensic experts to be present. Out of hundreds of people here, finding 2 is quite lucky. No wonder no one saw anything." Shinyo sighed. Players tend to go out in the afternoon. Those who choose to leave early or late are either lone wolves, private fighters, or involved in shady deals. According to Zhang Ailin's personality, someone probably deliberately invited her out at this time, with conditions she couldn't refuse. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk exposing her identity when it's so sensitive. But why would the killer do this? When Shinyo couldn't figure it out. Who benefits from the prophet's death? Or is the killer just trying to stir up more chaos? Wouldn't that be risky for him? Forget it. Thinking about this now is useless. Her main goal is to prevent panic from spreading further. She kept a calm face and looked around at the crowd again. The prophet's death was a big event. Everyone gathered in a large circle, densely packed, with her and Zhang Ailin's bodies at the center. Everyone present, besides being players, shared one thing in common. They all knew Shinyo. There was no direct conflict with her here, and none of the few companions who had been with her for nearly 20 days knew much about her background. The only thing certain was that no one here would dare to question her strength and authority. Some people are born to be leaders. No matter where they go, they will always be the main pillar of support. As social animals, when facing danger, we need a leader to guide the group. Lions, wolves, monkeys, and humans all do the same. Without a doubt, Shinyo is such a person. She glanced at Kangyu, who looked confused for a moment, then immediately understood and took a bucket from her storage card, placing it upside down at her feet. It was a tool used by the vegetable vendor, also taken from the slaughterhouse by Ren Xiang. She stepped firmly onto the bucket, and Ren Xiang quickly came over to stand on her left and right, protecting her. As the elevation increased, her view also improved. Shinyo looked around the crowd again, then took out a large megaphone. She turned it on, and a loud, harsh buzzing filled the air. Not only the people around her, but Shinyo herself was startled. These machines sometimes have small problems if not used for a while, but luckily, the amplification worked fine. This was a common tool used in the previous world to organize disaster victims. She forgot who made it, but it was of good quality. Before leaving, Shinyo also casually placed two in her space. She wiped the mouth of the megaphone, then crossed her arms and began to speak. Hey, 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 ahem. As you can see, in times of crisis, there are bad people and traitors among us. Most of the people here are experienced players, and you should know that in the final stage, a single rat dropping can ruin the whole pot. After speaking, she paused and kept her eyes on the crowd, but no one responded. She continued, so I suggest that from now on, regardless of personal grudges, you should leave them for after we successfully pass this level. If you can eliminate just one enemy, don't risk losing yourself. At least in these last 9 days, we need to unite all the forces we can. The prophet said that predictions can change at any time. That means we might all pass or all fail. Everything depends on our actions. From a personal point of view, I am not very interested in being the leader. However, if someone agrees with me and supports me, without rebelling or causing trouble and follows instructions and arrangements, I promise I will do my best to keep you alive. If you don't obey me, I can't control that, but if I find anyone trying to harm my people, I wouldn't hesitate to use you as fertilizer. Of course, whether you follow me or not, most of the information I get will still be shared collectively. It won't interfere with our daily transactions, and everything is voluntary. That's all. Those who want to follow me, please stand to my left. Everyone else, stand to my right. During the 10 seconds after Shinyo put down the loudspeaker, the scene remained eerily silent. Most people looked up at her face with subtle expressions, including her friends. How should I say this? These very confident words spoken with such a poker face and flat tone seem a bit strange. And she also threw in a very scary threat, right? How could this person speak so calmly about such things? Shinyo glanced at her watch, then looked around at them strangely and raised the loudspeaker again. What are you all standing there for? Waiting for the beast group to come and eat? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Compared to how she used to lead her team, where they would already be doing 100 push-ups, her current efficiency was quite fast. The players looked at each other, wide-eyed, some showing obvious hesitation. In the end, they obediently moved as she ordered. Even some troublemakers didn't dare to complain now, and they stood properly on the side they chose. A few hundred people moved in a rustle, taking about 5 or 6 minutes to settle down again. Not surprisingly, most people chose to stay together. Only a scattered few dozen on the right side, mostly small groups from before. Now, the total number of players alive was less than 600. About 400 were present, meaning only a quarter of the original group remained. When Shinyo didn't expect everyone to survive, but every extra person was a hope. In this game, everyone is a seed of hope. She looked at everyone on the right side, roughly getting a sense of who they were. Several were familiar lone wolves, regular customers for her shopping. Ensure everyone has my or Kongyu's contact information, and you can leave. Later, send 3 ones in the chat box. If there are any special situations, I will notify you individually, she said. The players who choose to go alone are usually strong veterans. Their common trait is that they stay calm and quiet at critical moments. When Shinyo will announce the results of Zhang Ailin's investigation soon, and then everyone will disperse quickly. These are the last 2 days of the assessment period. Most of these players are focused on being excellent employees and collecting supplies, so they have no time to waste. The remaining players are divided into groups of 10, each team based on their strengths. They try to make each team well-rounded, with a good mix of attackers, defenders, shields, support, and healers. They discuss that the third phase will likely still be a survival game, but the exact format is not clear yet. Most likely, it will be a big battle royale. At this time, most players believe that team battles are safer than solo fights. Even if they can't win, injured players can be helped to escape. This is why many players have formed temporary squads to fight monsters together recently. When Shinyo's arrangements are very appropriate. Of course, some players will end up alone. When Shinyo has already asked a few teammates to notify most players who are not present. Those who want to form teams should do so by tomorrow morning. Latecomers will miss the chance. When Shinyo does not directly manage these players because she has other things to do. Besides Kongyu, Rin Xiang, and Song Jiwei, she has chosen 3 familiar players to be team leaders. They are responsible for checking the number of survivors in each squad daily and collecting basic skill information from players. No one will reveal all their secrets, and when Shinyo doesn't need to know every detail. She mainly needs to have a good understanding herself, so she can allocate resources quickly and accurately when needed. Her own squad remains unchanged, with 6 members. She doesn't have the time or energy to evaluate whether new teammates are trustworthy. While they are busy in the back, when Shinyo keeps watch beside Zhang Ailin's body, with Qin Chi and Lu Suha following her. She looked at Qin Chi and asked, "Did you know Aunt Zhang before?" Qin Chi nodded. "Yes, we are from the same dorm area. We worked together in the first phase, commuting daily. After that, we mostly moved around together." She asked again, "Have you ever come to my stall?" Qin Chi nodded again and said, "I've been here a few times, but I'm not a fighter. The grassland has become more dangerous lately, so I haven't gotten too close." "Where were you on the afternoon of the 17th? 17th. The day before yesterday?" "I only came out that evening. I got a bad stomachache the day before yesterday and couldn't get up during the day." "Are you almost always together?" "Yes, and Zhang is very kind to me, like a mother. We rarely part." "Do you know Jiang Lin?" She described Jiang Lin's general appearance. "Jiang Lin." Qin Chi squinted and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Probably not. I usually only talk to a few coworkers and don't interact much with others." In other words, these 2 people had private meetings, and since Jiang Lin often talked about conflicts, Qin Chi, who is familiar with Aunt Zhang, should have some impression of her. After a moment of silence, when Shinyo asked again, who was the first witness at the scene, Qin Chi, with red eyes, shook her head. "I'm not sure. If I had to guess, it was probably me. At first, no one noticed someone had died. I accidentally looked over here and thought I recognized something, so I took a closer look." As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears and lowered her head to wipe them. Lu Suha, feeling sympathetic, patted her shoulder. "Please accept our condolences." When Shinyo also didn't want to keep probing at this sensitive moment, but it was unavoidable, so she continued asking. "Did you check the victim's belongings regularly?" The 2 forensic doctors exchanged glances, looking hesitant. Lu Suha said, "We checked the main parts of the victim's body to determine the fatal injury." "That's also strange. Besides her clothes and the base equipment, she had no other personal items. Qinshi added, Aunt Zhang doesn't have a storage card, so she rarely carries anything besides a short knife. But she always carries her little notebook where she records prophecies. We didn't find it on her, and as for the short knife, she looked sadly at the weapon still embedded in Aunt Zhang's chest. When Xinyo frowned. So, she was searched after her death. Not necessarily because we didn't find any signs of a search. Aunt Zhang usually kept her notebook very hidden. The killer would have had to search her thoroughly, which would leave traces. We believe she probably handed it over herself. Qinshi replied. Handing over her treasured possession personally? That's simply impossible to think about.
Why?
How could this happen? What should I do? There's no point in dwelling on these questions now. The truth will come to light once the culprit is found. Qinshi looked at her with some hope. Sister, do you have any clues about the killer? This question pulled Wen Xinyo out of her thoughts. She took off Zhang Ailen's watch from her wrist, stood up, and walked over to the girl, patting her shoulder. I have a lead. Don't worry, I will make sure Aunt Zhang gets justice. Hearing these strong words, Qinshi's tears started to fall again. She wiped her eyes and nodded firmly. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Xinyo. If it were just up to me, I definitely couldn't help Aunt Zhang. When Xinyo isn't good at handling such scenes. She caught sight of Yi-Rang waving at her, patted the girl's back again, then glanced at Lu Suhua. Seeing her get a reassuring response, she quickly left. She hurried over to Tong Xiu and softly asked, Did you contact Zhonglin?
Yi-Rang nodded.
Yes. She said she's on her period today and feeling very uncomfortable. She'll come out after taking medicine tonight. When Xinyo frowned. Did you tell her about the prophet being killed? Yes, I did. She was very shocked. She told us to be extra careful. Which dorm is she in? Let me check. It's 2 to 809. When Xinyo nodded expressionlessly. All right, that's enough. Just tell her to take care of herself. She patted her back again, then turned to Kang Yu. She had mentioned her suspicion about Jianglin to the two newcomers. It wasn't because she didn't trust them, but because they hadn't been tested yet. They tend to reveal too much, and knowing too much could be harmful to them. Kang Yu had just finished her work and saw Wen Xinyo approaching, so she stepped forward willingly. What's the situation? Anything new? Wen Xinyo shook her head. No, but I need you to find someone to keep watch at night. When Jianglin appears, report to me. Jianglin has a wider network of contacts, so this task can only be entrusted to her. Kang Yu let out a big sigh and waved her hand.
What are we talking about?
It's no trouble at all. I've got this. Hearing this, Wen Xinyo's expression relaxed a little. At times like this, having a reliable teammate is more important than anything. Thanks. Get everything organized, and then we'll break up. A few hundred people were gathered closely together, making the air feel thick and heavy. Then, Wen Xinyo went to find Tong Xiu. She was helping Song Jiwei, who was a bit overwhelmed with registration. When Wen Xinyo called her, she immediately rushed over like a little dog. She smiled with squinted eyes and asked, What's wrong, Xinyo? Is there anything I can help with? Perhaps because there were many people, the brave girl looked very happy. Having more companions gave her more confidence to survive. When Xinyo pointed to her wristwatch and asked, Can your ability analyze this? Tong Xiu nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I analyzed it earlier. I looked at it several times during the evening when I had nothing to do. I even memorized its internal structure. That made things much easier. She then took out Zhang Ailen's terminal and handed it to her. See if there's anything different about this. Actually, Wen Xinyo didn't expect to find much from high-tech gadgets of advanced civilizations. But the way people clocked in and out at the gate didn't involve biometric data. Such a big loophole wouldn't go unnoticed. She always thought this was a deliberately set trap in the game, meant to subtly guide players into turning against each other. Octopus Man said that the main system would clear data of dead players every day. That means, if someone used another person's identity to prove they were elsewhere, they would have to kill at least 2 people to do it. According to the players' collective reports, only 1 player death was confirmed this morning, and it was caused by Octopus Man. The exact reason was unknown. But if the person who killed Zhang Ailin used her identity to enter the base, why didn't they take her terminal? This clearly couldn't be explained by normal logic. Tong Xiu took the terminal, but didn't activate her skills immediately. Instead, she looked a bit conflicted, biting her lip carefully before finally raising her eyes to look at Wen Xinyo. Xinyo, do you suspect Xiao Jiang? Wen Xinyo raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Tong Xiu scratched her head. I can't quite explain why, but I feel like over these past few days, you've been secretly watching each other. Even Brother Ren and Sister Wei are the same. I don't know if it's just my feeling. When Xinyo was surprised and looked her over again. This girl, usually not very delicate and a bit careless, seemed surprisingly perceptive. Honestly, she felt a bit pleased. She still answered vaguely, don't overthink it. We shouldn't talk about things without proof. Just look and see what's different. Tong Xiu sighed. Her shoulders, which had been full and rounded 20 days ago, were now so thin that her shoulder bones were visible through her shirt. When she slumped her shoulders further, it became even more obvious. While activating her skills, she said, okay, I understand. I've also looked at its structure outside the base. It has almost no parts inside, just a central nanochip. When the identity is confirmed at the base, the surrounding tube glows red. When leaving, it turns green. Sister, you want to know if this watch is verified, right? When Xinyo didn't deny it, but denying wouldn't help. Tong Xiu didn't speak again. Her skill required careful work and high focus, and her current low level meant it would take some time. Fortunately, the device was small, and she had analyzed similar things before. In less than 5 minutes, she opened her eyes again. It's red, she said with a smile. That means it's verified. Now only evidence was left to find. But when Xinyo didn't hold much hope. Such precise and swift methods, such bold and reckless provocation. If the killer wasn't confident enough to be flawless, then this person probably had some strange obsession with becoming humanity's enemy. Look, she didn't even take the terminal. She was just showing off her skills. She was telling everyone she didn't need to take your ID to keep you out of the base. If she wanted you dead, you would be. When Xinyo didn't really care who the killer was, whether it was Jiang Lin didn't matter much to her. What she wanted to know was the reason and purpose behind this person's actions. She dismissed Tong Xiu and returned to Qin Qi. The young girl had now steadied her emotions, though her eyes were still red. After the investigation, Zhang Ailin's body was laid flat on the grass. Her unblinking eyes were closed, and if you didn't notice the blood hole in her chest, she looked like she was sleeping. The body couldn't be taken back to the base, but it couldn't just be left here to become prey for the animals either. When Xinyo thought for a moment and said to Qin Qi, find a fire-type ability user to cremate her. Take the ashes with you. How about that? Qin Qi sniffed and nodded repeatedly. In this game, the fleeting moments of kindness are some people's only relief from the harsh reality. For those with stronger personalities, sometimes emotional comfort is more important than a simple meal. Qin Qi had known Zhang Ailin for less than 20 days, but to Qin Qi, this woman who took care of her everywhere during the end of the world was like a mother. No matter what, she wouldn't let her mother rest forever on this blood-stained land. When Xinyo then sent a message to Song Jiwei, who quickly brought 2 people over. When Xinyo remembered them as sisters, around 27 or 28 years old. They often bought hot meals here, and sometimes helped out when the gas stove wouldn't light. The 2 sisters greeted Wen Xinyo, then turned to express their condolences to Qin Qi, and started discussing how to proceed. The grass here is very damp, so they couldn't burn directly on the ground. To reach the temperature of an incinerator, they needed a container. When Xinyo didn't interfere, but she was willing to help find people if needed. Everyone was still gathered around, and no one was thinking about hunting today. People's hearts are made of flesh. No normal person would refuse to help a mother who lost her daughter. They initially just wanted to finish quickly, but word spread among the crowd, and soon everyone knew. So, it turned into a grand, unprecedented funeral. This development was a bit dramatic, but it ended well. The prophet's prediction might not have been a good one, but everyone understood that Zhang Ailin's death was connected to her standing up to warn everyone. At least, at this moment, everyone was sincerely saying goodbye to her. Even though a grand funeral in this game, which has claimed countless lives, seemed so absurd and unbelievable. But this is human nature. The dead always seem to have more rights than the living. After the cremation, Chun-Chi knelt to pack Zhang Ailin's old clothes. She collected the bone fragments into a porcelain jar someone had given, and then the ceremony was over. It was time to return to the base and get ready for work. Everyone silently put on masks and dispersed quietly, like NPCs in the game, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. The once crowded area suddenly became empty and cold. Besides Chun-Chi and Lu Suha, only a few members of their team remained. Tong Shiyu and Rong Yi are helping Chin-Chi and Lu Suha clean up the mess. Kong Yu is sitting nearby, frantically typing on his device. When Xinyo walks over to Rin Xiang and Song Jiwei. Before she gets close, she sees Song Jiwei slap Rin Xiang twice on the head. When Xinyo stops in her tracks, she hears Song Jiwei ask sharply, "Where did that smoke come from? You said you don't smoke." Rin Xiang looks upset and replies, "Someone offered to trade me something for this, so I tried it." They say smoking helps relieve stress. In the team, Song Jiwei is like a caring older sister, treating the younger members like her brothers and sisters. Rin Xiang is the youngest after the two girls. Usually, he and Song Jiwei spend the most time together, so they are very familiar with each other. When Xinyo thinks it's normal for Song Jiwei to care more. Having a smoking habit isn't good, and she once scolded her younger brother for secretly learning to smoke. But then, Song Jiwei said something that made Wen Xinyo even more hesitant. She said, "I don't like men who smoke." Rin Xiang was silent for 2 seconds, then muttered, "Okay, I won't smoke anymore." He then pressed out the cigarette into the dirt. Song Jiwei smiled and gently rubbed where he had just been hit. "Good boy, Wen Xinyo." 10 seconds later, she squatted beside Kong Yu with a blank face, doubting her own mind. When did this happen? Aren't they together every day? How come she didn't notice anything? In an instant, countless images she had overlooked flashed through her mind like a slideshow, making her head buzz. It doesn't seem like they were hiding anything intentionally, but she really didn't think about it that way at all. What's the difference between this and catching her teammates kissing during a patrol? One did Dui Zhang took a deep breath and covered her face. Okay, she almost forgot. Everyone is just in the game, not sterilized. Hormone levels are normal and forming feelings and having relationships is natural. Kong Yu glanced at her briefly and casually asked, "What's wrong, little sister? What's that look? Constipated? Want some laxatives?" When Xian coldly refused, "Thanks, no need. My stomach is healthy. I'm just thinking about what to eat later." When it came to food, Kong Yu got excited. He typed while saying, "How about cooking 2 spicy dishes, Wenjia? I'll pay for a pound of chili." Recently, they found it too troublesome to go to the cafeteria. After finishing outdoor work, they went straight to work. Most players would pack a dish from the stall and then go to the cafeteria for meat. Those with smaller appetites would finish the vegetables and then nibble on a couple of tomatoes. However, today, the prophet unexpectedly decided not to set up a stall, so everyone had to hurry back to eat at the cafeteria. Yes, eating is the most important thing. Other matters can wait. When Xian shook her head, clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts, she stood up and kicked the person beside her. "Come over and prepare the ingredients." Green Grassland LV.1 Day 20. The last day of the second phase finally arrived. Because of the prophet's actions, most players felt uncertain and uneasy. Among them, there was an invisible but powerful troublemaker, and no one even knew why this troublemaker was causing chaos. Besides that, everyone was afraid of the third phase and curious about the reward for outstanding employees tomorrow. Not many players reached the point threshold, but there were quite a few, and they could be considered the main rivals for the final MVP. When Xian's total points had long exceeded the limit, and everyone learned that the maximum score was 9,999. She had been hunting prey daily, dedicating an hour each day to hunting because points could be directly exchanged for supplies. She never minded earning more. Dead prey could also be hired out to other players for help, and she could pay with vegetables. killing two birds with one stone. All her storage cards were now filled with boxes, waiting to be filled with more supplies. Although the number of players had decreased, the daily trade volume of vegetables remained high. The supplies she received each day could fill at least half a storage box. Now, she didn't have to worry about running out of space for extra vegetables. She had been working tirelessly on the little white flower, which had already been upgraded. It was now a large white flower with 25 petals, capable of being used as 2 petals. It absorbed nutrients so quickly that it looked like it was floating. When it didn't need to work, it would lie on her hand, as if drunk. Regarding her defense points, honestly, they haven't increased much. The daily net gain just barely covers the losses from player deaths. Even though she sold so many vegetables, over 20 days her defense points only increased by about 1,000, barely reaching 20,000. In the third stage, the number of player deaths will likely rise. She just hopes that this time she won't lose money, at least not end up in the red. What surprised Wen Xinyo a little was that Zhonglin appeared today. She looked pale and lacked energy, which matched her explanation yesterday about being physically weak during her period. Last night, Kong Yu also said she was seen outside, sitting at the base entrance the whole time, looking unsteady when walking. It was very convincing. Logically, no one should suspect her. But when Xinyo knew it was her, no need for reasons, just experience and intuition. For a soldier, experience, instinct, and gut feeling are more reliable than just observing appearances. However, until the very last moment, when Xinyo wouldn't intentionally break this harmony. Causing a fuss now would be unnecessary. Sorry, Xinyo, I might not have the strength to help in the kitchen today. The girl's small face was so pale it looked frightening, her lips colorless, and a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. She was slightly hunched, fragile as if she could collapse at any moment. Tong Xiu and Rong Yi quickly came over to support her. They understood how painful it was, pain that could be life-threatening. When Xinyo took out a thermos and handed it to Rong Yi, softly saying, "It's just a few days. Getting through the first 2 days before the third stage is good. Sit nearby and drink some tea to rest." "Thank you, Xinyo." Zhonglin forced a weak smile and was helped by the 2 girls to sit on a small bench nearby. When Xinyo and her friends exchanged subtle glances, then each looked down to do their own things. After yesterday's team formation, more players were willing to go hunting in groups than the previous 2 days. But group battles are hard to divide points, especially when the hunting difficulty is high. So most teams chose to bring their prey back to Xinyo to eat directly. She thoughtfully offered a package for the whole team to enjoy large prey, and considering the difficulty, live prey was 1, and dead prey was 2. Of course, the price was that they had to help her handle the carcasses. She even specifically selected players with ice skills, as long as they could help her freeze things. This way, she had plenty of food, vegetables, and fruits. Some players also had skills for preserving, but they needed to use those on their own supplies, so when Xinyo didn't want to waste their effort. Sister Xinyo." A weak and slightly shy voice came from behind. When Xinyo didn't turn around. "What is it?" "Well, I heard about Aunt Zhang yesterday. I want to ask where that girl is. I want to pay my respects." Her voice was full of sadness and regret, almost on the verge of crying. But when Xinyo remained unmoved and didn't even look at her. "I don't know her information, only her name. Ask a few squad leaders to find out who she reports to and see if they can help you contact her." "Oh, okay." At this moment, Song Jiwei interrupted. "I know. Chun Chi's team is under Captain Chi Xiao Yi, you know her, right? Take Xiao Zhang with you." Rong Yi quickly said, "Yes, I know her." Zhang Lin said, "Thank you, Wei Wei." After a rustling sound of them getting up, they soon disappeared from sight. Kong Yi looked around, watching the 2 girls help Zhang Lin walk away, then quietly whispered in shock, "What's wrong with you, old one? You're acting way too obvious." Ren Xiang and Song Jiwei nodded silently behind. When Xinyo didn't even lift her eyelids and added vegetables to the pot. "Really? Haven't I been like this all along? It's you guys hiding and not saying anything that's strange." That makes sense. "So, Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do?" "Without evidence, forcing her to confess isn't right," Song Jiwei said. When Shinyo quickly stirred the pot with her spatula. Why take action now? Whether she admits to being the culprit or not isn't important. What's important is that we stay alert to her, try to find out her purpose. If we can't, then just eliminate her to prevent future trouble. The three looked at each other. That also sounds reasonable. Kangyu scratched her head. So, when do you plan to act? We don't even know what her skills are. Isn't that a bit reckless? When Shinyo replied without hesitation, at the latest, tomorrow. Otherwise, as the survival environment worsens in the third phase, she can hide anywhere on this vast grassland. Who could find her? Should we create opportunities for you to be alone? Ren Xiang asked. It seems like she keeps trying to talk to you today. The word flirt sounded a bit gross in this context. No need, I replied. Unsurprisingly, she will probably ask to be taken home soon. Her attempt to hurt Zhang Ailin was mostly to provoke me. The more I ignore her, the more impatient she gets. After speaking, I stirred the food again. A new pot of fragrant homemade stir-fried pork was ready. The three of us looked at each other with strange, synchronized expressions. Well, since the boss said so, there must be a reason. We'll follow his lead. However, Kangyu still asked cautiously, are you sure she won't turn the tables on you? What if she uses her skills on you, and you can't get away? Yes, that was the biggest problem. I didn't know the conditions for Jianglin's skills to activate. But when Shinyo knew she couldn't avoid this. If Jianglin wanted to attack, she wouldn't start planning today. Maybe she was already caught in her trap. Getting caught isn't the worst. The real problem is only being able to get caught. If you can't avoid the trap, at least you should get something in return, right? She paused for a moment and whispered, I'm prepared for the worst. Anyway, tomorrow marks the start of the third phase. If I can't get back tonight, at most I'll lose the reward for being an excellent employee. Just one night. I believe I can survive. She paused again, and I need to hear the truth from her. It's not very important, but I'll feel uncomfortable if I don't ask. Kangyu nodded understandingly. Got it. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll camp out with you. When Shinyo shot her a look. Before she could say anything, Song Jiwei suddenly jumped in. What? You two want to sneak off for a camping date without me? No way. I want to come too. Outdoor barbecue. Ren Xiang held his bowl, looking confused, hesitated, and then said, Then I'll set up the tent. Kangyu laughed loudly. Ha ha, then I'll be in charge of starting the fire. Song Jiwei raised her hand. I'll handle the barbecue. I'm a great grill master. When Shinyo couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. What about your school trip? Go away, you bunch of jinxes. Everyone burst into laughter until Jianglin and her friends returned. When Tongxi returned, she curiously asked, What were you all just laughing at? You look so happy. Song Jiwei wiped her eyes and said, It's nothing. Kangyu just told a joke that made us all laugh. A few girls immediately looked to the side and said, Sister, we want to hear too. Kangyu smoothly responded, It's an adult joke. Kids shouldn't ask about it. Tongxi pouted and said, What? We're only a few years apart. But she didn't press further and turned to help pick vegetables. Meanwhile, Romi sat comfortably, using Jianglin as a pillow. Romi is less nervous about such things than Tongxiu. She fully trusts Jianglin and thinks she's the best person to be alone with her. Tongxiu didn't know what her older brothers and sisters were planning, but she already knew Jianglin had some issues. So she didn't dare stay near Jianglin too long, worried she might notice something and cause trouble for her teammates. As part of the team, it's impossible not to feel upset about being left out of plans. But Tongxiu always tried to be a good newcomer. She believed that as a rookie, not holding the team back was the best help she could give. She also knew that this was probably to protect her, so she had no reason to complain. People, after all, need to learn how to adjust their mindset. Normally, as the leader, when Shinyo should hold a rally before the third phase begins. Besides encouraging teammates, she should also set the main strategy. All the team leaders wanted to do this, but when Shinyo refused each time, the battle plan could only be made after understanding the basic situation. Until then, everyone had to adapt and respond on the fly. When Shinyo chose team leaders who had some strategic thinking and command skills, Compared to her giving orders alone, it was more important for everyone to adjust their strategies based on the situation. Her role was mainly to keep morale high and reorganize the team when needed, preventing the group from falling apart. If things got too difficult to handle, then it would be up to each person's fate. Therefore, the 21st day was crucial. The performance and casualties on that day would directly determine the team's future. In the end, when Shinyo only issued one command, to do everything possible to survive. Whenever and wherever. Only after ensuring your own safety and property can you think about helping others. In this game, players mostly don't have much choice. But now, compared to natural disasters that can't be resisted, they at least have the option to fight back. Players who have survived until now have proven their overall strength in intelligence, physical ability, and luck. As long as they get through the first day and understand the rules of the third stage, Wangxinyu is confident that as many people as possible can pass together. Of course, this depends on everyone being willing to work together during this critical time. Otherwise, all efforts would be pointless. Tomorrow, everyone must stay in contact at all times. If anything changes, the team leader must quickly find a way to organize an escape. No matter how the situation starts, we must stay calm. Decisions on strategies are up to each team. Report to me if needed. On the morning of the 22nd day, the main group will gather. That's all. The meeting summary from the 6 team leaders was just these 2 sentences. Anything more would be unnecessary. Besides Kang Yu, Song Jiwei, and Rin Xiang, the other 3 leaders are Zhang Yun, Wei Donglai, both level 5, and Chen Ku, level 4. They are 2 women and 1 man, all experienced players at this stage, with strong leadership skills. Wangxinyu had noticed them early on. They, along with Kang Yu and Wangxinyu, are not worried. Although Ren Xiang doesn't have much experience, he is calm and can quickly find solutions when problems arise. Only Song Jiwei is a bit uncertain. She is capable but sometimes lacks courage and gets flustered. So Wangxinyu chose to team up with her, which made her very happy. After the meeting, they started packing up to head home. Among those present, Wangxinyu and 3 others are all excellent team members. Song Jiwei isn't a fighter, but she did well in the late first stage. During the early days of the second stage, when animals weren't too aggressive, she fought hard and killed many. With Xiang's help, she managed to pass smoothly. Now, as they pack up, they discuss tomorrow's rewards, all looking forward to it. Song Jiwei asked, could the reward be a bunch of meat? Haven't those who went through the ranch dungeon hoarded a lot of meat? Kang Yu rolled her eyes impatiently. That's too boring. We're in mode, and I've already hidden enough meat for a lifetime. If I give more to the meat grandma, I might as well kill an octopus as a sacrifice, Ren Xiang quietly said. What if the reward is turning you into an octopus? I heard they can live for 500 years. The 2 women instantly fell silent, then nodded in agreement and raised their fists to punch him. If you keep saying gross things, you won't eat tonight. If you want, I can tear you into an octopus right now. Ren Xiang huffed in grievance and said nothing more. What is this? This is a twisted challenge. Anything can happen. When Shinyo didn't join the conversation, but couldn't help but smile at the end. Honestly, she also thought Ren Xiang had a point. For lower life forms, becoming a higher life form can be seen as a reward in some ways. But for human players, it might be a punishment worse than death. They kept talking until they finished packing up. When Shinyo gave Song Jiwei a meaningful look, and she immediately understood and turned to Jiang Lin, who was still sitting nearby. Jiang Lin looked even paler than in the morning. Song Jiwei looked worried and asked, Xiao Jiang, are you okay?
Can you walk?
Should Xiyu and Xiaoi help you back? Jiang Lin shook her head, forcing a smile. No need, that would be too troublesome. The entrances are far apart, and if they take me back and rush back to work, it would be exhausting. I can manage myself. Huh? That doesn't quite match the script, does it? Song Jiwei kept her expression calm and said, but if you fall on the way, what will you do? You still have to work tonight, sigh. She then turned around and looked at the 3 of them with a fake concern. Or should Brotherin take you? He has a small cart and you could sit on it. Jiang Lin shook her head repeatedly.
No, no, no.
That's not appropriate. Thank you, Wei Wei, I really don't need it. Before she finished speaking, her pain made her features scrunch up, and she seemed about to faint. For menstrual pain this severe, she should have taken painkillers long ago, but a box of ibuprofen in the mall costs 600 points, and she said she couldn't afford it. No one is obligated to give precious medicine. In the third stage, painkillers and antibiotics are truly life-saving items. Song Jiwei was still not satisfied and asked again, "Are you sure no one needs to send you anything?" According to the saying, things shouldn't be asked for more than 3 times. Whether it was Song Jiwei's question or Jiang Lin's refusal, this was the last time. Jiang Lin showed a hint of hesitation, then shyly looked at Wen Xinyo, who had barely spoken in front of her today. Can I trouble Sister Xinyo to send me? I think her agility is higher, so she can save some time. Hearing this, Kong Yu and the others silently relaxed in their hearts. At least, the plan was still going smoothly. When Xinyo finished gathering the last batch of tomatoes, then glanced at her. "I don't mind," she said, then looked at Ren Xiang. "Can I borrow the cart?" At this critical moment, she couldn't let Jiang Lin have direct physical contact with her. Afterward, Tong Shiyu and Rong Yi helped Jiang Lin onto the cart. When Xinyo told them to go back and prepare dinner, then pushed the cart and led Jiang Lin to the other side. Only after they had walked a certain distance did Song Jiwei finally show a worried expression. "Is everything going to be okay?" Ren Xiang patted her shoulder. "That's Sister Wen. The worst case is just camping out." Kong Yu nodded in agreement. Yes. Don't worry too much. Let's wait at the base gate." That was all they could do. Song Jiwei sighed. It always seemed like everything was piling on Xiaoyu. Is it really right that the capable should do more? If it keeps going like this, how tired must she be? Meanwhile, when Xinyo had already pushed Jiang Lin halfway. At this moment, there were no other creatures within 10 meters. When Xinyo felt the timing was right, without hesitation and quite roughly, she broke the false harmony. "What is your goal?" The girl ahead turned around, looking at her blankly. "Xinyo, are you talking to me?" "What goal?" When Xinyo was too tired to waste words. "Stop pretending. It's just the 2 of us now. Don't waste my time. What is your purpose in killing the prophet and causing chaos? What benefit do you get if all the players die? Do you think you can survive on your own?" Jiang Lin blinked sadly, almost crying. "Xi and Yojia, what are you talking about? Are you saying I killed Aunt Zhang? I would never do such a thing. And I don't have the ability." Her voice was fragile and pitiful. Tears fell, making her pretty, pale face look like a cute doll. But her crying suddenly stopped mid-sentence. When Xinyo looked at her silently for a long time. When Jiang Lin raised her hand to wipe her tears, several vines quickly shot out from her wrist, sharp and aimed straight at her vital spots. In the next moment, the weak girl, who had just been suffering from her period and couldn't straighten her back, disappeared from the cart. She avoided the vines perfectly, landing lightly and steadily on the grass nearby, like a nimble bird. "Ugh, Xi and Yojia, how did you find out?" Jiang Lin asked, her face innocent but her eyes cruel, with a sweet smile. This quick change of expression made Wen Xinyo suspect she might have learned some tricks from a traditional Chinese opera. Jiang Lin suddenly looked healthy and confident, her smile a bit crazy. Her eyes, looking at Wen Xinyo, were both innocent and cruel, like a cat eyeing a small bird. Wen Xinyo had seen many such strange and foolish acts before and didn't want to waste words. She pulled out 2 guns, calmly loaded them, and prepared to shoot. "I noticed right away. You know I already discovered you. I also know you knew I found out, and you've been holding back until now." Jiang Lin blinked innocently. "Are you trying to kill me, Xi and Yujia? That's not good, right? Don't you care about your teammates' lives?" When Xinyo raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Jiang Lin twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, smiling sweetly. "Well, I can't just leave myself without a backup. I only want Xi and Yojia's life. But to show my sincerity, I've left a little gift for Xiyu and Xiaoyi too." When Xinyo understood her goal was herself. She also considered that Jiang Lin might target Kong Yu and the others, but only those who knew the full situation because their lives were the most valuable right now. Tong Xiyu and Rong Yi knew nothing. From the start, they were considered outsiders. Attacking them would be a waste of effort. So, when Shinyo didn't bother to warn them about Jiang Lin. Indeed, such twisted tactics never follow normal logic. After thinking for 3 seconds, when Shinyo lowered her gun, "You can't beat me, and you can't kill me," she said calmly. Jiang Lin chuckled and covered her mouth, giggling. "You're so annoying, Xianyujia. Of course I know that kind of thing. I wouldn't do something boring like that. Anyway, I've already finished what I needed to do, so it doesn't matter if I can't be killed." What a mess of nonsense. When Shinyo was tired of listening, judging by her attitude, she probably had some kind of skill installed on her long ago, and whether it worked or not was entirely up to her. Winning or losing by the rules, when Shinyo had nothing more to say. "You're lucky to be alive until the end. I just have one question. What did you do to Zhao Xinrui?" Since seeing Zhang Ailin's body, that thought had been in Wen Xinyo's mind. The girl who was used as an excuse for conversation by this woman at the start, is she still alive? When Shinyo knew that after each round of the game, her partners were usually gone for good. But this was her first partner in the game, and she looked very much like her little sister. Even if she knew the answer, it wouldn't help. Not asking her would feel wrong. This time, Jiang Lin didn't bother with roundabout words. She shrugged indifferently. "I don't know. The cliff is only about 10 meters high. If she's lucky, she might have survived." When Shinyo put away her gun, leaving only the tense vines ready to strike, she looked calmly at the person still smiling nearby. "You better pray I die before you." After saying that, she pulled her cart and turned to leave quickly, not wasting another second. Behind her, Jiang Lin's disappointed voice came. "Hey? You're leaving so soon? Not going to chat a bit more?"
Sinzudi.
"Don't you want to know my goal?" "Sister." When Shinyo ignored her and soon disappeared around the corner of the base. Jiang Lin rolled her eyes in boredom and kicked at the thick grass. "Ugh, so boring. Whatever. As long as I end up as the MVP." She then happily spun around in place and lightly walked toward the base entrance. Employee verification failed. When Shinyo looked at the bright red words on the verification machine, unbothered. As expected, no surprise there. "If I can't beat you, I'll play dirty," Kangyu cursed angrily, kicking the outside wall of the base several times. Two girls, looking sad and holding tiny bombs from inside their clothes, stood nearby like wet puppies. "I'm sorry, Sister Xianu. It's all our fault for being so careless. I really didn't know she was like that." Xianu gently patted their backs and said, "What are you talking about? I used you as bait first. I got you involved and put you in danger. If anyone should apologize, it's me." It was better not to say anything, but once she spoke, they couldn't hold back their tears and started crying loudly. "Don't say that, sister. Please don't cry. Sister, if you skip work, will the octopus come and take you away? Please don't. It's so dangerous outside tonight. What if something happens? What should we do? And tomorrow is the day to receive the Outstanding Employee Award." Seeing Xi and Yuwen's face getting more worried, Song Jiwei quickly came over to comfort the girls. Don't cry, don't cry. Hey, what do you think of Sister Yu? Could she just get into trouble easily? We expected this. It's okay, really." Kong Yu also came over to agree, saying, "That's right. All the blame is on that little troublemaker. Don't worry, I'll stay outside with her tonight." Ren Xiang, who couldn't join the women's conversation, silently nodded nearby. He had 4 tents in stock. No, 3. That was enough. But before the girls could relax, Xi and Yuan cut through the heartfelt friendship coldly. "No need. I can handle it myself. You all stay outside. If a fight breaks out inside tomorrow, what will your people do? Plus, I think the Outstanding Employee Award is very important. You must go and get it." Her tone was calm, but her attitude was firm and refused to be challenged. Kong Yu muttered unhappily. The commander-in-chief shouldn't get into trouble either. Xi and Yuan shot her a quick look. The general is chosen, not born. If I lose you, just pick someone else. Wasting our strength is the most foolish thing. If I die, won't you all be stuck? Kong Yu had nothing to say. Xi and Yuan looked at the time. It was already 6:30. If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't even have time to eat. Without hesitation, she kicked Kong Yu into the room, making her grimace in pain.
Ow.
What are you doing? Xianyuan ignored her and turned to the others. Are you leaving on your own, or do you want me to help? Song Jiwei kept shaking her head and quickly pulled her two sisters back into the house. She was not as tough as Kangyu. She was quite fragile and couldn't handle a casual kick from a big boss. Ren Xiang looked around, covered his face, and accepted that the camping plan was now off. Are you really okay? He asked worriedly before they entered.
I've fine.
Stop fussing and hurry up, she replied impatiently, waving her hand. When Shinyo took out the small cart and returned it to him, then turned and walked toward the deep grassland, her back confident and free. She wasn't pretending. Besides feeling a little disappointed about not winning the Excellent Employee Award, she didn't think staying outside overnight was a big deal. Starting tomorrow, the animals will be even more aggressive, possibly facing attacks from both inside and outside groups, making hunting more difficult. Hunting not only earns employee points, but also grants half the skill points. For example, killing a pig, cow, or sheep gives 100 points plus an extra 50 skill points. If the target is a leader of a beast group, the reward increases 3 to 5 times. Recently, when Shinyo has been hunting the leaders and then killing large animals in the group, but she doesn't kill all of them. When a leader dies, the group will choose a new one so she can keep earning points. This is called fighting to sustain fighting. Her points, which have exceeded the limit, come from this method. While thousands of points are valuable, thousands of skill points are not as much. Today, when Shinyo only managed to gather about 7,000 points. Considering the special nature of this dungeon, she decided to convert all her points into agility, adding the remaining 200 points from before, and increased her agility to 20 in one go. After the conversion, she only had 18 skill points left. So tonight, she could hunt freely without worries, and she felt pretty good. Her best goal was to reach 2,000 points and boost her strength again, saving effort when handling animal carcasses. She had a few bottles of coffee she traded with players, each providing 12 hours of alertness. Drinking 2 bottles should last until bedtime on the 21st night. Annoying that her body was now data-driven and still needed sleep. As for accommodation, when Shinyo was even less worried. Not to mention whether she has time to rest tonight. Even if she does, her luxury RV, which has been gathering dust in the storage card for over 2 months, should be put to use. Earlier, during a casual chat with Su Qin, he told her that almost all interdimensional RVs could be very useful. Yet, she hasn't used hers even once. She wonders if it's because he is lucky or she is unlucky. When Shinyo frowns as she quickly finishes 2 boxes of lunch, trying to walk as far away from the base as possible before the night shift ends. There's no need for more players to know she can't return to the base. In the final moments, morale must stay high. She'll come back after they return. Perhaps fewer players came out tonight because it was the last day, or maybe she ran far enough. Until the night shift ended, when Shinyo didn't encounter a single player. Her hunting results were only average. She thought the beast groups would be more fierce and numerous at night. But after 4 hours from sunset, she only found 2 medium-sized groups after wandering a big circle. On second thought, that makes sense. After all, both mammals and birds need sleep. Considering the lower chance of encountering beast groups at night, and her idea to clear out one more problem for tomorrow, when Shinyo tried to hunt them all. On the quiet grassland, occasional bird screams sounded, which was quite eerie. But catching dozens or hundreds of animals alone is very difficult. Even when Shinyo was exhausted after 2 rounds. After careful thought, she decided to rest near the base, light a fire to cook some food and regain her strength, and also deal with the animal carcasses she had just collected. She returned to a spot less than 2 kilometers from the base, used leftover wooden planks from her interdimensional heating device to build a fire. She had plenty of straw and wheat stalks as fuel, enough to burn endlessly. Once the fire was ready, she planned to skewer some beef to grill. She had been marinating meat in the safe house every day for this kind of outdoor situation. Just as she was about to take it out, her eyes caught a large, fat chicken discarded nearby. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she decisively abandoned the beef and chose to make chicken stew instead. The temperature was low at night, so it was better to have something warm. So, she quickly set up a steel pipe frame to hold the pot and pour water. First, she added some red dates and goji berries to simmer, then poured a pot of hot water. She quickly drew her knife and handled the chicken. After putting the chicken in the pot, Wangxinyu picked up a duck and started to slaughter it. Although handling the animals was a bit troublesome, she believed that processing them herself yielded more usable parts than just using pre-cut meat from the base. Following her principle of not wasting anything useful, she kept all the internal organs, feet, and head, except for the feathers removed by hot water. A good cook makes good use of every ingredient. If she had enough time, she would also dry or compost the feathers, but now her time and conditions were limited. So, she chose to pick out a few especially beautiful feathers before scalding them. At first, it seemed useless, but even if it was, using the feathers later for decoration or to add variety to life was a good idea. An hour later, a fragrant, rich chicken soup was ready. Wangxinyu happily drank 2 bowls, first eating the 2 chicken legs, then slowly finishing the rest. Soon, she was full and satisfied. She stood up, picked up her knife, and moved toward another large animal carcass. Handling large animals took a lot of time, so she didn't plan to process everything. Instead, she decided to prioritize based on the quality of the carcasses. Just as she was opening up a cow, she suddenly sensed a commotion from afar, and it was approaching her. She immediately stood up, took out her binoculars, and looked toward the disturbance. About a dozen octopus people in white robes were coming closer. Wangxinyu froze. Could it be? The ones who didn't go back at night and weren't dead yet were about to be captured? Should she run? But there wasn't a single tree nearby to hide behind. Where could she go? Fight? But if she did, she might become the main target of all the octopus people. Wait, what's that ahead? While hesitating and thinking, her binoculars' angle shifted slightly. In that moment, she noticed something moving in front of the octopus people. It was very white and large. What could it be? A pig? She adjusted the focus slightly and looked again. It was better not to look, but once she did, she was stunned. What is that? Could it be a person? She didn't believe it and looked a couple more times before finally being sure that the round, white thing was indeed a person. It was probably a man, dressed in pure white clothes, with shaved hair. Because he was running desperately, his overly white head turned bright red, like a bloated white pig full of blood. Despite his clumsy body, he was running quite fast, at least faster than the octopus-like creatures with tentacles chasing after him. He kept looking back while running, his face full of fear, not relaxing even when the distance slightly increased. From this, it seemed the octopus creatures weren't after her. For some reason, when Xian felt that those octopus creatures were deliberately not targeting her. Although they moved slowly, their tentacles were very quick. Catching a small pig would be a blink of an eye. But since they weren't here to catch her, she didn't want to get involved. She put away her binoculars and crouched down to continue her work. However, when Xian didn't expect that the little white pig would suddenly run wildly toward her. She had just bent down to check the pig's stomach when she looked up, and the pig was almost at her side. Its small eyes, squeezed shut by flesh, stared fixedly at her. When she finally looked up and responded, it pushed even harder to come closer. When Xian suddenly felt her head buzzing. Wait, buddy. You're running toward the light. Aren't you trying to get killed? But the little pig's legs were surprisingly agile. Before she could think of how to respond, it had already reached her and started panting heavily. Just as she was about to step back, it grabbed her sharply. It took deep breaths, then suddenly looked up with tiny, bright eyes, staring at her intensely. Don't run. Huff, huff, don't run. Listen to me. If you want to survive, listen to me. She could only think of this reason. She stopped and nodded firmly. The man finally relaxed, but in the next moment, he looked back with a face full of fear. Listen to me, listen. I am a real worker on this grassland farm. Those octopus creatures, those monsters, are aliens who have taken over this place. The real workers are in the underground 3rd level of the breeding facility. Humans are just food for some kind of thing they sustain. You must destroy that thing. You have to do it within 5 days. His face twisted more and more as he spoke, until it was full of indescribable pain. Within 5 days. Within 5 days, you must find us. Otherwise, everything will be too late. Everyone will die. Everyone will die.
Ah.
Before when Shinyo could recover from his deafening voice, several thick tentacles suddenly appeared behind him, wrapping the rather large man into a writhing ball. Then, with great force, they pulled him backward. When Shinyo's arm was tightly grabbed, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Luckily, she maintained her balance and steadied herself. When she looked up again, the octopus-like creatures, which had been far away moments before, now stood directly in front of her. They held up the still wriggling, squealing ball above their heads. At this moment, dozens of yellow eyes stared at her with a cold, dead look.